Good morning and welcome to Sydney Parade for this Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup game. Pembroke entertaining Brigade today. Brigade having the long journey down from the northwest. Ironically, Brady are playing across the road in Railway.
Yes.
They could have shared a bus. So, joining me this morning as Brigade will be batting first, Graham Mooney. Good morning, Graham.
Good morning, one and all. Great to be here for my first ones game of the year. This fixture list finally was kind to me.
Well, it's no surprise to see Nick Stapleton opening the bowling for Pembroke. He's the Pembroke Pro, and in his last outing, he took 8 for 8. We would love to see a repeat of that today.
Well, yeah, obviously an amazing achievement. Little hazy today, little overcast, so it might nibble around early doors. It is dry.
So, Nick Stapleton.
Back of a length, quick run.
Well, that certainly shows the intent of Brigade. They're going to take everything they possibly can.
Rightly so. With that field setting, there's plenty of ones if you're positive. Pembroke with a very attacking field. There's not many bowlers who get 3 slips these days in 50 over cricket.
But then again, when your bowler took 8 for 8 in his last outing.
Yeah. Oh no, obviously you can see Pembroke knows he can move the ball around and get early wickets.
Morning.
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 Oh yeah.
Oh, it's live on YouTube now.
YouTube Pembroke.
Pembroke live on YouTube.
Yeah.
And you'll find it there.
Yeah. And if any of your supporters at some stage want to commentate, we're happy to let them have a go.
Yeah, we'll have you in the box later on.
Yeah. Join us.
We made a few pints on us before that.
There's a few of the Brigade team walking around. They want to have a look and see the bowling of Nick Stapleton.
How much he's moving it. Another single there, yeah.
Well, that one was a bit down the leg side onto the pads and just pumped away off the pads, off the hip. Single taken.
Well, Pembroke are certainly going to have to be on their game in the field today, because when you're attacking like this, there are those few extra gaps to nibble the singles away, keep the strike rotating. Yeah, all these games are only being live scored on NV Player for some reason. Well, that move. Sorry. Yeah, I presume, but it has to be on NV. That has to be on a laptop. Yeah. I can't do that on my phone.
Nothing up on MV Play.
We'll pop over and find out the story. Anyway, 2 so far. Still waiting for the 3rd delivery. Slow enough start.
Dan Stokes there. Just slipping off the side of your screen. He's down for his early morning Saturday exercise. A few people down already. Brigade have brought a dozen or so with them so far.
That's what Nick wants.
Confusing everybody with extra noise.
I can't see the game on NV Play.
You're not in. You're in. Try filter by competition.
There's no live matches available.
Try filter by competition. Yeah, lovely.
He just ran behind the ball with his arm.
Oh, that's the sound. It's through.
Got the sound. No movement, and he's been given.
Lack of footwork has cost him there. He got a bit squared up by Stapleton, and Stapleton continues with his fine fawn, and that's the first Brigade wicket, gone for 1. What do you think, Graham? Well pitched up?
Oh, that was a lovely length.
You ready?
That a little bit of glove, I think. The sound of it sounded glovey more than that. Was it?
No, I thought it was definite batch.
Okay. Well,
We'll see here.
Replay. I'm looking live.
Oh, it's
yeah,
got
sorry.
great
Oh,
movement.
beautiful.
And it's come off the shoulder of the bat. It's the movement that did the batsman there.
Oh no, that's and kudos to the cameraman. That lovely bit of movement.
The camera in the right position.
Yes, right behind me. That's a lovely view of it. That'll be, I'm sure, watched plenty of times later in the bar.
Well, first catch for Lorcan Tucker, first over, first wicket, 2 runs on the board for Brigade, and that's a start that Pembroke would have wanted.
Obviously, the start Brigade didn't want. There is movements early because you can see that cloud cover when the cameras pan out.
And in the view that there is cloud cover and there's a bit of movement, and certainly a lot of movement there for Stapleton, what do you think of this move to start with the off-spinner Paul Lawson?
It's attacking. It's brave. Well, I tell you,
incisive, Graham. Incisive.
Well, I'm
straight to the bone of the matter.
I'm trying to look around. I haven't seen the team sheet, so I'm trying to look. I'm looking around to see who else is in the side. I actually haven't when he got here, so I haven't seen who's in the team. Yeah. So I'm looking at the other bowling options today. Now look, this is the beautiful thing. If he takes a wicket, the captain's a genius. If he doesn't, the captain should have opened with a seamer.
Well, isn't that the way?
Yeah. Well, talking from the fives perspective, we often open with a spinner.
Cricket Ireland one, and there must be another one.
Or I'm on the .com one, and I want the Cricket Ireland one.
Well, you had scorchers and things there.
Yep.
So, do you get what I mean? There must be another one for the clubs. See the advanced filters, Benny?
Hey, Barry. Of course not. You won't be. Just keep the huffing and puffing there.
No, nothing in there. We're still looking for the scores online. If anybody out there knows where to find it.
Lovely one. Oh yeah, got one. Yeah. Oh, well bowled from Paul there. Of course, the other reason why this can be a good option is get ahead of the over early in the day if you can.
Oh, bit of
that's full. Oh, he got away with that. He'll know himself. That's 4 runs saved there by square leg.
bowl that in the 45th over and see where it ends up.
I hope there's no trains going by at the time.
But again, you have to be you have to consider the fact that although he got away with that one, you've got a new batsman in, first wicket down.
So nerves.
So there's going to be an element of rebuild and just no more wickets, please.
Yeah, we can't afford to lose. We don't want to be 2 down early. Well, that's the other thing. It's going to be a brave batsman who really backs himself to go aerial this early against the spinner when you've already lost that first wicket.
Well, just 2 outside the circle at the moment, and they're both in front of the bat.
Yeah.
Joe Prendergast is up by Conor Rourke's Nook, and Gavin Hoey down at Cow.
Yeah.
And that's the protection that Paul's looked for. He has a slip in place. It's quite an attacking field still.
Oh, yeah. Well bowled. No, this is top. You know,
cricket, I think, is the way.
Well, I was going to go captaincy, but it's good to see that Theo's learning from the fives example. You know, he's obviously seen our tactics. You know, worked out that they work. The only thing missing is the ones will catch the ball, where we often don't. Well, our plans are perfect. It's execution.
And you're going to be playing on the same wicket tomorrow?
Yes, looking forward to that.
70-metre boundary off to the railway line.
I'll ask them to push it back a bit, just to make it interesting.
So, Nick Stapleton, he had success in his first over.
Yeah, if he keeps going like this, people are just going to assume he just takes a wicket every ball. Oh, well played. Batsman followed that little bit of movement and just played it well down to third man. Fielded by Dunica Tucker for 1.
Well, I wouldn't quite put it down as cold, but it's certainly a cool morning. I think the sun is desperately trying to burn off some cloud so it can burst through onto Sydney Parade.
Oh, I think by the afternoon it should be, the sun will be, should be warming the wall nicely.
Oh, it's another super delivery from Stapleton. I tell you, he's going to cause problems.
It's all about the length.
It's all about the first couple of overs while the
Yeah.
ball's swinging. You saw it here in the interventions during the week, whereby for the first couple of overs, first 4 or 5 overs, there was prodigious movement. He says, pulling out the big words.
Yes.
But
Word a day dictionary, thank you.
But it soon enough changes.
Yeah, no.
I presume Pembroke won the toss, did they?
I'm going to assume so. But then again, you can move the ball all you want, but if you're too short, it's not going to work. Unless the batsman if the batsman's only halfway decent, if it's too short, you can have all the movements you want. He's going to see it. He can negate it. But that lovely length that Nick has started with.
McDade and Hussain are the batsmen now.
Okay, brilliant. We're up and we've got the scorecard up and running.
D Bar was the unfortunate wicket to fall, caught by Lorcan Tucker. Good to see Lorcan with the gloves on again.
Oh, yes.
He took a day off on Thursday. Mark Donegan of the Hills kept wicket for the Leinster Lightning, and Lorcan ploughed not a lonely farrow, but he was up and down the wall, fielding out there on the boundary. I think he...
Been a while since he's probably done that.
Yeah, I think he may have enjoyed the freedom, but I'd say, having spoken to him earlier, he's glad to have the gloves back on today.
Yes.
And he'll be looking forward to what is an exceptionally busy summer for the Irish Island men's team.
And should be an exceptionally busy few overs for him here. He's going to have to stay wide awake. That Slip, Cauldron and Wiki are hungry. They didn't get their breakfast rolls this morning, so they want to be filled up here with catches.
So, Barry McCarthy not on the field today. In fact, that's the noise you can hear behind us, the slight generator noise. He's on the bike, stationary bike, watching this game. And most exercise he's done, I think, is lifting the machine out. That's nice. He just tucked away.
No, he's just lagging.
So, Lorcan, of course, will be heading off to Essex once again next week. They have a first-class game, the Irish men. Ireland men are playing Essex in a first-class fixture as a warm-up for the Lord's Test, and then into the Lord's Test. And then they're off to Scotland, I think, or is it Zimbabwe first? It might be Zimbabwe first for the
qualifiers.
50-over qualifiers, and they're in a very tough group there, in with Sri Lanka.
Well, it's not going to be easy the way the setup is for the qualifiers. You're going to get 2 tier 1, Test nations.
Until the ICC sort out how many teams are at a World Cup.
Yes,
and do it
it's
sensibly,
going to be messy.
then it's going to be messy.
It's going to be.
So they have that qualifier. Then they're off to Scotland, where they have tricky group up there as well. There's some good teams in the Netherlands and Scotland, and if Ireland want to qualify for that T20, they are going to have to put in a good shift.
Well, of course, all of those countries mentioned are good backing up there from Donegal.
Well, that's Dermot who's backed up.
Oh, sorry, Dermot. That was a Tucker.
Theo Lawson who threw himself at the ball and missed. I suppose the best metaphor there would be a Aston Villa striker, but there you go.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be interested in the scorelines today. But
Back by the batsmen, but Lawson lying down, just stopping any run there,
showing his brother how it should be done.
And as you see in the bottom left of your screen, 5 for 1 off 3, and that will make 6.
It was off the bat. No, but the thing about the T20 qualifiers with Scotland and the Netherlands is, of course, that is their game. They don't get as many ODIs. They're not test nations, so T20 is the game for these countries now. And they certainly, their squads are based around that. The players they select are more so kind of IPL type selection. It's a T20 player.
In fact, the Brigade gear looks very much like the Dutch gear.
Orangey. No, it's a bit red.
That's nicely played away, but the fielder at point does a good job. No single there.
We'll have to get the Dulux colour smash.
Pantone colour chart.
Yeah.
Dulux
Put it up
of
against
paints.
them.
Bit more flight this time from Lawson.
Yeah.
He was definitely bowling to a plan there.
Should be, yeah, it's going to just be the 2. Yeah, I think that's where, in a way, Ireland is struggling being a test nation because our squads are based trying to play 3 formats.
Are they, though? I mean, we've played, 3 test matches this year, which has doubled our total in 5 years or something. I wouldn't be too worried about the test side.
There's not that much change in the squads. There's slight
there
variations.
is. Sterling had said that he wasn't going to play test matches.
Yeah, and then he comes back.
Well, the reason why he came back was because he was due back for 2 one-dayers. And the 2 one-dayers were then turned into a test match, and he made himself available and went on and made runs.
Yeah.
But yes. But in this Irish Senior Cup now, we know that Railway and Brady are across the road. Brigade are here with us.
Oh, he's bowled on, played on.
Stapleton picks up a second. Well, that was a loose shot. It didn't get up as much as he expected. He got the inside edge, and it's rattled into the stumps, and Stapleton picks up another. My goodness, what are Stapleton's figures at the moment?
Strike bowler. 1 for 4 off 2.
No, 2 for 4.
Oh, sorry, 2 for 4. That hasn't popped up yet. So it looked like he went for a little one, thinking it was a little wide.
Here it is again. You see Stapleton running in. He's such a smooth.
Oh, it's a lovely run up. Oh yeah, he saw that width.
It's so wide.
Yeah.
Really. Well, that's down to the batsman more than the bowler, one feels, but it doesn't matter. Pembroke won't mind. It's 2 wickets on the board, and there are only 6 runs up there. And this is the 5th over, and Stapleton again is striking. My goodness, that's him up to 10 wickets in his last 2 games.
Yeah. No, but when you said it's down to the bat, I would also say, though, the bowler's pressure creates that the batsman feels he has to go after that ball because he's getting so little and so few chances.
Well, in only the 5th over, if you get something like that and you have got a wicket down, there has to be doubt in your mind as to whether you go after it as you would if it was the 45th over or whether you go after it like you're opening a test match.
Yeah.
And,
Two
for Pembroke
minds.
it's worked out beautifully, and now we have numbers 2 and 4 in already.
Only got 2 steps.
And it's only 12:15.
Yeah.
2 of the Brigade players suffered a puncture just about at the West Link this morning, and that made sure that they were late and unfed. One hopes that they've had a chance to get some food on board now.
Oh, that
My
lens is
goodness.
so good.
My goodness, Stapleton would be wondering what he had to do there. You wouldn't want to change that delivery, and here it is again.
Yeah, such a smooth action.
So repeatable.
Yeah. Oh, you saw the move. Oh.
And this time the movement actually taking it away from the stump, but I think the batsman had it covered, had it retained its line.
What you saw, as soon as it came out of his hand, you could see that little bit of deviation. He's just, you feel he'd swing the ball even in dry, clear skies.
Another good ball. Parking on the junior rugby pitch already shows what sort of crowd we're going to get here today. Come down and get your spot on the wall now, I suggest, but please leave your device on YouTube.
We want bums on seats. Leave your TV on at home.
And then put it on your phone as you're coming down.
Yeah.
Thank you
Put it
very
on
much.
your granny's phone even if she's not watching it.
Thank you very much to the 19 of you out there who have tuned in this morning for the start of this game. 17 of them could be on the ground, of course. If you're watching this on the ground, give us a wave.
No, nothing. Oh, wait.
You have to wait for it.
Oh, sorry. Wait for it. What is the lag?
Enough to get in touch with your Indian bookmaker, Graham.
I think you'll find he lives in Dubai.
On the amount of money you spend on him.
Listen, I don't have to put my kids through college. The workhouse will do well.
That's a pretty good clue.
Okay. Yeah, so 20, 30 seconds maybe. Oh, just drift onto the leg, well played. Tucked away for one. Fielded by, I think that's Zach Mickelwright.
Well, let's hope that Zach's mum is tuned in today.
Yeah, does she know
was
he's
last
playing?
week?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What's that say?
Tell us an anecdote.
Thank you, James. We'll see you when you get down here.
You're late.
I know he has
No,
previous
I know,
engagements.
I know. Right.
9 for 2 then, from 5 overs. I'm sure the scoreboard will catch up with us. Is there any way you can get the MV play onto your screen? Take that as a no.
Do you remember the way we used to have a janky way of doing it?
Yeah.
Probably do something like that.
Yeah, don't worry.
No.
Don't worry. The scoreboard in the corner will
Yeah.
suffice. We'll tell you that
All the big
the
stuff.
batsmen are Hussain and S. Macbeth.
We'll call him the Scottish play from now on.
You will. So those two fielders outside the ring remain at cow and at long on.
Inviting the big hits.
Theo Lawson, he's patrolling the infield on the offside. Also has Dermot Tucker there with him.
Oh, he looked his shape there to hit that, but just played nicely to mid-on.
JP is the fielder down at long on, and he returns it down to Greg Hollins. And this has been a very good steady start for Pembroke. Well, they've 2 out so far. A bit more air from Lawson,
Oh, well
and that's
fielded.
nice fielding in the circle.
Get the one, though.
Well,
Could have been, I think it was always been one.
JJ Garth, the fielder there.
He'll be upset. He's such a good fielder. He doesn't like giving away singles in the circle. A little bit of weights.
Dermot Tucker steadying himself to do the fielding. Another dot ball.
Well, I can't wait till Dunica turns his arm over, so we'll have Tucker, fielded by Tucker, into Tucker, behind the stumps.
Talking of such commentary gems, yesterday saw the birthday of the late, and I think great, one of my childhood heroes, Graham Dilley.
Oh, great. Oh, yes, I saw that pop up on my timeline.
Graham
Yeah.
Dilley would have been 59 yesterday.
Taken well too early. Such a distinct bowling action.
He was
And so unlucky.
fine player.
He only ever won 2 test matches.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
One of those, though,
The
was the
famous,
Headingley
yeah.
Test, himself and both them. And Graham Dilley on that occasion scored 59 most welcome runs.
Everyone forgets Old's contribution, though, after him as well.
Yep, chilly old. 11 for 2 then is on the board. 6 overs are gone, which isn't on the board as you see in your bottom left-hand corner.
So
But no doubt that will update itself shortly.
4 slips.
Well,
Why wouldn't you? Oh,
well, that's why you
yeah,
would.
but yeah. Did you ever bowl to 4 slips yourself?
Yep.
Yeah, the good old days.
No,
No. Yes. No, I have.
I've bowled to 9 slips.
Yeah.
It was last game of the season.
Yeah. I know.
that.
I bowled to a 9-1 field in the past.
9-1,
Well-
that's an interesting field.
Is it? Well, I'm including the wiki keeper as being on the offside. Sorry.
Why? I've seen you bowl.
The good old days.
If you keep teeing them up, Graham, I'll keep
Yeah.
knocking them down. This time it's a
Oh,
wide.
yeah.
Stapleton slips down the leg side, and the umpire immediately throws the arms high and wide, and 1 more goes on to the total. Well, Brady, 11 for 2. This wouldn't have been the start they wanted, but they're now trying to weather the opening storm.
Did you say Breedy?
Hmm?
Actually said Breedy there. Breedy in my ear for some reason. I know. I don't know why that. That's it, back on it from Nick.
That's why you have a match.
So,
Back button there. Do it again, because that was just the click to get rid of it. There you go. Now it's open 2 tabs.
oh, again. The length is just sublime here today.
There are some interesting fixtures in the two cups today. The Bob Kerr All-Ireland Cup and also the, what is it they call it now? I keep mixing it up. The National Cup.
The National, yeah.
The National Cup. Well, nobody's really... Oh,
Yeah.
Dundrum must have started early. Oh, that was played on Thursday. There you go. That would explain why those scores are so big.
Oh no, I think there's a couple of teams, they switched it to 12 p.m. start.
So, Limerick Blasters. I hadn't heard of them before. Playing Nina. Always better. It's the sound of an ambulance to me. 24 for 5 for naught off 5 Limerick. UCC 22 for 1, and they're playing Cliftonville. Letterkenny 29 for 2, playing
Pronounce that one.
Krieger.
Is it Krieger?
Krieger.
Yeah, okay. That sounds like a
A
sci-fi
lot of games
villain.
not being live scored, I suspect. Eglinton and North Down, that would be a cracking game.
Yeah.
Cork Harlequins entertaining Merriam.
YM going to be hosting Col. Is it Coleraine? Go back up. Sorry, yeah, Coleraine. That should be a good game. That's across the road.
Manor and Carrickfergus, another one that would be a full crowd. Ardmore travelling down to Cork County, I think. No, Cork County have travelled up to
Ardmore. That's a long way. But that's, of course, is
To
the
Derry.
that is the Irish Cup.
certainly one of the sides. Muckamore has to go down to Wixford today. This is Stapleton's fourth over now.
Yeah. Would you think of a change?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd want as many of his overs. You've gotten the breakthrough. Now, I'm looking around for seam options. Obviously, JP and Zach.
That's
with
it.
his left arm blasters.
That's it. Three seamers, three spinners.
I umpired Zach last week, and there is some raw pace there. He was having a few issues with wides down leg sides, as a left arm over can have, but the raw pace was something else.
So those are the other scores on the doors around the place that we've seen.
I'll flight it again from Paul.
12 for 2 off 7 now. David Barr was the first to depart. He went to a court behind. Lorcan Tucker snaring the easiest chances, and he went for 1 off 4 balls. And Adam McDade.
Oh, that's going to be 4. 2 full from Paul on the leg side, on the leg stump, and put away nicely. That's
Misfielded out on the boundary by one of the spectators. But that's the first boundary of the day, I think.
yes, it is. Yeah, it's a long boundary, but when you get a full on your leg like that, you just had to make sure he didn't hit the fielder, and it was going to be 4.
So Adam McDade was the second to fall. He was bowled by Stapleton. He chased a wide one and inside edged it onto his stumps. He went for 2 off just 11 balls. Scott Macbeth is out there now. He's on 6, and he's out there with Hussain, who's also on 6. And the score has moved on to 16, and that will take it on to 17 as this rebuilding job goes well.
But of course, Pembroke will also be happy with being able to get through these overs with Paul at the top end. As you said, when most would be expecting a seamer, they're just rattling through the overs quickly here.
Well, Lawson is continuing, and he's posing a few problems for the batsman. And at this stage,
Using his
I'm
feet
going to
well.
leave the commentary box and welcome into the box Irish international.
Why would you do that
Take
to
of
him?
less than 208 senior wickets. Barry McCarthy.
Why would you be so mean to him? Already he has a fan base. Welcome, Barry.
Thank you very much for having me.
Always a pleasure.
208 senior wickets, don't worry, my dad reminds me all the time, so it's not the first time I've heard it.
How many does he say he should have had?
I'm sick of
300?
sick of listening to him at this stage, to be honest.
Your bedtime stories must have been so good.
Let's not get into that now.
So another good, well, apart from the boundary, but 8 overs in and only the first boundary on the board. Pembroke must be delighted.
Yeah, 18 for 2, building a lot of pressure here.
Yeah.
Nick Stapleton really proving his quality here. I had the pleasure of watching him bowl last week at first slip, and it was something else.
You must have been on your toes every ball for that spell.
I was, yeah, especially with Danny Hogan as wicketkeeper. You don't know what you're going to have to go for or not. So yeah, you really got to be on your toes there.
Yeah. Did Danny take a few?
He did. He took 2 nice ones. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Took a couple down the leg side.
Oh, excellent.
Moved quite nicely for a big lad.
Yeah, unfortunately, I could only see on YouTube. Oh, little edge, that's 4. Races away down here to final leg boundary. Just the littlest of touches there from the Brigade batsman.
Probably trying to just get a little bit greedy there. He's 2 for already. Trying to attack the pads a little more. I don't mind that though. All the same, he's got final leg in place. Trying to bring all the dismissals into play.
That could have just have easily been a spectacular dive from Lorcan and another wicket. It happens. It was just a little bit too much to his left hand side to get anything. Oh, back on it. So I'm told he's swinging it both ways.
Yeah, from watching him last week, he's predominantly an away swinger, with the in swinger as his change up, which is a serious skill set.
Oh, isn't it though? Like most bowlers would be happy to be able to do one well, but to have both in your armory is pretty good.
Correct.
But I was saying earlier, his lengths are just so good as well. That helps.
Yeah, he's a brilliant bowler.
Like, yourself, you can be swinging the ball all you want, but if you're too short or whatever, it's not going to be as threatening to the batsman.
Yeah, exactly. He's 4 slips in place here now, and he's really hitting a good length consistently, bringing in all the dismissals. He's trying to attack the stumps as well, which I like.
So this would be his 5th over. Would you give him more, or would you like to keep some in the back pocket?
It's a tricky one.
Yeah. The life of a captain.
Certainly if he manages to get another one here, I think it's definitely
1 or 2 more.
Either get one in this over or get one in the next over. He'd certainly be giving him another over for sure, at least 1 more over. I would like to see a seamer from this end now all the same. Young Zach Mickelwright looks a decent prospect. He's got a bit of pace about him. I'd like to see him get a go now.
I was just saying to Craig before, I was umpiring for the 2s against Malahide last week, so I got a very close-up view. He really does have some pace on him. And of course, left arm over, you can't beat it. It's obviously the best bowling option there is. Yeah,
we've a good record in this club of producing left arm over the wicket bowlers.
Yeah.
Josh Little being 1 away in the IPL, having a tremendous year. Not sure how many more times we'll see him out grazing the outfield for Pembroke, but
maybe walking the wall.
Maybe walking the wall, yeah.
Maybe we'll get him to start cooking the curries. He might learn a bit while he's over there. Oh, flick down. Should just be the one to Dunica here at fine leg.
Well, yeah, great to see Gavin Hoey back in the side today.
Oh, isn't it? He had such a good start to the season with Dublin University, Trinity, taking wickets, scoring runs. Such a good leg spinner.
Yeah, he's really gone up a level again this year from last year.
I think that trip to Australia must have done the world of good.
He's done a lot of hard work throughout the winter. You can tell he's just changed his action slightly. Bowled really nicely on Tuesday in the Interpro game, albeit only 4 overs, and then bowled really nicely again on Thursday, albeit the figures in the runs column might not show up. But it's a difficult ground here to play Interpro cricket in. You're playing with the Kookaburra balls, which are a lot harder. It's a smaller outfield. He was bowling at difficult times. But you have to look beyond that when you see someone like Gav. He's beaten the bat a number of times as a leg spinner, and that's something that on the international side they're really trying to get someone to do that in one day in T20 cricket, and
it's such a huge skill to have, and you can see all the top sides and countries want a good leg spinner because it brings so many options to them.
Yeah, and there's competition for places within the Irish side this year as well. You've got Ben White and Garrett Delaney as well, who are leg spinning options as well, and it's great to see Gav added into that.
And we're going to get our change of bowling. It's going to be Zach Mickelroyd here from the nursery end. So we're going to get left arm over. Yeah. Of course, I captained Ben in his formative years.
Ben White,
Yeah.
did you?
Yeah. When he was a young whippersnapper, 11 and 12-year-old.
Yeah.
Always turned the ball.
Yeah, he had a great trip there to Sri Lanka and Bangladesh.
Yeah.
The games he played was always going to be difficult as a young spinner in the international ranks going out there, but I thought he held himself in high regard out there.
Especially playing that level for your first
Exactly,
time. Like
exactly.
you could remember what was Shane Warne's first Test match figures? One for 170, whatever it was, famously. So it's not easy. And there's Paul. Look at the game. Oh, brilliant! I don't think Paul Lawson saw that wicket. But what a start from Zach. Again, he just put it outside off.
Might have been a bit of shape.
Yeah, I think. Oh, we're getting the wrong replay here. This is Nick.
Oh, is it not replay?
No, definitely not. Definitely not Nick bowling. No, we're on the wrong replay. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. We're not going to see that. We'll have to watch that back later tonight. But from my eye, it just got a little shape back in because it took off stump beautifully, and he did push that across the batsman.
Yeah, and that's the change we were not necessarily calling for here, but we thought might come.
Yeah, still Nick.
And I think that will certainly go back to our point we were speaking about in the last over. That'll certainly see Nick Stapleton take another over from the far end.
Fresh bat for new batsman at the
Exactly,
crease,
yeah.
3 down. Yeah, Brigade will certainly be worried here. But by the skipper a point. He's won the toss.
He's won the toss. He's bowled 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah. And why wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, mind you, some people would say it's a used wicket. There's been 200 overs on it this week. Theo's obviously knows this ground quite well. Knows what he wants to do. Knows how his team. Knows how to get the best out of his team, and I think he quite enjoys bowling first.
They don't mind chasing. They've got some experienced batters who know how to finish a game. So it doesn't always work, but they do like to back themselves in the chase.
Exactly. Yeah. Hopefully we get more of the same as last week. Now another couple of overs in the first 12, 13 overs.
But I'll lose the world of good now, that wicket for Zach's confidence. Oh, again, right up there. That's a lovely length. Oh, you don't want that as a new batsman.
Yeah, there's nothing better than getting a wicket in your first over. Just get a bit of confidence.
Especially this first time playing for the ones, just those little bit of nerves. We all get them.
Yeah, we do.
Oh,
nice bit of shape there.
Yeah, he bowls a really, really full length. So if he gets any movements, it's going to be hard for the batsman.
Yeah, I would like to see him claw it back though a little bit. It can sometimes get away with it at this level, but he's.
Well, I did say to him last week when he was bowling to a right-hander, and when he came off, I was saying to him, he was bowling too full to him because he was just working him to leg a lot because he was just sitting back in his crease. And I was just saying, if you just dragged it a bit, drag the batsman forward, but he was just too full in the crease, nearly Yorker length. But when I'm sitting in the crease, he was able to just work him.
Yeah, better batters will be able to put those balls away.
Yeah. But again, it's a great time to be bowling because Brigade are definitely in a rebuild here. They're not going to be going with too many flashy shots because they can't risk another one. It's
a much better length, I think.
Yeah, that and that's where he's going to get that little bit of time for the ball to come back in. But yeah, end of the 10th, 23 for 3. Pembroke have to be definitely the happiest of the two sides here as El Presidente strolls around. Morning, sir. How are you? Happy so far?
Pretty good.
Yes, a little smile crosses his lips. So the umpire signal ended the first power play. Although I suspect that won't really affect Pembroke because they're going to keep the slips in place and attacking here. Oh, we've removed one. One slip comes out. Just the 3 now.
Yeah, Scott Macbeth. He's been there for quite a while. He's a decent cricketer. Followed him during the winter when he was in Randwick Petersham. I think he started off in the 5th grade and ended up playing quite a big role in the 2nd grade and then the PGs, which is the under 23s competition, under 21s competition. Sorry.
That's some progression in
one
season.
Yeah, he's always he played interpro cricket against Leinster last year a couple of times, and he showed sparks of what he can do, and I think he just brought that throughout the winter. And I haven't been to Australia 2015-16 and spent a winter out there as well, just playing cricket and learning.
Yeah.
Learning on the field with the volume you play, week in, week out. And when you go out 1 week and you might not bat then again for another 3 weeks. You got to make it count.
Well, I've always said, growing up myself, and it always used to be that you'd play cricket for a few months and you'd be practicing and training, you might be progressing, and then you wouldn't see a cricket ball again until March, April the following year.
Yeah.
Because generally you mightn't have indoor nets, and nothing will be happening over the winter in most clubs. So yeah, the getting to go abroad and travel. Seeing the way other clubs do things, other countries do things, a little bit tweaks, take the good things, and it can only help your game. They're so lucky, the kids of today.
They are.
In my day.
In your day. In my day as well.
Yeah,
back in my day as well, yeah.
As a senior statesman.
Yeah, I don't... Certainly like to feel a little bit younger, I can put it that way.
So Nick's in his 6th over here, hoping to get one more. That lovely length again.
Yeah, still shaping it nicely.
Probably just a little bit wide. The batsman was able to leave it comfortably. But of course, they're all dot balls.
Exactly. That's why I don't really mind when he gets clipped down to fine leg or even the odd boundary. Then it just shows his aggression to try and attack the stumps. And if he gets it slightly wrong, the odd time it's going to happen. But he's still got the confidence to attack the stumps as well.
Well, it's a disgrace. He's going at 1.94 runs per over at the moment. It's disgraceful.
Yeah, how many is that? That's 10 wickets for the season in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
not a bad return. Especially as an overseas cricketer as well. You're
learning.
You probably do feel a little bit of the pressure on yourself to perform, and when you take 8 for none last week, 8 for 8 last week, it gives you a huge amount of confidence and brings that, you can bring that into the rest of the season as well. And we haven't even seen his batting yet as well, which is exciting, I suppose.
Yeah. We've only seen one half of his game. Well, but of course then the flip side is, you didn't take 8 this week, Nick? What's up?
Yeah.
Where's the 8?
He set the standards high, all right, yeah.
It's hard to follow. No, but he's keeping them up. Like, that's six overs he's bowled, 2 for 11. The amazing thing is, that's his first maiden of the 6.
Yeah, it seems, when you put it into context, he's a little bit expensive this week, I suppose, yeah.
And the strike rate is terrible, and But anyway, it's a nice headache for Theo to have as skipper. So Zach is to come up for a second over. Of course, wicket maiden in his first over. Follow that up, lad. Full again. We were just saying earlier as well, Nick's run up, it's so smooth.
Yeah, it is. It's
as a bowler,
very
you
rhythmical.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, you do. You always watch. Yeah. You watch some other people and just think, why does he make it look so easy? And sometimes why do I run in as fast as I can and just try and get it down there? No, it just looks so smooth, and he's been a great addition so far. We've had a a lot of strong overseas pros from Sydney Grey cricket. Daniel Solway,
Yeah.
John O'Cook.
So they're Pembroke feeder clubs.
Yeah, you could say so. Yeah, it's a Pembroke feeder league, we'll call it.
Of course, Zach here now with his action, he's a lot more scurrying than Nick would be.
He's a little bit more bustly,
Yeah.
a little bit more pace through the crease. But yeah, like I said, he's an exciting one. He's only a young guy.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of pace. And
that's what they always
there's a lot to work with there. I think if you were a bowling coach, you'd be excited to
yeah.
see someone like him running and bowl like that.
Great follow through. And of course, as they always say, you can't teach pace.
No, you can't. And the excitement that other people get around left arm seamers as well is another thing we could speak about.
Yeah. Well, they're so rare.
Yes.
You see the right armers every day, so it's always nice to see a little variation. Oh, that's well bowled. That's his length. That's the length.
As Ashley Balburney walks past us. How are you, Ashley?
I want to go home and listen to this.
Oh, yeah. Might put you to sleep.
I was going to say on his first of how many laps today?
Yeah, he likes his laps, does Ashley.
I always think that could be a great little pool for the club.
Yeah.
How many laps would Ashley walk?
A season. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's down here Tuesdays and Thursdays as well, watching the Inter-Pros. He's a great supporter of club cricket down here. He's any game of cricket's down here. Any game of cricket down here during the week, whether it be
the women's matches,
the kids' games.
Yeah.
He's always down supporting, and it's great to see people like him still.
Well, to be fair, he is just walking in his back garden.
I know it is. Yeah, I know.
Lucky.
I know.
So the first run off Zach just played out there, but because it was a little too full for that one, he just got to play it down to third man, put some bat on it. Again, shaping nicely. Well, of course, and a change in the field for when Zach's bowling. No slips. At the end of the over, just the one from it. 24 for 3 off 12.
Yeah, great start here at Sydney Parade. Is Nick going to get another one?
No,
Doesn't look like it. No,
it's
Gavin.
Gavin. Yeah, bit of leg spin. A few people on the wall now are starting to gather.
Yeah, I think they've learned from last week. You can't leave it too late to come down here now.
Game over by lunchtime.
It was quite funny last week with the president's lunch on, and by the time the starters were dished out, the game was over. Disappointing one for those who were at the lunch, but
it was surreal, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and there was people. We were hanging around here after, and there was people coming down to watch an afternoon of club cricket down here.
Got to watch it on the TV.
The game was finished.
Yeah.
What's rare is wonderful, I suppose.
So, Gavin, always knowing Gavin's bowling, the shade stay on.
Yeah, one would think this pitch will give him a bit of assistance. It's been used twice this week.
So you're saying, well, and of course he's bowled on it already twice this week. So he knows where to aim for.
He bowled quite nicely. He just needs to sort of repeat it again. He beat the bat a number of times.
The hard life of a bowler. People look at your figure sometimes and go, "Oh, that mustn't have been a good day." And
it's one of those. It's a funny game. You can bowl the same spell again and end up with 5 for 25. That's the wonderful game of cricket, I suppose.
I think we'll take that today. 5 for 25. We have the prediction here now from Barry. Anyone else wants to comment on what Gavin could end up with here today? Feel free. Comment section is open. Okay, full one to start, but the batsman not feeling confident enough to free up his arms just yet, but that's scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, it always takes a leg spinner, a couple of deliveries just to get into it. It's one you have to really have confidence into. Takes a couple to feel that rhythm.
Yeah, just for that ball to come out nicely. down the leg side, but that field was a lovely length. So score moves to 25. So one slip, and then just the 2 outside the ring. On the leg again, pushing one. Yeah, fortunately Trumour couldn't get to that in time. Sorry, my mistake. Only the one outside the ring at the moment. Deep mid wicket. Now we've got covers going out. So nobody's straight.
Nice,
Oh,
lovely.
big shouts. Probably. Well, we'll see now in a second. Maybe pitching on leggish.
Might have been a little bit of bat involved.
Spinners make it too hard to replay it.
Yeah.
The little monitor to your right to maybe you get a bad look at it.
No, can't tell from there. Unfortunately, sorry. But anyway, not out was the call from the umpire. But it's not a bad thing, though, for a bowler to get an early LBW shout. Just makes the batsman think twice. Little in his head. Oh, that's unfortunately full on the legs. Put away nicely by Macbeth.
Yeah, good strike there.
Yeah, 6 runs. Unfortunately, that's going to be meat and drink no matter what the scoreboard says to a batsman.
You still got to put him away, and that was well dispatched. It was a great shot there from Scott Macbeth.
I think the key was he didn't try to overhit it. He saw it was on his legs and just played through the line. And only one on the leg. Well, it was well over the boundary, so it was never going to be catchable. Oh. Is that a drop? The crowd thinks that's a drop.
I think it might be as well.
Wasn't much reaction from the bowler.
Think to hit the replay button. So no, you won't be getting that. Which good luck.
No. Ah, well, we can ask Lorcan after. I'm sure he'll be delighted to tell us if he did.
You can ask him that one, I won't.
I'll wait till maybe point 3 or 4. So Zach's to continue from the nursery ends. And again, why wouldn't you, as skipper keep him on? Just the 1 run from his first 2 overs.
Nice, very nice.
Hurrying the batsman there. Just played into mid-wicket.
I think you get a bit of an invariable bounce from that length, so
Yeah.
just a little bit shorter than what the length we were speaking about earlier.
And of course, he does have a skiddy action as well. When he's releasing, he's not coming from that huge high release point. So tucked away. See, just drifting onto leg there from Zach, unfortunately. Oh, taking the arm on, but comfortably home for 2. It's well fielded there by Donica Tucker.
I have to go.
You can leave me on my own. I'm a big boy. If you need to go, you
No,
can
it's
go.
fine. It's fine. That was you that told me that, Craig.
All comments are my own, and opinions
Bold.
are, well, it's what I read off the conspiracy website. They're my opinions.
Whenever you're ready.
Pleasure as always, Barry. Have a
Thank
great
you.
day.
Thank you.
See you soon.
It's a long summer. Hopefully, hopefully I'll be playing a few games
yeah,
from the other
hopefully
side of the
you get
road.
out
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
You get out
yeah.
there. You can comment on my games. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Fists are playing tomorrow. If you fancy again. It's contingent commentary. There's no commentator for that.
You do say you like looking at a left arm over the wicket bowler, so you know. Yeah, stretching the truth. Thanks, Craig. Yeah, get the mic on.
Well, thanks very much for Barry McCarthy. Gave me a chance to get a lap in, get a few steps in, and get my first pint of orange cordial.
Hey.
So, it was Hussain that was out, bowled by Mickle Wright. That was some delivery, wasn't it?
Beautiful. Driven. Oh, such good. And hits the stumps. He is so good at that spot, isn't he?
Well, he certainly has made it his own. See you, Barry.
Take care, Baz.
Let's see if we can get his dad on commentary later.
Yeah. Well, talking us through all 203 wickets will take up some 208, sorry, yeah.
Although I think the Leinster website has been updated, and I think he's up to 211 now.
Woohoo!
Steve McCarthy's managed to take 3 wickets.
In retirement?
In retirement.
We all could love to do that.
Well, Mickle Wright is just putting it across the right-handers, and that's why you're seeing these shots just anywhere from third, cover, point. But it's a good over from Mickle Wright, and Pembroke will be delighted. The score now.
I know, I feel bad being overcritical. It's an excellent start from him.
Is 34 for 3, and that is that 14 overs gone.
Yeah.
Scoreboard just a little slow to catch up, but it'll be with us shortly. I see the score has been updated on it. Yeah. But the overs have. Oh, it has now.
Yeah. Just the 2 boundaries so far today from Brigades. The 6 over deep mid wickets in Gavin's last over, and a 4 down to fine leg off Nick Stapleton.
Well, Kevin Hoey, he was expensive during the intervention on Thursday, but very limited in the bowling options there. George Dockrell, captain.
That came out nicely.
And that's what Gavin will be looking for, is his standard stock ball, pitching on middle and straightening up.
Well, as Barry was saying just a little while ago, his figures don't necessarily tell the whole story.
No, they don't.
The spell. That's the horrible thing. Oh, well bowled.
That's a super piece of bowling by Hoey.
That just came out beautifully.
And well taken by Tucker as well, behind the sticks.
Length was key there.
35 for 3 here in Sydney Parade. At the end of the over, we'll have a little look around the grounds.
Another good length. Little turn there for Gavin, hints of it. It's a good battle here now. Oh, Jesus. That's 16 off 2 overs. Oh, driven. Down. No run. Very good. 16 off the first 2 overs for the 2s against Clontarf.
For Clontarf against the 2s.
Yeah, well, if you hit for you can see who's bowling.
Yeah.
You don't care. Okay.
Not that worried at the moment.
Well, it'll be tough for the 2s in Clontarf today. Unfortunately, their skipper is playing here, and Zach, who would normally play for them as well, is playing here today. Donica sometimes plays as well, so they'll be feeling the pinch today in team selection.
Another good ball from Hoey. He's rushed the batsman there with a change of pace, and that's worked out very well for him. As I say, at the end of the over, we'll have a look around the grounds in the National and the Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup. I can't remember who sponsors the Bob Kerr these days. Is it still Clear Currency?
Anyway, it's the Bob Kerr. Ooh, big shouts.
And the umpire says,
going down leg.
It's going. So that's the end of the 15th over, and at that stage we'll take a short look. Here we go. There's the appeal, and you can see. Oh, there's the big hit. Actually, that's the 6. But if we have a look around the grounds, Limerick Blasters, well, they're certainly living up to their name. They're 81 for 1 off just 11 overs, playing against Nina.
Well, I suspect Limerick, that would be on a mats and a smallish ground. Limerick ground. It's a
Still a good score.
Yeah.
UCC 54 for 4 off 13 overs. They're entertaining or playing Cliftonville Academy. Letterkenny 57 for 2 off 13. As Zach Micklewright continues from the nursery end. Temple Patrick 38 for 1.
3 overs bowled, 3 bowlers used.
Yeah, well, mix it up a bit. Rush have kicked off. They've had 1 ball against Strabane. That's being played up in Rush.
The Red Caps are in town.
Oh,
This is going to be out. Oh, sorry. It's just you always expect them to hit
That
the
was
stumps.
very, very close, and a direct hit would have been very interesting. Fox Lodge are playing the Hills, and that's up in Fox Lodge, and they're 24 for 2 off 7.
Great start for the Hills.
Leinster are playing up in Belfast against CSNI Instalment. They won the toss and elected to bat, and it's paying off for them so far. 35 without loss.
Good start.
Eglinton playing North Down, and they're 48 for 2 off 17. Well, the over rate seems to be varying entirely across the country.
Oh, Nick there. Just to the left of Lorcan's. It kept very low. Just to get fingers on it was good.
Well, he prevented it going for the boundary.
Yeah, just to get his
Would you
fingers.
say it was a chance? Well,
No, that's cruel.
if he'd taken it, we'd have been standing up
Yes.
applauding. I mean,
Yeah.
it would have been an absolutely fabulous catch.
That was definitely one for the highlights reel if he took that. Now, I was always dying at deaths and keeping low. Brilliant. Just the 2 runs there.
This is the bit I find amazing. We're 2 miles away from the city centre, and we could be in the middle of the countryside for the amount of outside noise. Oh,
Yeah.
full toss, and that's punished. Slapped away down to third. It'll be fielded.
Really good work there.
Nick Stapleton it is down there, down by the nets and the scoreboard. And he does a fine job in saving a couple of runs.
So this is what we were discussing earlier with myself and Barry. Zach's length is sometimes just a little full.
Yeah. He's a young lad.
No,
He'll learn.
no. That's just the one thing he'll need to work on is those lengths and consistency on it. But he's certainly balling. That's where he wants the ball. Such good pace off him.
Eglinton, 48 for 2 off 17 up in North Down. Merion in Cork, they're playing Cork Harlequins. They're 17 for none off 3, nearly 4. YMCA, 22 for 2 in Claremont Road against Coleraine. Wouldn't have been the started.
Bad week for a Tector.
They
Didn't do great in the Interpro, so I presume one of them is opening.
Going a bit shorter, trying to lift it up around the hip level. Gets there, and that's the end of that over. Donamana 54 for 2 off 15 overs against Carrickfergus. And Ardmore, having taken the long trip down to Cork, well, one of their batsmen is going to think that trip wasn't worthwhile. 77 for 1. Brigade now 40 for 3 off 16. Estonians 56 for 1 against Malahide. The Ned, what a great name. They're 68 for 2 against St Mills.
Yeah. And it's double D.
And then a couple of non-games there. Well, not national. Sun is finally bursting through. John, how are you today? Are you on duty or just here for fun?
No, I don't have any duties these days. I've given it up.
Oh, okay. That's
Just
a
for
shame.
fun.
I come to watch cricket
Yay.
Brilliant.
instead of watching the umpires.
Well, it's
Well, you're still watching.
just keep your keep your judgments to yourself about the umpires now.
Oh no, he can actually say what he wants to say now.
Well, that's a good shot.
Yeah.
They've taken on Hoey.
Yeah.
They've recognised that this is one of the ways they're going to get some runs, and that rattles into the boundary. 44 for 3.
Psychologist is a guy who goes to a strip show to watch the audience.
And I think, I think Brigade have 16 hours gone. These two batsmen have been together now, more than 10 hours.
They're going along close to
Or 5 anyway.
3 and over.
3 and over, yeah.
But they will be targeting Hoey, that's for sure.
Well, considering 14 of those runs have come from boundaries, so that's why they'll be targeting Hoey, because that's where they're getting their runs from.
Yeah, well, we're outside the power play now, but still, just the 2 fielders out the fence. Yeah. Everybody else in the ring. Very attacking here from Theo Lawson, the Pembroke captain.
Has been on. You can see why when you have an opening spell like that, and you rattle through a few overs with pole spin as well. It's given him options in the middle overs.
Well, where he doesn't have options is with the amount of bowlers. I think there's only 6 bowlers out there today. And he's not going to want to have to turn to one of his part-timers.
No.
But as well as Gavin, you have Donica Tucker with his left arm spin, Paul Lawson with his off spin, so the 3 spinners, and then the
JP,
3 seamers.
Yeah, JP still to bowl. But yeah, I see what you mean. It like you would only say it's which is a pity considering JJ's on that field, and we no longer consider him.
Well, he no longer considers himself a
bowler. Yeah,
17 overs now have been completed, well into the first hour or so.
Good over rate. No, we're still a good bit away from drinks.
Well, it depends when drinks are and how many drinks they're going to have. I mean, sometimes you think there's more drinking going on than there is cricket being played.
And we're going to have that change of bowling. JP is coming on to replace Zach Micklewright. So we're going to have a bit of right arm seam from the nursery ends. It's funny, a lot of bowlers have a preference of ends when they get a choice, and they only want to bowl from one end. JP seems to just give me the ball, whatever end you need me to bowl from.
Here's another man who's getting his chores out of the way so he can spend the afternoon watching the rugby. Well, Mr. Bannigan's gone into town for the music session. No, he didn't. It keeps him out of the bar for a few minutes. So, JP Prendergast, captain of the seconds, first team seamer. He'll be bowling from the nursery end now. And 45 for 3, Brigade.
This would definitely be an interesting point in the match. Brigade just starting to rebuild.
Interesting team selection this week, going with JP Prendergast, possibly ahead of Pooh Sharma. And I think that it's down to economy and
fielding as well, batting and fielding. Like, it's an all-round game.
Oh, very much so. But I think just from the bowling point of view, Joe's greater accuracy at this stage. Pooh more likely to take wickets.
Yeah.
But at what cost?
Yeah. But unfortunately, you do have to also look in the field, and Joe is obviously a better fielder.
Oh. Again, I don't think it would have come down to that. I think the decision would have been made. It's an added bonus, evidently.
But I'm just looking at the twos team sheets. He's not playing for the twos, so maybe he wasn't available this weekend.
It could be that Pooh Sharma is away.
Yeah. He's not playing any cricket today.
This is good over from Joe Prendergast. He has slipped straight into his groove, and the economy that his captain, the control that his captain is looking for, and that's what he provides.
Yes, from somebody who only a couple of seasons ago was a off spinner. Obviously got a few lessons from Orla to turn into a seamer.
Three outside the ring now. There's a man deep square leg, maybe just in front of square, I think. And then there's a sweeper on the offside, and third man down by the scoreboard looks like Dermot Tucker.
Turned away nicely off the hips.
Joe going a bit shorter in his length there, pushing it into the pitch, but all that meant was
super fielding from Zach.
It enabled the batsman just to play it off his hip. They take the single off the last ball of the over, and they break Joe's maiden.
The bundle of energy that is Zach there is.
Well, youth is wonderful.
Yeah. I don't think I was ever that energetic. So Gavin to continue in the St. John's Road end. Oh, they've been up and running now. Yeah. Well,
It says upcoming, but if they're working at it.
it's nice to see something else. Oh, flicks. Easy push into the onside from Brigade. Yeah, I was scoring. Wasn't the best of results, but my daughter got to make her first team debut.
48 for 3 here at Sydney Parade. Gavin Hoey to continue from the St John's end. Oh, what a delivery that was. Turn and bounce. Batsman squared up. He did well not to get anything on that.
Glad to be there. Oh, it looks like money's off to the rugby.
Another good ball from Hoey. Cameron George Melly is batting with Scott Macbeth.
Is that George Melly off the telly?
I wouldn't have thought so.
For all the Viz fans out there.
Well, these two have put on a bit of a partnership now.
25 since the last fall of wickets. In 9 overs, just about.
These two are doing the rebuilding that Brigade definitely needed, with Bar, Hussain, McDade all back in the shed.
But I would definitely think that Pembroke want to see the back of Macbeth definitely from what Barry was saying in commentary. He could be the danger man here today for Brigade.
Well, that one slapped out onto the offside. The fielder will come in from the fence.
Ended the over.
Well, we're already 19 overs into this game. Where has the time gone?
We've just hit the arrow.
1 hour and 10. And welcome to the 34 devices out there, and possibly the 68 people watching those, he says, hopefully. I was watching some badminton last night. And
Yeah, sorry.
and that was also on YouTube, and I have to say, coverage was very good.
Was that the studio, HG Studios?
No, this
Okay.
was
Local?
Leinster Badminton,
Okay.
self-produced. They have fixed cameras on the walls in their badminton hall, and they have commentators.
Excellent. Makes such a difference if we do say so
Well,
ourselves.
If you just let me finish the sentence, they had commentators, but unfortunately, although they were knowledgeable about badminton, they were like two guys in a pub chatting.
I don't know what we're Oh, it's a wickets.
Well, no finger required from the umpire. The batsman's
No.
gone, and that one, Prendergast has just got to lift a bit, took the edge of the glove, slapped into Lorcan Tucker's gloves, and that's 4 down now.
And that's
Well, let's
Melly,
see
eh?
see what we're going to get a replay of here
We
now.
are going to get a replay of
Well, we're going to get a replay. It's just with Niall at the moment. You're not sure if it's going to be of
all complaints.
but this one looks like it's the right one. You can see just a bit more bounce, and he's just taken the edge.
The
Joe,
umpire gave him a nod, no need for a finger.
and there, 4 down now, 50 on the board, and this is not the start in the morning that Brigade would have wanted after what was an exceptionally long journey down from the northwest.
I think as long as Macbeth is there, Brigade will have hope.
Well, on the scorecard, it says Andy Britton
This skipper?
as Cameron George Melly departs for 12 off 33 balls. Not a boundary there. There's
Yeah.
only been the 3 boundaries so far. 4 boundaries so far.
3 4s and a 6. Of course, the two of those 4s and the 6 all coming from Macbeth.
And it is Andy Britton, captain,
Yeah.
coming into bat.
Yeah.
And Joe Prendergast to continue from the nursery end, having taken his first wicket of the day.
I'm sure Andy wished he called tails or heads, whichever the other option was.
And just looking at the bowling figures so far, 2 for 11 for Stapleton from his 6 overs. Economical and taking wickets. Zach Mickle-Wright, he has 1 for 9 from 4 overs, if anything, just as economical. And now Joe Prendergast has joined those wicket takers, and he has the best economy rate of all.
JJ just backs himself, so he's such a good fielder.
First helicopter of the day in the background.
Edge.
Well, it was an edge too, where third slip would have been, and Joe wouldn't often bowl to 3 slips, so it's a good ball.
It's a combination of you never have somebody there, but the batsman did well to keep it there.
So Britain gets off strike, gets off the mark. Score now 51 for 4. This one a bit wider from Prendergast. A nice bit of fielding in the ring has saved the run.
Athleticism from JJ there, diving. Didn't quite get the ball into his hand, but
Did enough to stop it going through the ring.
Yeah, and his fellow fielder was able to pick it up. And
Theo Lawson.
yeah, it's just, I thought it was. I'm wearing shades.
Just that bit of,
Oh, didn't replay again.
just a replay of that last wicket.
Back of a length. Batsman looked to give himself room to play it to the offside, but all he could do was get a little touch through to Lorcan.
Well, Connor Hoey now to continue from the St John's end.
Why wouldn't you?
His figures so far, 0 for 16 off 4. But again, Pembroke getting through these overs quickly with the use of Hoey and Lawson.
Another big shout, really attacking those pads. Umpire not interested.
Umpire unmoved. But it will certainly give the batsman something else to think about.
Most definitely. Tucked up. Oh, they're going to go.
It's a late call.
Fumbled by the fielder, made it an easy one, but it would have been interesting because that was to his throwing hand. If he'd taken that cleanly, we might have had a big shot at the stumps there.
Oh, if he'd taken it cleanly, I feel the single would have been turned down. He now returns out to the boundary to Zach.
Yeah, the last thing Brigade need at the moment is a yes, no, yes, no. Yeah. Especially with the skipper right there.
Scott Macbeth facing now. Oh, he's put it in the air, but it's landed safely. It goes down to goes down to wide, long on.
Somebody on in the field.
Try and use my words later.
Just the one.
Well, we're into this last 5 overs before drinks now.
Pembroke definitely so far the happier of the two sides.
Well, Hoyer's going to be a bit happier now. He's starting to find that groove, that stock ball that he's looking for.
He's attacking those stumps well. He's not giving any. I don't want to put the markers on him, but he's not, which can often happen with a leg spinner, short and wide off, outside off, to give a free slap into the offside. He's really attacking that middle and off stump line well. Oh, extra fizz there.
Well, that's well played. Britain just having the sense just to drop the open face of the bat onto it and let it run down to third.
An excellent relay there from Donegan and Nick. Oh, I don't think we got that on camera, but you know, just using the relay system there.
It is.
Fired at him.
So a very warm welcome to the 32 of you out there.
I'm sure one of those is cinema somewhere full to the rafters.
Yeah.
We can only dream. There's
Well,
you know,
maybe,
yes,
maybe in the Brigade bar there's
Yeah.
a few people watching, and if you are, give us a wave.
Welcome.
Get a like and a subscribe.
I don't even care if they don't like it. Just subscribe. Well, I see our third commentator strolling onto the ground.
Yes.
Well, he will be the fourth today because we have Barry, but Barry was more a guest.
Yeah, and which at some stage hopefully we'll get somebody from the Brigade supporters over.
What I would
Feel
love
free.
to see, I
Yeah,
have to
we
say,
might
is
mention
tomorrow
that. Oh, somebody to show up for the
somebody
fifths.
from the first to come and
Yes.
commentate for the fifths.
Yeah, that would come on, guys. If you want to come on with, we won't even object to for all the things you say about us.
Well, you might not. YouTube might.
I'm well used to it by now.
Prendergast goes short, it flies up in the air.
That's going to be safe. Is it going to just be the one?
When you say things like ooh, it goes all crackly because you're
Sorry.
overpowering the microphone.
Sorry.
I don't mind you doing it, but just
be more gentle.
if you put those on, you can hear what it all sounds like.
Ooh.
No. It's fine. It's fine during the time. It's when he suddenly bursts out with an expression.
I'll try my Barry White impression if you want.
So if we keep them on, we'll keep going till drinks, and then we'll make a change. Yeah, it's grand. And then we'll make a change and get Mr. Cresswell into the box for the start of the second innings. Let Graham get a fresh cold cup of coffee.
No, that wonderful coffee mug that was bought for me by the women's section keeps it lovely and toasty warm.
Possibly the best gift you've been given by the women's section,
Well, there's
as
been
opposed,
many.
as opposed to the previous year.
The previous year.
They gave you a bottle of gin.
Oh, that was two. That was actually two.
Oh, this one's in the air.
Should be out. Yes.
And is
Paul Lawson with the catch.
Paul Lawson, safe as buckets there, round the corner, just took that. Well, the batsman just trying to, I suppose it's the pressure of runs and coming up to drinks, and Pembroke have taken the fifth wicket and very much on top here. Fine catch by Lawson, but as you say, it was a regulation catch.
Yeah, well, if you're dropping them at this level, you shouldn't be at this level. It happens, obviously.
Here we go.
But,
Prendergast comes in.
That's the.
He wasn't there to
skipper
drive, and he
Yeah.
ended up getting underneath it. Lawson made a lot of ground, but the important thing is how steady he is when the ball actually comes to him.
We just
And
had
that's a fifth wicket down.
and we just had a prediction from Joe's dad there that he's going to get a fifer.
Bring you in the drinks. We'll let Graham have a wander.
Well, I've said it earlier, but I suppose Brigade will still just be in Scott we trust. And as long as Scott is there, they will hold out hope for
He picked up the ball and ran with it.
a total to defend. So I'm going to assume this is Scott's brother coming into bat, Ryan McBeth. Going to make a huge assumption there. So the McBeth brothers at the crease, possibly. Joe now 2 balls left in his third over with magnificent figures, 2 for 6. Oh, drifts down leg side though there, flicked away nicely. What you want, first time up?
Well, 2 for 6 becomes 2 for 10, but still, the Pembroke side would be delighted that their 5th bowler has proved to be so effective already. 2 wickets down, 1 ball to come in the over.
And Ryan McBeth jumps to the top of the strike rate here from the Brigade batters. That's a better ball from Joe.
Well, I thought that was a bit wide, actually. And I suspect that if the batsman had been more established and not just in his first couple of balls, he'd have gone after that one. It was just wide. It was sort of around 6th, 7th stump outside off.
But
There's just enough room to play your hands through. Should the circumstances demand.
Yeah, but I think Pembroke have earned the right to get the odd freebie from this pressure.
Well, I think it's exactly that. It's having taken the wicket that let Joe get away with that delivery.
Yeah.
But now
you're not as free. Like, as you said, if that score was 62 for 1 in the 22nd over, we might have seen a big flay outside off stump.
Very much so.
So
Kevin Hoey's going to continue. He's 5 for 20 at the moment. 5 overs, 20 runs. And has a maiden in there as well, which when you think that earlier on the Brigade batsmen were almost targeting Hoey, he's done very well to keep his figures that tidy.
Well, there's been 2 4s and a 6 off his spell so far. But again, everything else has been tidy, so that's why he's only going at the 4 and over. For those at home, that's for the 2 batters out there. Scott McBeth has the number on his back, and Ryan McBeth has no number on his back.
Well, they just take the single. Scott McBeth with the prominent number on his back. Yes, as Graham mentioned, number 40, isn't it?
Yep.
And the other Macbeth, related or otherwise,
has no number, so an easy spot.
Well,
a little short.
That was well short, but Dermot Tucker will chase that down. Well, but he can't prevent the 2.
No. I think that's definitely one where the bowler got away with it because of new batsman at the crease. I think if the...
Well, again, if he was established and they were...
Over the clubhouse.
If they were 80 for none off 22, then, yes, there's a distinct possibility that that would have travelled a bit further. That having been said, though, with a wicket having fallen just a couple of... an over ago, Macbeth is really going to want to play himself in here. James, just ask the lads down there. Are these 2 brothers, cousins, unrelated?
Kissing cousins.
And who's older? Well, there we have it. We can confirm that they are brothers and that Ryan McBeth is the elder. Macbeth the Elder.
Yes.
It really does sound like Shakespearean, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely the Scottish play. Of course, Brigade will be hoping it's not a tragedy.
That's been cut away on the offside. But again, fielding inside the ring. Pembroke still on the attack. I'm now only seeing 2 fielders outside the ring, and with the leg spinner, they really are encouraging these batsmen to go for their shots.
Yeah. Well,
and the batsmen are sort of constrained by the scoreboard.
Yeah. Well, since Gavin came on to bowl, like that's the end of his 6th over, he hasn't gone with a long on or long off in this spell. He's just had a deep mid-wicket and sometimes a deep extra cover. Not always. Sometimes it's 1, sometimes it's 2 outside the ring. So he is encouraging the drive. And obviously Pembroke then hoping the batsman mistime it, slides off, something similar to how JP got his wickets, and something just skies up a little. So yeah, Theo's very much an attacking captain. He likes
a disciple of Bazball.
He was there long before Basball.
Oh, I think Basball was always there.
Yeah.
Even when he was playing, McCallum played the same way.
Yeah. Played nicely into the covers.
Driven.
Just the one. Of course, we've got Greg Hollins not with the wicketkeeper gloves on.
Oh.
The new Irish rugby fitness.
Go on, you're digging the hole. Keep going.
I presume fitness.
Don't
I don't know the full title. I was hoping you know the title. He's
IRFU Pathway and Sevens Strength and Conditioning Coach.
There we go. Thank you.
No.
It's
All right.
what I like about this is we work as a team and back each other up always. Thanks, yeah, Craig.
No, you start digging, you can keep digging. It's the same way if you keep setting them up, I'll keep knocking them down.
It's the only time you do bloody knock them down. Yay. Oh, fielder's interested for half a second there.
Well, that was well played.
Yeah, easy
It
one.
may have been a little aerial, but it was always going to reach the turf before a fielder. Scoreboard now.
I don't think Pembroke could be too worried by that, though. They want Brigade to keep playing some shots here, more chances of a wicket.
Well, that's the advantage of taking these first 5 wickets in the first half of the innings, is that it is putting that pressure on Brigade, whereby they don't have the freedom to chase runs at this stage.
And of course, and by using his 5 bowlers, and all of them, bowling fairly economically here, he gives himself options at the back ends. Like, we've still 4 overs from Nick Stapleton.
Well, there's also the situation whereby Brigade need to rebuild again. Their biggest partnership so far, 27 between Macbeth and Melly.
Off the telly.
And then these two now, the 2 Macbeths, have reached a partnership of double figures.
Legside stumping now, but it's a wide.
It's going to be a wide, but Lorcan and Tucker very quick there just to whip the bails off. And just looking at the worm, it's been a sort of steady, we're not regular, irregular growing rate.
Yeah, it was all about that 4-wicket partnership up so far for Brigade, but of course that breakthrough has changed it. Now the worm's climbing slightly. They're getting more singles here off these last couple of overs.
Well, we're still under 3 and over for this first 24 overs.
Yeah, 1 more to drinks.
And at that stage, we'll get James Cresswell into the commentary box. But so far, Pembroke very much the happier of the 2 teams here. Brigade 5 down after only 24 overs. That's not what they wanted.
The big one here, though, is if they can need to get Scott Macbeth out, it's going to make such a difference. This is the one they want.
Well, I can't read it now. You're grand. Leave it alone. As long as you can see it, you see what you need.
Yeah.
It'll be Hoey bowling the last over before drinks.
They're looking for 2 here. Will they risk it? No.
Well, again, I feel that in 15, 20 overs' time, they would have taken that second on. But at the moment, the preservation of the wicket is just as important, I think, as the extra run.
Oh, it has to be.
And the score now is
16 or 70.
70.
Oh,
Another one just turning past the edge. The batsman, I wouldn't say premeditated his shot, but perhaps premeditated his line. Yeah, look, I can read what I need to. Anything else, I'll ask Graham.
your eyes and ears on the ground.
Oh,
Cut
this
away. What should be? Oh,
Well, that's how you throw your back out.
yeah.
Donica Tucker.
You could do a knee or an ankle that way as well.
But that was a fine stop and pick up.
Yeah.
It was only once he got the ball in his hands that things became precarious.
But the clean pick-up stopped the run.
Oh, that
Oh,
one's just too
yeah.
short, and it's pulled away down towards the clubhouse door.
That just didn't come
One-
out of his fingers right.
One bounce 4. It's just too short, and the batsman Macbeth Does make commentary a bit easier when they're both called Macbeth,
Yes.
but Ryan Macbeth doing a fine job of just turning round on his back foot and punching it down towards the clubhouse.
It
4 more runs.
It was a free hit, really, the way that for anyone at this level. One person in the deep on the leg side. There we go. That's back on it.
Much better from Hoey, this delivery. As this over comes to a conclusion, we'll be heading into drinks and we'll take a short break from commentary. This one squirting away out to the edge of the bat. They're going to take the single, though.
Yeah.
Well, you get the feeling that these two may have batted together a few times. So that's drinks. The score has moved on to, I think, 75. 75 off 25. They're going along at exactly 3 and over. And we thank Graham for his first stint this morning. And Graham, how about we see you back at 35 overs?
No problemo. Unless, of course, the comments come in otherwise.
Yes. Yes, there's the scorecard and the headphones. And the players just coming off the field for drinks, and we'll join you again in just a moment. Hi, Miriam. Hi, Cora.
Before if I had, but I got rid of it.
Well, that's the end of the drinks break. Pembroke players have taken their fill. The tray has come back off. They're just having a brief chat now. Drink breaks getting shorter and shorter. There used to be a time when you had to go to the loo. Time to go to the loo, have a drink, cigarette, stroll back out to the middle, and resume the game. These days, you hardly have time for the drink. So, Brigade will enter the second half of their innings with just 5 wickets in hand, but with 75 runs on the board. And the Macbeth brothers, well, they're doing a fine job. They came together with the score on 58. And slowly but surely, they've got themselves up to 75. Scott Macbeth came in at number 4. At the moment, he's faced 50 balls. He scored 28. But he's still there is the important thing. He's the one who's hit the one big 6 today. And now joined by his elder brother, Ryan Macbeth. He's 12 not out off 16 balls. And just looking down through the card, well, the wickets have been shared. 2 for Prendergast, 1 for Micklewright, and 2 for the opening bowler, Nick Stapleton, who in his last 2 games now has taken 10 for 19. An economy rate of 1.83. He's doing fabulously with the ball for Pembroke at the moment. The other bowlers used, Paul Lawson opened, 4 overs, none for 12. And Gavin Hoey, 7 overs, none for 29. JP, well, JP has resumed from the nursery end, and he's right back in it. It's the cry on the field and in the commentary box. This one tossed up just a little bit outside off. It's being chased down, but I don't think they're going to get to it before it reaches the rope. And there's a 4 in the first over after drinks. And we welcome into the box James Cresswell. Good afternoon, James.
Good afternoon, Craig. Good afternoon, all. Great to be back. First time this year for me. And, wow, interesting game we've got going on at the moment. It's been a very good start by the Pembroke side, but Brigade, they've been fighting back. They've had one good partnership there that unfortunately got broken from their point of view, but it looked quite solid. They were starting to build, until they got to their 50, and then a bit more of a sort of mini collapse. But now there's a good opportunity for these two to stand up for their team and to, bat the rest of these overs. It is a very good bowling attack, there's no doubt about it, but they're looking pretty solid.
Well, it's a good bowling attack. It's got good variety. We haven't yet seen the left arm spin of Donacatucker, but certainly the seamers have done a fine job. They'll take the single on the misfield, but it's a fine piece of fielding by Lawson.
Yeah.
He could very easily have slipped past him there.
Now, he covered a fair bit of ground there to get to the left and sort of stop that ball. Saved 3. You could put it that way. Yeah.
Oh, very much so. Very much so. I remember hitting a 4. It was many years ago.
Yes. It's a good test now between batter and bowler.
Oh, Brigade are sort of held back by the fact they are 5 wickets down. They can't take too many risks with 25 overs to go. But the bowling has also been quite tight. Not too much loose bowling.
No, it's been very, very solid. Smart bowling, actually, in because, like all bowlers, we love to get wickets. Or they love to get wickets. And you can get very frustrated seeing a batsman just keep the ball out. At the same time, they've kept the run rate very, very low. And so there's a great contest going between all the bowlers and batsmen at the moment, I think. It's a really well-poised match. I mean, Pembroke, I would think, be on top, but Brigade, another 50 runs, 60 runs without a loss of wicket.
Well, that's what
they'll be very confident, I think.
That's what they need now, isn't it? Partnerships.
Yep. You'll be looking at this and thinking, okay, let's get to 100. And then let's get to, the next milestone, the next little step up, etc., etc.
Just small little achievable targets, and then put those together, and you can end up with a good score. Well, he tossed that one up, and the leg spin, and this time Macbeth had a big swipe at that, and he went over the top of it, and Hoey has collected the wicket. That's 6 down now with 81 on the board, and goes against everything we've just said.
Yes.
Why did
Well,
I do
well
it
done.
again?
Well done to Gavin Hurry and Pembroke. That was good bowling. It was set up nicely, and then he just flighted that one up. It was so tempting. The first ball, probably the batsman seen that I could actually have a go at, but he was the batsman that they needed to stay there. He was looking good. He was on 28. Had been out there for a long time, seen the ball well. Obviously, just a bit frustrated there, and thought I'm seeing it good enough to be able to hit that. Unfortunately,
Wasn't there to be hit.
well, probably also just the old lift the head and see, you're looking at where I'm going to hit it before you actually hit it type shot. But fair play to Gavin. That was a great ball.
Well, this innings now, an hour and 40 minutes. There have been 158 balls bowled. And Brigade have lost 6 wickets, and the score is 81.
Yeah. Again, though,
It's an awful long journey from the northwest down to here to be 81 for 6.
yeah, that's exactly right. The top order have left the lower order a lot to do now. You'd have to think that, wow, it's all bonus material from here, isn't it? That you hope that these guys can, the tail end can wag quite significantly, but it is a big expectation to send these guys in number 7, number 8, and the rest for 24 overs. However, they're in the situation they're in. It's a good opportunity for someone to step up.
Yep, somebody's mess is somebody else's opportunity. But I'm delighted for Gavin Hoey picking up his first wicket today. Leg spinners nearly became extinct in the game at one stage. And now, with limited overs cricket, they're realising that the wicket taking of the leg spinner outweighs the possible runs conceded.
Well, it was interesting listening to the commentary earlier before I got here, especially between Graham and Barry McCarthy, talking about how Gavin bowled in the Leinster Lightning match on Wednesday. Even though
Thursday.
Thursday. I apologise, Thursday. And even though his final figures weren't that attractive, it doesn't really show how good he bowled on the day. And he had to bowl in very difficult circumstances against very set batsmen. But he was useful. Almost had some opportunities. So, he's a very talented bowler, as we've just seen. Anyway, and if he's over,
He does have the advantage of the leg spinner. He's a tall lad. So anything he can get to bounce can often just leap.
yes,
To his advantage.
he has a good trajectory. Yeah. So after 27, it's 6 down for 81. New batsman yet to score. Just struggling to see the names here.
Well, this is Ryan Barr. Again, we started with David Barr, although he didn't last long at the top of the order. He'll be looking to take the gloves later on, but Ryan Barr now has joined Ryan Macbeth.
So Beth is the on 18, I take it, is it?
It is, yep.
Yep.
And he's the one facing now. Both players now, both batsmen, wearing no numbers.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit challenging sometimes when you're not totally familiar with them. But
Well, I think the thing that might give this away is I suspect Ryan Barr is left-handed.
oh yeah,
That one again from Prendergast, just a bit of width, allowing the batsman just to flail it out to the offside boundary. And I tell you what, that's fine fielding out there on the fence, because they were thinking of a second, but the way that throw came in, there never was one.
yeah, that was like a tracer bullet. You'd be taking that.
The other day about wicket-keepers fielding.
Yes.
Take them on at your peril.
Well, as we were saying, yes, on Thursday, when Lorcan Tucker was the one patrolling the wall, we said that wicket-keepers always enjoy fielding practice where they can show fielders how the ball should be thrown into their gloves.
Yes.
And they really want to show that this is how it should be done. And Greg Hollins doing that job out on the wall on that occasion. Joe Prendergast now is going around the wicket.
Get that man a chair.
Joe coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ryan Barr as one of the commuter trains crawls its way past Sydney Parade. You can just hear that diesel in the background.
Dulcet tones.
That's a nice shot for a single. Good call. Comes through.
Yeah, I like the positive intent there by the batsman. There's no point being intimidated. I mean, you've got to protect yourself and you've got to be playing within the situation of the game, but still play your natural game. Well played.
This one's played out down towards third man. They'll be looking for 2 this time, and they should get there quite handily. And they do.
Good running.
And it's good to see the Cricket Leinster president, Pat Banahan. He's on the ground. I mean that. He's
walking around.
He's at Sydney Parade, not
Yes.
he's lying. He's not on the ground, but he's in the ground. Well, that's even worse.
That's even worse. He's at the ground.
At the ground. Yeah, we'll take that. That's well fielded. Zach showing the youthful enthusiasm of youth. Youthful enthusiasm of youth. And that's the end of Prendergast's over.
They're getting great support in the field, the bowlers.
28 overs gone.
Yeah.
Score has moved on to 85 for 6. These two now, they came together with the score on 81. And with the demise of Scott Macbeth.
Yeah, just got to keep grinding away for a while now.
They've got to take it for the next 12 overs, up to about 40 overs. They really can't afford to lose another wicket. It really is taking away from their ability to really counter-attack in the last 10 overs and add 50, 75, 100 runs to the score.
Exactly. It's a metaphorical one hand tied behind your back. But that's a situation that you find yourself in, and now it's a good opportunity to say, okay, well, look, we can get it to, let's get to 100. Maybe we can get to 120 and 150 and give our bowlers something to bowl to, and then keep those wickets in the shed so we can go a bit ballistic in the last 5 overs. We might be able to
add 30, 40, 50.
Yeah, and get a defendable total.
Well, I have to say that this wicket was used on Tuesday and on Thursday for the interprovincials. It's being used again today, and the fifth will be playing on it tomorrow.
Yes.
But in those interprovincials, well, plenty of runs were scored. Northwest Warriors put up 317 on Tuesday.
Well, on that level, it should really be a 320 to 350 par pitch,
But then again, it's something in it for the bowlers too, as much as the batsman can.
That's a good shot, and got his hand on it, but I don't think it's going to save the boundary. No, it's gone through.
You could tell by the way he leapt back to his feet, he thought he may have saved the boundary and would have to go and fetch it, but as soon as he saw how far it got past him, well, that became a jog. It's a nice boundary.
Yeah, it was a good shot by the batsman. Nice straight.
Well, that first target, you were talking about 3 figures for Brigade, is getting closer.
Yeah, solid in defence there. Big stride forward. Full face of the bat. Just needs to keep his head here.
Well, batsman getting in a bit of a tangle there. It was down on his pads on the leg side. He thought that there was going to be a free couple of runs there, but just getting his timing wrong and a little bit cramped by the ball coming through. Now, Gavin Hoey's just made a change in the field. He's dropped his cover fielder back to the boundary. JP now, down on the wall.
Defensively played there on the leg side.
So 29 overs gone. The score has moved on to 89 for 6. Ryan Macbeth has moved on to 21, and Ryan Barr is on 5. And these two have put on 8. And as we approach the 30th over, it's a little bit flat at the moment.
Oh, it is. Absolutely. I think it's kind of everyone's just waiting for something to happen type feeling about the place. But I think it's just a case now of, from Pembroke point of view, to keep trying really hard. You'd hope that you'll... Oh, that's a good shot, but there's only for one. There's coverage down there on the boundary. That, you know, that they will get this a couple of quick wickets and then basically, you know, really get through the tail. The batsmen, though, you wonder how often they get to go out there with this many runs or this many overs to chase or to run down. I mean, you normally would think they'd go out there with maybe 10 at max. That's a lot of work to do. However, we can bring out all the cliches now, you know, cometh the hour, cometh the man, all that sort of stuff. So as long as someone's out there, and as long as, is it McGrath, number 22? He's got 22 on his score. As long as he stays there, they've got a good chance. Well, a good chance of putting up a score that is going to be defendable.
Very much so, and that's what they need, isn't it? It's just anything that they can bowl at. You get the feeling that when Brigade come out to bowl, it may be to 2-3 slips and people in short, and it will be all or nothing time. Prendergast goes around the wicket, beats everybody, and loops away. Slip has to go and chase it down. That's another one onto the board. Well, we'll just give a quick shout out to Barbara Musgrave. Barbara, who is currently resting and recuperating.
Hi, Barbara.
And while we're at it, I'd just like to say to Charlie out there, we tried to keep the Shakespeare jokes to a minimum when the two Macbeths were batting. But of course...
The Scottish play.
Of course, one or two just slipped past me anyway.
Yep. I always have visions of Blackadder when I hear about the Scottish play. Oh!
It's in the air, it's to the fielder. There was possibilities of run-outs and courts and all sorts
Going
there.
to hospital there as well. Lucky he had a helmet on. The batsman dived underneath the ball. Tried his best to get him powered by the bat, but you know, no malice was intended. It was just exciting bit of play there. Good to see that everyone's still switched on. At the end of the 29th over,
Be interested to see if you can make it back
6
here
down
for
from
30
91.
overs.
I actually said 35 because
He did.
Gavin to continue, adjusting the sight screen now, just getting everything ready for first delivery. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Well, that's a shot I saw a couple of times on Thursday against Gavin Hoey, where batsman went down on one knee and played him round to the leg side. And it can be a risky shot. If Hoey gets one just to bounce a little bit more, we could see a top edge. But on this occasion, the batsman making absolute sure he middled it. It went round the corner and 4 more runs onto the total.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot.
Well, as we enter these last 20 overs, is it double the score? Will Pembroke be chasing too hard? Oh, there's an
Oh.
inside edge. Well, it's returned by the fielder to the cover fielder. And Brigade will be feeling a little happier now. They're getting closer and closer to three figures. 97 on the board now. What are you looking for?
Batsman's name. Okay.
Ryan Macbeth and Ryan Barr. It's either two Macbeths, two Bars, or two Ryans.
Got himself tied up again. Just
how
can't
he
get the timing right.
How he's pushing that one through just a little bit quicker, I feel, and it's that change of pace that's rushing the batsman. He sees the line early enough.
Yeah, he just can't quite get the speed. Well defended.
Just
No run.
came out and showed it the full face of the bat. Just wanting to smother the spin there, I felt. See in the background there, is that Ashley Balboni on his first lap of the day? Getting his steps in.
Well played. Just worked out around.
That's very well played around the corner. Leg bite.
Just rotating the strike.
Good call from the non-striker.
Hmm.
Saw the run was there immediately, took it, and the score has moved on to 98. Although I think that has been awarded to the batsman on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think so. But
Oh, what a great piece of fielding by Slip. It got past the keeper and was running away, and the fielder at Slip just made an absolute full-length dive. Saved any buys there.
quite a bit of excitement there in that over. Gives a lot for the batsman to think about.
Which replay are you showing now? Would this be Joe's wicket again?
No. Well, obviously not. He's not bowling, is he?
Didn't stop you last time.
And that's the nice shot down towards the pavilion. And you see a good sized crowd there. Brigade bringing down a couple of picnic tables worth of people.
Yeah, change of bowler now. I think they realise that things are getting a bit flat and we need to shake things, or Pembroke need to shake things up.
Do they though? I mean, things are going well enough. Do you change things up because you're chasing more wickets, or or are you just thinking that because it's a slower part of the game, maybe Lawson will get through 4, 5, 6 overs without conceding too many?
In some ways, I think it's all of the above. I think you'd be looking at saying, okay, look, Gavin and Joe are bowling really well, but maybe the batsman might be seeing them, so keep them guessing.
Yeah.
Just bring Paul or someone else on for 2 or 3 overs, see how that goes. You've got plenty of options. There's no point dying wondering. So
give it a go and see what happens. I mean, whether you have a left-hander in, Lawson's going to be turning the ball away from him.
Yeah. So the first slip in, as you do.
Played away on the offside, but a fine piece of fielding in the circle by JJ Garth. Well, that's the sort of level of fielding you expect from Jonathan Garth.
The man's a star in the field, isn't he? He's our Jonty
Hey,
Rhodes.
John. How are you? She is, yeah. She is. Just give me a sec. Where is she? She's probably in the bar. If Amanda Dunlop is in the bar, I just know that this is being broadcast in the bar.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Oh, well fielded by the batsman.
Oh. Someone's. Thanks very much for just ruining my score there. Anyway.
I'll take some runs off you for that.
Yeah.
This is good stuff by Lawson. He's just pushing it up there. He's allowing the batsman to make the mistake.
Really wants them to go after him. He's got a very attacking field.
Yeah, if at 35 overs, I'll let Graham come in, and then at 40 overs, I'll come in, and then at 45 overs, you come in, and do it that way.
Yeah, sweet, no worries.
It means you get plenty of breaks. I found the rota system works very well during the interprovincials.
Oh, that was a good ball. That was almost a ball you've been tempted to go for a big quake.
You could see the batsman, the internal dialogue going,
Yeah.
ooh, 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 no, no.
And the left hand of his brain screaming at him, go, don't do it, don't do it.
His muscles,
The right's going, I
his
can get this, I
muscles,
can get
yeah.
this. Anyway, it's at 32 down now. 6 for 98. Yeah, they want to get this 100.
Charlie's actually off to the rugby today.
Yes, he said. He's been doing very well this year. He's really progressed. He's worked a lot in the pre-season, and
I saw him getting some coaching from Gordy on Wednesday.
yeah. It's amazing when someone wants to learn how good they can become.
Well, this will be an interesting phase of the game now. Stapleton's coming back on. He's already taken 2 wickets for 11 off his first 6 overs. He'll be hunting another wicket or 2 here. If they can break this partnership before they get to 100, Pembroke will be cock-a-hoop.
Yes. Oh, that one kept a bit low.
Good first ball.
Good pace. He'd be disappointed he didn't get 8 for 8 for an 8 again. 8 for 8 off
Well, as I said, his figures at the moment are 10 for 19 for Pembroke in 50 over games.
If only he applied himself. Yeah. Remarkable performance. You know, he's a good find.
This one
Well
turned
played,
off the
actually.
pads. Dermot Tucker is the man who does the fielding in front of the clubhouse, keeps it to a single, but that takes Brigade to 99. Put a flake in it.
Yeah, exactly. But it's been good by these two. They're slowly creeping up to those milestones they need to achieve. Yeah, there's still a long way to go yet. You're only in the 33rd over.
Yep.
You want to still hang off for the next 10 overs. Just keep chipping away.
Picking up runs here and there.
Obviously, Pembroke had decided to up the ante and throw a bit of the kitchen sink at them. Just...
As the sight screen moves and pushes the sight screen. Graham Mooney doing a fine job on a break from commentary. He's down there moving the sight screen.
Trying to get it right behind the bowler's arm if he can.
Stapleton goes round the wicket to the left-hander.
Oh,
That one didn't get up at all,
Yeah,
did
that's
it?
a bit of
You'd
a
want to keep
burner.
an eye on that for tomorrow, James. Graham Mooney now running away from the sight screen before he gets asked to move it again. Okay, Mayview's that
Fine
its
athlete.
loosest.
he's a fine athlete. Anyway,
He's certainly an athletic supporter.
oh, that's a bit better. That carried through nicely to the keeper.
And this one, the batsman going down on one knee and playing a very expansive shot. Is that the sort of shot to be playing at the moment? I mean, if it bursts through the ring, I mean, they need to break the shackles somehow.
But is that the one? I mean, they've got a trap here. They've got two in deep catching position, or catching position here on the boundary. They've got one here at
You
point,
can't just say
essentially.
here and point at them.
Sorry, yeah. One at point, one at... yeah. Oh,
That one goes down the leg side. The umpire rushes to bring up the 100 for Brigade. It's taken them 32.5 overs. They're on 100 for 6. And that's their first target reached, I suppose. They're now going to want to push on Look for 120, 140, but still only about 3 and over at the moment, and the shackles are well and truly on their ankles now.
Well played. That was a good defensive shot.
Lovely straight bat. Lovely
Sounded
bat.
good right at the middle there. Yeah, they're in that quandary now of
risk
they've
and
got to
reward, isn't it?
Yes. However, we're 6 down and still got 17 and a bit overs to go. You're really going to be...
Well, dare I use the cliche now?
Go on, bring it on.
They need to bat their overs.
They do.
To get any sort of... I mean, as you say, 17 overs remain now. Even at 3 and over, that's an extra 50 runs. 150 might not be the magnificent total you think it could be, but at least it gives you something to bowl at.
2 or 3 quick wickets early on in any innings could make that seem a lot higher total. So,
Very much so.
So you've got to be, yes, you want to swing the bat if it's there to be hit, but boy, if you're not really seeing it that well, all you're going to do is nick it or send it to a catch. So at least try and keep it down on the carpet. That's what my thought would be.
Yeah, these two have just put on 19 now.
Yeah, keep going.
It's taken them 7 overs to do that. But again, it's partnerships, and that's the bit that they're looking for. You see, on the partnerships, this one already up to 19. Largest partnership we've seen so far, Scott Macbeth and Cameron George Melly.
Oh,
well floated by Lawson and well dug out. It comes out for a single. And that's 20 partnership now, which brings it up to the 3rd highest partnership we've seen so far.
Yeah, Brigade would want these people here at least in, this partnership to at least go another 10 overs.
Well, that's what we've been saying all the way through, is that they need a partnership, they need to build. And this one's in the air, but it's dead straight, and it's going to run all the way to the boundary. It brings a round of applause from the Brigade players on the sideline, and that's a super shot. Ryan Barr.
Well, it's much needed to take a bit of pressure off the batsman, just from a psychological point of view. Paul Lawson will be...
He looks to do it again, and he clears the fielders. And it's going to run away to the Wheelfield Road gate, and that's going to make 4 and run under the covers. That's 2 fours in 2 balls. And Ryan Barr has suddenly decided, shackles? What shackles?
Well, I kind of like this in a way. If it's there to be hit and it's in your zone, play your natural game and hit it. However, they weren't clearing the fielders by much, so there's always risk here. But, all of a sudden on 109...
Tries to smack that one through the gap, but the fielder, Gavin Hoey, in exactly the right spot.
Well stopped.
Because it was hit with some force. Ryan Barr has decided he's not going to take this line down, shall we say.
Well, it makes for an interesting contest from a spectator's point of view and nothing else. But he wants to be careful here. Just don't get too much of a rush of blood. Controlled aggression, I suppose.
Well, he is definitely after Lawson, and Lawson comes out of that over. Just the 2 fours. But a couple of those hit in the air, which will offer encouragement to Lawson. He's bowled 6 overs now for 21.
Yeah, you wouldn't be too worried about that. You just think, okay, yeah, keep going. Sooner or later, it's bound to go to someone's hand.
Well,
you'd think.
Pembroke have only used the 5 bowlers thus far. I see Zach McElwaite just warming up again, just showing his captain that his left arm goes over.
Donica's playing today, isn't he?
That, sir, is a very good question.
Maybe he's out for Gavin. Was that Donica there? No.
He is in the side, as reported on NV Play, our scorers today.
I see Dermot there, but
Well, in the power play, the first 10 overs today.
oh, it's a good line.
The power play saw Brigade scoring 23 runs and losing 3 wickets. And then they scored their first 50 runs in 19 overs. And then they reached 100 in 32 overs. So quickening up a little bit there for the second 50. But again, as a scorecard, the same as during the week. A few batsmen have got in and then got themselves out. It definitely becomes easier to bat on as your time in the middle increases. I see to our right there, Stephen Willis entering the ground. The bar must be open now.
Yes.
You're quite right, it was 35. As everybody around me shouted at me as I said it.
Yeah, but for the comedic moments, slacking off. It worked.
This one
Oh,
just
that's a
angled
good
away
one.
down to third. He just showed the face of the bat to the ball. Afternoon, Stephen.
Is that Donica? That's Donica there, isn't
They
it?
really should have a
Yes.
service.
Yeah.
You can phone in that
Found him.
first point
Yep.
and have it sitting there.
They do.
That's
have
well
that
played.
service.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, 34 overs gone. 35 overs gone at this stage. I shall take my leave and let Graham Mooney into the box.
Oh, no, this will be the 35th over. Because they open from that end.
Okay. Oh,
I was just reading that, which says 34.4.
Yeah, the end of it. Anyway, yeah. Whatever.
it's a loophole situation.
Yeah.
Should have just dabbed at that ball there. Try and
40 for him.
Yeah.
He'll come
Yeah,
at 45
45.
for you.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah.
welcome back, Graham. That's
You only got rid of me.
partnership developing here.
You only got
between
rid.
these two.
Yeah. Only got rid of me for 10 overs.
Ah,
Slapped.
he's obviously decided. Yeah, look, we spoke about this earlier. This batsman decided to basically go over it. He's not going to be shackled too long. If it's there to be hit, he's going to hit it. So far, it's landed safely, but it's good to see.
Well, I'm hearing nothing. Can you hear me?
Don't know. We seem to have a few technical issues. 1-1-1. 6 of 35.
I'm hearing nothing in that.
Yeah. Oh no, it must be. What's this?
Paul Lawson to continue now.
That's okay.
Good contest between these batsman and Paul.
Is my voice coming through?
He's enticing them to go for the shots. You're also bowling a very good line. Pitching it up as well, so good opportunity to get bowled if they miss. Great contest. There we go.
Up and over though.
Yeah.
That's going to be 6. Caught.
Caught by his teammate. That's 6.
You would have won the sponsored car if it had been one-handed.
Well, that takes a bit of pressure off the batsman. You'll feel a lot better about that.
Yeah.
Great intent.
Well, it was definitely needed. They need to, with 15 hours to go,
Going to try it again.
they recognise the fact that they're going to need 200 here at least. Now it is a pitch that's been used twice during the week, so it's going to be the 6th inning for Pembroke when they come to bat on it.
Which you encourage the bowlers.
Yeah.
There we go. You hit the.
Oh, up.
There you go.
No,
There you
it'll
go.
be a great catch if he's. Oh,
what a
yes.
great catch.
That's brilliant from Zach McElroy, showing his athleticism of youth.
Oh, look, fantastic catch.
Yeah,
Good
well washed
breakthrough.
over his shoulder. Never easy those, but had to get a dive in as well. That's brilliant. And another breakthrough for Pembroke. And let's hope the replay works. It deserves it. Oh yes, the replay is working.
Well, that's disappointing from a
Oh,
Brigade.
this is a good view. Oh, that'll be free framed, and
Fantastic.
you'll be able to take a photo of that off the TV down in South Africa, I think. One for the mantelpiece.
Screensaver.
Yeah.
Well, from a Brigade point of view, that's disappointing because They really didn't need that. They really needed that batsman to stay in for another, 10 overs, really.
Yeah. Well, look, he'd come in like 20 off 39 with 3 boundaries and a 6.
Yeah, but now you've got number 9 coming in.
Yeah.
You're running out of
Oh,
partners.
yeah, like they're in serious danger here of not batting to 50.
Exactly. So even though I know he wanted to take on Paul and he got away with a few shots, it's always going to be risky.
No, it is. But to be fair, they had to target a bowler. So far, Pembroke have used, just a 5. And, obviously Stapleton, 2 for 15 off 8. They weren't getting hold of him.
No.
Mickelroyd in his first spell, just a 9 off his 4 overs. They maybe didn't fancy going after him. Yeah, I suppose they were just looking at the 2 spinners, Lawson and Hoey, as the guys they could go after. Like, that's the thing about Paul's bowling. It looks so inviting, but he's so experienced bowling line length and where to bowl and where to set his field. That's why he picks up the wickets.
Absolutely.
But it does look like a kind of pace you can go after as a batsman. So that's probably why they went, look, now's the time to get some runs while he's on, but obviously he's got the breakthrough.
Well, it just leaves a real lot of work for these other batsmen to do now.
Yeah. Lot of pressure on Ryan Macbeth here to work with the tail. Another big shot. Yeah. That's going to be saved just over the top. It's going to that spun on the bounce, and JP's gone into the hoardings there. He looks okay, but that just when it hit
hit the hard.
When it hit the deck, it just spun.
Yeah.
And raced away from him. So what? Nearly, Paul was half interested as a catch there for a second, but then turns into a 4.
But again, it's just almost buying a wicket. He's happy it's in the air.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't a controlled shot.
No. Here's a change of bowling. So Stapleton comes off. They're going to hold back his 2 overs. And bring in Mickelroyd back on. This change of ends for him. He bowled from the nursery end first spell, which was 4 overs. 1 for 9. So he's coming on St. John's Road end. He's going to stay over the wicket. So left arm over. Trying to push the ball across the batsman and bring it back slightly.
That's right.
Which he did in his first wicket, which was a beautiful, just started outside the line and off, came back and took off stump. So he'll be looking to continue that.
Well, 123 on the board now. You think the next aim is to get to 150?
Oh, yeah. Like 180, 200 is minimum.
I think 150 would be... Let's start there first. Good. It's good running. Called it through.
Yeah.
Good awareness by his partner.
I don't know. Obviously, 150 is the first target, but Brigade will definitely be thinking 180, 200 minimum for their bowlers to have something. And again, they should be encouraged because it will be a 6th inning pitch for Pembroke to bat on. There is some uneven bounce. It's a beautiful outfield.
Ryan Macbeth is going to have to basically save the day get Brigade in position that the bowlers have got something to bowl to.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure on his shoulders now. It looks like he's coping very well with that pressure, and fair play to him for that. But he needs his partners to stay there with him.
Like he's 31 off 39. He's keeping up with a decent strike. Oh, that's a
bit jazzy.
Yeah, dead ball.
Interesting grip. Just a little bit.
It's called dead ball. Yeah,
moisture. It was called. Yeah. Anyway, that's the other screensaver that they can have.
Yeah. From the sublime to the ridiculous.
Just saying before, it was a little bit flat out there in the field. It's like it's just coasting along.
Oh, good pace.
Some bounce now.
That's what I mean, though. But some of Stapleton's earlier deliveries were keeping low at that end, so it's not going to be straightforward chase, no matter what the total is.
Well, absolutely. 2 or 3 quick wickets.
Yeah, puts the pressure on. If their bowlers bowl tight, and don't give too many freebies, it's never easy at any level. So nothing's a given.
It's important that this young man stays in.
But it's also important from Pembroke's point of view that they're change bowlers keep up the pressure and don't give too many freebies, because the last thing they need is just some loose bowling, a lot of extras wides, just to keep that scoreboard ticking. Like, this is really good pressure here. It's dot ball.
It's cramping the batsman too. Like, he obviously thought that's a ball that stood at the head, but it's didn't have enough room to really do that.
Looking over the wall.
Yeah,
that's where he was aiming for, over the wall. Here he comes down the track. Oh, that's well played.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah. Picked the length well there early. It's only going to be 3, is
Hasn't
it?
gone.
Yeah. Hasn't gone. 3 runs. But still, it was really well played into extra cover. It was in the air, but never near a fielder. Safe shot.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. Got into that. Saw the width. I'm having some of that. Thanks very much.
Used his feet and felt safe loft driving it. But again, no boundary. So again, Pembroke have done a really good job today.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. They've bowled incredibly well and fielding supported the bowling brilliantly.
Yeah. There's only been 11 fours and 2 sixes so far. With this outfield, that's good work.
So this is what's important for Brigade, not to throw the wickets away. They've left a lot to do for the... Oh, that's
good length. Took them
well
up a
played.
little.
Just got enough on it to pick up a single, rotate the strike.
Oh, safe single down to third man. Donica, the lone figure down there. Hasn't had a bowl today, surprisingly. Possibly will. Why? What? So far, they've not needed a 6 bowler.
Well, it's a good position to have someone like Donica ready to come on if you need him. That just shows the quality of the bowling attack today. So, they're in very good... Theo Lawson's got some great options here to choose from.
I would say he would have preferred one more seamer in the pack, just in case he needed to shuffle it a little bit. Luckily today, so far, it hasn't been an issue, because... Like that, this is Zach's first time really bowling on the ones. Obviously, Joe's loads of experience, but no Barry. You just
Barry's coming back from injury and needs to manage that.
Yeah, we need to ban him from playing for Cricket Leinster. The Leinster, just play for us.
No, full toss and dispatched. Not very expensive though, just a single.
Yeah, inviting as always.
Deep mid on.
The other great thing for Pembroke using Gavin and Paul so well in this spell is they've raced through their overs.
Yeah, that's it. It helps just to keep...
no pressure on penalties or anything silly like that. Nothing keeps pressure on the batsman. Oh, down the track, cats it on the full, but doesn't get enough on it. Just will beat a single.
That's one of the great advantages of spin bowling, that the batsman's got to do all the work. And it does entice the opportunity of a miss hit. He's trying to float it.
He's got him out. Oh,
Caught and
straight back
bowled.
to Paul.
That's
well caught. It looked, for the reaction of Paul, you half thought that was a bump ball.
So did I.
But
I was
Lorcan
about to say, oh well, it's a good bit of fielding.
Good
there,
bit of fielding, but yeah, the way Lorcan did all the reacting there just shows you Paul's taken 1 or 2 wickets in his time. Yeah, that's my reaction. Here we go. Yeah.
Here we go with the replay.
Yeah, here we go with the. Yeah, this. So inviting, yeah, just didn't get under us enough.
Yeah. And he's just so disappointed.
Yeah.
Again,
another breakthrough.
Well,
keep the wickets flowing, and of course, that's the big wicket.
Yeah.
That's Macbeth out. So
it's 12 and a bit over still to go.
But with Macbeth gone now, the Brigade are in a mountain of trouble here.
Well, they've just left so much work to be done.
Batsmen 9 and 10 at the crease.
Yeah, it's not these guys' job to get the runs.
No. They were more interested sitting there looking at. Oh, I'd like the ball on that track. Oh, that looks a bit of movement there.
You know, like all these things, anything from about 8 down is almost like bonus runs in a lot of ways. You know, you're there to either support the established batsman or
Yeah, well, you still have work to do. You know,
true.
get to 50. You never know how many runs you'll get. You never know. There could be some bowler comes on and bowls and mare of an over, gets to 3 wides and a bad full toss. It's not likely, but you don't want to not bat the 50 here. See that? But there's free run first up.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's okay.
Stood in his crease, let the ball float out there. Take the one. Oh, that's well ball. That's a much better line from Lawson. Obviously, Pembroke could be looking here.
I think Pembroke will be very confident that they can wrap this up
Well,
within the next 5 overs.
They definitely would be looking to keep Brigade under 150. Oh, flicks that nicely into a safe zone. Going to be an easy single.
That's a nice little chip shot, actually.
Yeah.
In hindsight, it was.
But,
there's no one there.
Well, you might. Well, if you were really going at ultra attacking, you might bring in your boundary riders in 10 yards from the line, just to see if these two tail enders can go the full distance, or are they just going to be chipping it. Another wides. It's another freebie.
So, I was trying a few things here. Obviously not working out for Paul, but he's trying to keep the batsman guessing. Wants to wrap this up.
Better. Oh, that's up and over. That's coming our way, but that should be inside the boundary. Yeah.
Oh.
Just one of those, really. You were never going to get under that.
Yeah, very high, but just enough distance on it just to go over the potential fielder's head.
Just a 2.
Hard to judge that one.
Like, if he'd been on the boundary, it's a bucket catch, but because he was running backwards, you were never going to get there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I was saying about bring them in 10 yards from I think on the line. Might be a bit too far away. It's a deep boundary today on that leg side coming from nursery end.
Well, maybe they will. Maybe they'll set the field slightly different if Paul gets another over. You'd have to think that he would after getting the wicket. But
well, he's bowled 8, so...
Well, you might as well bowl him out. You know.
Yeah. You've got, obviously, Gavin has... Oh, Gavin's bowled his full 10. Sorry, your point's in the way.
Yeah, so I just... Sorry.
I can't see the scorecard. That glass isn't clear enough. Ask for a new one. Send that back and ask for a new one. Excuse me, sir. There's some dirt there. I need a fresh one. So Mickelroy to continue from the Johns Road end. Driven beautifully. It'll just be the one though.
Yeah. It's not a breath of wind in the air at the moment. It's very still and calm here.
Yeah, still waiting for the sun to burn off some of that cloud cover. You get the feeling it could be 4 or 5 o'clock before the sun really comes out, if it is going to come out.
Yeah, I think that's, Well, sunny somewhere, but not here. Yeah. Anyway.
Hey, it's dry and there's no breeze. Oh, little scoop shot should be out. Should be out. Dermot's safe hands, yes. Tried to turn that down to leg, a little scoop shot, but all he did was paddle it for fielding practice to Dermot Tucker. Very, very good fielder. Isn't going to drop that. So Mickelroy picks up his second. Brilliant. 2 for 14.
Well, good bowling.
Not bad.
Set him up.
Not bad. Yeah, a strange shot. Yeah. It wasn't a scoop. It wasn't a scoop shot. It wasn't a paddle. It was just it nearly was catching practice.
It's not picking up the replays, is it?
No, the wrong replays. Yeah,
geez.
We're going random. Yeah, we're watching Paul Lawson's, not Zach's. So, any technical details? Don't worry.
Yeah.
Niall is pulling his hair out here. He's going crazy, so he is working hard.
Well, I think Brigade would be a bit.
What it was doing and everything, and so I fixed that. Make sure I'm not doing that thing. And no.
He's not cutting the blue wire, people. Don't worry. He won't cut the blue wire.
Well, Pembroke would be delighted with that. I think Brigade would be quite disappointed, quite rightly, that these guys are playing risky shots. However, they are down in the tail. You can't really expect much different.
No. But you don't.
No,
an interesting shot selection.
Well, it was there to be hit, he thought, obviously.
But he didn't hit it, he just turned.
But there's a trap. There's a
man
fielder
there.
down here for that shot.
And nobody else within 30 yards either side of him.
Yeah.
Anyway, new batsman is Shane. Oh, edge. Didn't carry, and it's going to go for 4. Oh, that's so unlucky.
That's such another 11 shot, isn't it?
Batsman comes forward with the forward defensive block. He gets the edge, drops just in front of first slip.
I think that's the one way to put it. I think it's a great shot. It was a great
it's 4 runs in the book.
He came down and kept the ball on the carpet and let it run through for boundary,
4 runs.
That's how I'd be talking about it if I was him.
Yeah, just don't watch the replay. Oh, bit of
well
aggression
played.
there.
Well played.
Gets the 1. Yeah, that's the horrible thing about us streaming these games. You can't lie about your innings. I smoked that through the I smoked that through the covers.
No, I wouldn't say smoked. I just thought it was nicely placed. Just soft hands on the carpet.
Using his experience.
Absolutely.
Spotted the gap. Spotted there was no third man had been moved wider.
Be able to go back into his teammates and say that was easy.
Yeah, I'm going at a 400 strike rate at the moment. What's up with you, lot?
Yeah, exactly. Lift your game, son.
Yeah. That brings Brigade though. They're into the 140s now. So, 150 the next target.
Yeah. I mean, even if they just survive the next...
Yeah. If they survive
11 points something over, so hopefully you get 10 at least, wouldn't you?
At least with the way the field is set and little edges here and there using pace of the ball and extras. If they survive the next 11 overs, they're bound to get 20 minimum.
Pembroke have got their tail up though, and they'll be steaming in here.
Good pace again. Dug in, short of a length, just defended into the offside.
Yeah, they just put the offside fielder in, just to cut off the single.
End of the over. Another great breakthrough for Pembroke.
Yeah, Brigade this is not the sort of day that they wanted. They'd be looking at that going, with 39 down, 39 overs down, we've got 11 to go. Geez, we really need to bat this out, you know. Unfortunately, you've got number 10 and number 11 there, which is a lot of pressure for them. It's not really their role to do this.
It's the time for heroes to be made.
Yeah, against a very good bowling attack, it might be a bit too much to ask of the lower order somehow. But you never know.
Yeah. Lawson to continue, tossed up, played well down to...
That was well played.
Yeah. Just take your single.
Well, you can just see, almost from here, you can see his eyes light up there for a second. Do I go for it?
No. Perfectly played. Yeah. That's all that's needed. Just take your ones. There you go, six singles and over. That's all you need. There's the 200 will be brought up.
This is where you start thinking about being selfish. I'm going to protect my average.
Yeah. I'd love an average to protect.
Bit of adjustment to the side screen now.
Left-hand, right-hand combination always going to mean somebody has to get up to move the side screen.
Yes. One of the great things about the interprovincials, we've got the whole
staff.
Big, just got a wall of black behind each end. It's great.
Tossed, played well.
Yeah.
Cut off by first slip though, no run.
Yeah, nice big stride there. Let's smother the spin. Super stuff. Yep. Do that as much as you like, mate.
Well,
just survive.
As the man says, though, you only know how good a score it is till you see the second innings. Tossed nicely, played out well.
Get through 50 overs, I think, would be absolutely priority here.
You would like to think if Pembroke could bat 50 overs, they could that score wouldn't be an issue. Oh,
slow
that's
ball.
really above the eye line. That's really well bowled from Paul.
He slowed that right down as well.
You could see this batsman is only interested in, seems to be in pushing the ball out into the offside. Just go, come on, have a little go, go on.
Well, he wanted him to go after that one.
Yeah.
And hopefully get a mistimed shot and caught him.
But only one deep for him, though. So he hasn't anyone back for big hits. He's only got one. He's only got one at Cow.
They're happy. I think that Pembroke seem to be very happy to try and buy this wicket.
Yeah.
Plenty of guys in close, cut off to one, trying to build that frustration to say, okay, go for it.
Well, that's 40 gone now. So I think we're going to have one.
You know, I'm
the
happy to
last
stay
switch.
if you wanna have a break since you guys are here early. Okay.
Keep going. Okay, we're keeping going.
Yep.
The fans have spoken.
1 wicket to go.
Yeah, 1 wicket to
Yep.
go. You don't want to jinx things.
Okay, what's your best commentator's curse?
Yeah.
He's looking fantastic.
Listen, I haven't seen a player bat this well since
This
you
is
know.
the best number 11 innings I have seen
10,
in a
11
long time.
partnership. Although we'll probably reverse.
In
you
all
know.
fairness, he's doing very well.
Played off his legs nicely. It'll just be a nice leg by.
Great awareness there as well by his partner to call him through.
Yeah. Although Zach won't be unhappy with that. Like, he got the edge the last over off this batter. So I think he'd be happy to see the left-hander facing. But no, we'll probably do a reverse commentator's curse. And these two. Yeah. That these two put on the most magnificent 10-11 partnership. And
What is that partnership I wonder? I can't remember what. Must
the
be at
last-
least 10 or something at the moment, is it?
the last wicket, hold on.
The 10 to 15 runs on, I think.
The last wicket fell at 136.
Okay.
So we're only up to
Okay.
8. Don't get
Feels
excited.
longer, feels longer.
Just because of the boundary.
Yeah.
Don't get excited. We haven't hit double figures yet. Oh, that's very short. That's a wide.
it's
That's a
gotta be
wide.
wide.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is signal. And it is signal wide. Yeah, that was well over the batter's head. And he's not a short fella.
If there's any higher, would have taken out one of the seagulls flying past.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think
he's making more-
I think that gave in-flight service. That went so high.
yeah, I think he's just trying to make a bit of a statement to the batsman there.
Just he wants him sitting back on his heels. Now, if he is smart, this will be nice and full. Yorker length, bit fuller. Oh,
Good line of length.
I'd much prefer him bowl, another 5 of those and forget about the bouncer.
Yep.
This is where bowlers sometimes get overexcited, and you have to think of, look, bowl a maiden. The team would be quite happy with a maiden here.
He did well not to get an edge on that. So I suppose that's the plan. Is to just try and get a feather edge through.
That's where most of his runs are coming at the moment, so maybe he should have... Oh, he goes after that, but it's a wide.
Yeah.
The pitch or the
He's obviously moving that ball quite well, getting a bit of movement and just.
he does have a natural obviously he's the left-hander being a away swinger. In swing to the he does move the ball as his first wicket today shown when he brought it back in to take off stump. That could be out. JJ, his high standards you nearly expect them to be taken.
Oh, that was pretty hard. That was, hey chief, if he took that, that'd be like catch.
Actually, that was Gavin.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry, that was Gavin Hoey.
That's I think they've been a bit harsh.
No, I'm just going by
that's about
their
a
own
quarter chance, if that.
Oh no, it's just their own standards. They're such good fielders and take.
But again,
I wouldn't be surprised to see them take it. That's all. I've seen them take crackers. Oh, that is wide.
Yeah,
that is wide. See, this is what I mean about surviving. No,
it's well and truly in.
Sorry, JJ is at first slip, and it's Gavin Hoey who was in the at backward point. There you go. That's another 2 runs to the total just by surviving.
It's stampeding towards that 150 mark.
Yeah.
And these two are doing very well for the team. Building a good partnership here.
Yeah. I wonder if the skipper's thinking, bring on Nick for the last. He's got 12 deliveries left. You'd like to think he could maybe niggle out that last wicket. Oh, that's a bump ball this time.
Yep.
Well taken out. Yeah.
Well, you'd think at this stage you just put out all your big guns and just go for it,
Why not? It's at the end of this over, it's 41 gone. Nick seems to like bowling from the Johns Road end, so he'd be coming on for over 43 and 45. So why not?
Well, also
if it goes past that,
your 5 bowlers you've used have bowled all very well. So you're sport for choice.
Yeah. Oh, turn around and get the ball. Somebody pick up. Oh, he's giving the wide. Yeah, it was down like. See, this is what I mean. Nick has that little bit more experience. Zach's still young, still raw.
Oh, I think he's just trying something here, and it's just not quite going to plan. I think go back to your stop balls.
Well, he's still working on that.
Yeah.
He had a.
But tell you what, Brigade are delighted about this. 149 already.
Oh, that's where you want it.
Well left though.
Yeah.
Didn't want to touch any of that.
No, I think it's time. Give Nick over 43 and over 45, and see what happens. Anything after that, it's not going to really make.
But one thing I am impressed about Brigade is that these two here are actually batting really well. They're not, they're batting better than what a number 10 or number 11 a lot of sides would. I think they're
showing discipline.
They're
not just they're not just swinging the bat. They're not just going, oh, I can just swing the bat because I'm number 11.
Yeah, they're not playing a hoik. They're trying to stay in. They're trying to play with solid technique.
Wait for a bad ball, but get the extras and the singles when they can.
Must be doing, and their 150's up. 151. That's a good milestone in the context of this game. 40 overs down, 9 wickets for 151.
Paul Lawson to bowl his 10th over now. 2 for 41 from Paul today. Opened the bowling, which some might have thought strange. A spin bowler with the early overcast conditions. Still overcast here. Sun still trying to break through.
Oh, he's a class bowler. He has a lot of experience, and there you go. He's just
dangles that outside off stump, inviting it.
Trying to get that edge into the keeper's hands. Batsman good enough to miss it.
Well left.
What's he going to do this time?
A little on off, yeah.
No, that's a beautiful. See, that's a great technique.
Yeah.
Straight bat. Full stride ahead, just smothering that.
Oh, that's out. That's out.
That's
Yeah. There was no chance of that.
Yeah, straight.
It pitched on middle straight, and the batter had given himself moved his front leg across to maybe hit it to leg, but
that's where we
didn't
really
really swing
one of
it.
those big strides. But hey, fair enough. They did well. They got the team to past the 150 mark.
But that was always LBW. Here we go. Like even the stance, he's on middle and leg. His left leg is outside leg stump, facing this.
Yeah, he moves across.
Yeah, and he just shuffles back.
So
Yeah.
No,
the only thing that was missing was off.
Yeah, pretty much. No, it was a good knock. They should be happy with that as far as the lower order. Putting on more runs than probably what they Pembroke would have hoped.
Well, but going through the scorecard, like that.
Well, they had him on the ropes there on 80.
Yeah.
So Brigade have fought back enough just to have something to bowl with.
Yeah.
Well,
look, 152 the targets. Pembroke will come out 50 overs. Obviously, the run rate is not an issue. That's a T20 score nowadays.
Yep.
It's a huge outfield, so there's plenty of areas where they can push 1s, 2s, and 3s.
Well, Brigade also, they need to come out and bowl their skins off. They need to really get that line of length, and as they know, so they'll know what they need to do now. They just need to stick to an aggressive game plan. The odds would be in favour of Pembroke. It's a funny game.
Yeah, I wouldn't go too over aggressive though.
Well,
I don't know. Obviously, Pembroke with Nick opening, they had 4 slips at one stage. I don't think there's any need for that. Every dot ball can create its own bit of pressure. Obviously, they need 10 wickets to win the game. It's not going to come down to Pembroke not scoring 152 off 50 overs. It's
Well, in some ways, that's what the captain will be thinking. The only way we can win this is to bowl them all out. So there's no point being tentative or half measures.
It is a tough in between line because there's the attacking, but also not leaving easy get out of jail runs, like where they can drop the ball and roll.
Well, I don't think you're really going to have the chance to do both. I think you either have to go one or the other. Really,
I would suspect for most of the innings, Brigade won't be leaving too many outside the ring, even outside the power plays.
Anyway, We have a bit of a break now. Brigade all out for 151. Pembroke will be chasing 152 when they return.
Yeah, we'll take a little break, and hopefully in the next innings we'll start off with Craig again.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And the bottom.
Left arm. That's not your left arm. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. Left arm through. Go again. I after it again.
Well, welcome back to Sydney Parade for this Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup game. We're halfway through now. Brigade, well, after the long trek down from the northwest, they've managed to put on 151, and they're caught between chasing runs and losing wickets. Well, when they got here, setting a target of 151 would have been below par for them. However, the way the innings went, I think they'll be delighted to have got as far as 151. And so the innings over in the 40th over. 10 overs, well, the best part of 10 overs still to go. And so Pembroke will be chasing 152 for victory. And the opening batsman is striding out to the middle for half an hour of play. I suspect that Pembroke would like to get to that break without losing a wicket. However, runs are also important. So we're looking at the opening partnership here for Pembroke.
You'd be quietly confident, as they take guard, to be quietly confident, but you be very cautious that you want to get your eye in and be established before probably really cutting loose. You would expect that this is also going to be a very good bowling attack.
The race between Dermot Tucker and Paul Lawson down to the sight screen at the far end. That gets moved.
Got moved before they even got there.
Yeah.
Now they can race to the other end if they want, probably ready for when the ball comes.
So the openers for Pembroke will be Dermot Tucker and Jonathan Garth.
Oh, watchful, very watchful there. Dermot just lets that one go through to the keeper.
It's JP Miller who's opening the bowling for Brigade, and Brigade will be chasing early wickets here and wickets before the break.
Oh, they would love to get 2 or 3 wickets before the break. They'd feel that they're right in it.
Yep, the day, well, the sun still hasn't really broken through today. Cloud cover here.
Again, very watchful there, just lets the ball go through. Just getting used to the bounce, seeing the line of the ball.
Seemed to leave that one on length, really. It was always going to go over the top.
But you're right, it's still quite overcast here. It's a little bit of blue sky trying to force its way through, but not quite yet. Very still, though, not much wind. Oh, that got some lift.
And again, another one left on length. Morning all.
Morning. Okay. So both batsman and bowler eyeing each other off here. Who's going to blink?
Another one goes through to the keeper.
Batsman not interested in that.
Well,
he's just basically, I think, saying, okay, well, look, you know, unless you bowl on something I have to play, not interested. It's quite smart.
Very smart at the moment. Bowler he's pitching it quite short. It's rising up above the stumps, and Tucker is just leaving these and letting them go through to the keeper at the moment. This one a bit fuller already, you see, just by leaving those first 4 He's making the bowler adjust his length and try and make him play.
That's right. That one even seemed to be almost attempted a slower ball. It didn't seem to have the same zip that the original 4 did. But yeah, made him change his line. Well defended by DT.
Well, that's a super ball from Miller, and that's the one that caused problems to Tucker. It's the right length. He had to play at that, and it just flew away. Well, for that opening over, the 2 fielders outside the ring were at third and at long leg. But first over negotiated safely for Pembroke.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. Both batsmen get a chance to have a good look, but that was a sensational ball. Dermot was very lucky not to actually get something on that.
Yeah, very much so. Just a bit of movement there. And now bowling from the nursery end. Well, cries for the screen to be moved at the nursery end. So Pembroke yet to score a run, 1 over gone in their pursuit of 152 that will see them through to the second round of the Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup. And I get the feeling that Brigade are following the example of Pembroke and opening with an off spinner from the nursery end.
Absolutely. I suppose if you see something that works, why don't you do it yourself? Maybe they had that intention all along, but if not, that's a good and a bold move. Very, very confident shout. And given.
He's given out.
Wow.
LBW, first ball of the off spinner, brings its success, and Pembroke are 0 for 1.
Wow. That's exactly what the Brigade wanted and needed.
Now we have a replay of the previous a replay from the previous innings.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
wow.
First baller for JJ Garth today. And suddenly there's a bit of noise amongst the fielders.
Yes, that changes Brigade attitude quite a bit. They've got a very big zest in their step now. Zip, zip, zip.
So, Brigade need 9 more wickets. Pembroke need 152 runs. And number 3 today, Nick Stapleton.
It's been an absolute legend with the ball so far in the last 2 games I've seen him play, and now it's time for him to step up with the bat.
Well, what a way to get off the mark. The ball is pitched up there, and he just pushes it out through the offside, but with enough timing to pick up 4 runs, and Pembroke are on the board.
Such a funny game, isn't it?
It's amazing how momentum can change and the perspective can change.
Flicked off the hip there, but no run.
And no overthrows.
Yep.
Well, that was a glorious shot through the covers from Stapleton, and talk about announcing your arrival in the middle.
Yeah, you get the feeling that he's not going to be intimidated, but oh, that's good bowling.
Just pushing that one past the edge. Dragging the batsman forward. That's a super delivery.
It's not too far off what undid JJ. It's been an excellent line. It's a good turn.
Well, how many times do we see it where a team are asked to go out and bat for a few overs before a break? This session of play will last until 20 past the hour, I understand. So we might get another 4 or 5 overs in.
Well, that's a sensational over there from Brigade. Exactly what they wanted. After 2 overs, the score is 1 down for 4. or 4 for the loss of 1 wicket, whatever takes your fancy.
For our Australian viewers, it's 1 for 4.
Yeah. I think, ooh, getting some lift and bounce there.
It's finding a good length there, but again, the batsman's able to leave those ones on the length, knowing that the lift is going to take it over the height of the stumps, even if it does jag back somewhat.
So let's get his feet moving here. Yeah. Well played, well negotiated.
He's 2 slips in place. He has a third man. I'd say gully rather than point, and then a man in front of point, not quite in the covers. And then a big gap to mid-off. And they're certainly inviting the drive there.
Well, obviously, yeah, that's it. So they're trying to get him to drive and get an edge behind. Oh, but solid in defence.
And the other thing is, it's a 6-3 field, and so long leg, close to mid-wicket and mid-on, all inside the circle.
Oh dear. Just like how we weren't talking about you two.
Again.
Oh, big swipe there.
Well, Tucker, the frustration building. He faced the first over from Maiden. He's faced the first few balls here, and suddenly he unleashed a wide, expansive drive, but got no contact with the ball.
I'd like to see that one again, actually. Obviously, it was thought it was wide enough, but yep.
Oh, certainly wide enough to chase after, but
Yeah.
isn't that how Brigade lost a couple of wickets?
Yes.
Chasing wide ones. Again, this time Tucker leading it on length, and that's discretion. Wise move.
Yeah, just wants to keep his cool now. But he's been in this situation a lot, DT, so he's not going. I don't think he's going to get frustrated too quickly.
Nothing new for him, really, is it?
No. Oh, that was a very good ball.
Oh, the trouble with bowling all these most excellent balls is he hasn't taken a wicket with them.
Well, that's it. They're almost like too good.
Yeah, as is often the case. So, Scott Macbeth.
The breakthrough bowler so far. A lot of chat in the field there by Brigade, as you would. They can sense a bit of blood in the water now.
Well, Scotty Macbeth, he took a wicket with his first ball.
Oh, well
This
played.
time, Stapleton just pushes it into the leg side, gets down the non-striker's end, adds one more to the total. One less for Pembroke to get after tea.
Just bowled that one probably a little bit straight, too straight. So I would have just worked that away on the leg side. Now, DT to face him for the first time. Ooh, almost the same situation as the previous dismissal. Caught him on the back foot. Creating a bit of doubt here, this bowler. Batsmen need to be careful. Oh, just turn that way, one away as well. That was very nice.
Getting it to go past the edge of the bat. Tucker not drawn forward. The stumping chance wasn't really there.
Brought that one back in, but too much bounce.
But again, left on length.
Yep.
And this pitch now, in its third day of play. 2 interprovincials played on it on Tuesday and Thursday. This one played back to the bowler. He makes sure that there's no single conceded there.
It's an excellent contest here in the middle.
driven back past the bowler. It seemed to be in the air a little bit. There were cries of catch. The bowler went down, but I think it bounced in front of him and then got past him anyway. So safe enough. Another over negotiated for Pembroke. And it's now 10 past. So I think 2 more overs.
About that, yeah. So there should be 7, maybe even squeeze out 8, but mainly 7. Oh no, they probably actually only get 6, maybe 7 overs before they have a break.
I see on the ground at the moment, Danny Hogan, not playing today.
Nick Stapleton now to face the pace bowling. Very similar field to DT, so there's that one as well.
And again, it's the length that the Pembroke players are leaving Miller on. And it's only when he really pitches it up that they're feeling the need to play at it. This is his 3rd over. He's yet to concede a run.
Great line there, forcing the batsman to defend.
Well, actually making him play. It was
the
line. He hadn't changed his length, but the line this time meant that it couldn't be left. And Stapleton firmly in behind it. Good crowd now building up on the wall, and people doing laps and kids playing around the place. It's great to see on a Saturday. Especially on Saturday like this, European Cup final day. We expect
lots of sport on today.
Expect a few people to be travelling through the ground.
Yeah, but a very pleasant afternoon to come down, have some refreshment, watch a great quality game. The ground is looking magnificent as usual. Dale does a great job.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. The advantage of having a 12th month of the year groundsman tending to both the rugby and the cricket has made a huge difference. I can't believe the rugby pitch in Monkstown has been as good as it will be for them come the end of our cricket season.
No, he does a bang-up job, that's for sure. Envy of a lot of clubs.
Miller continuing now from the St John's end.
Ooh, that was quite wide. Lucky to get away with that. Actually, it wasn't too bad, but it sort of really cut away after it went past the batsman. Batsman not interested in that one at all. I think he'd be happy just to sort of get to the break.
Well,
let's have a good look.
As I say, that this break in the middle of the innings sometimes causes more problems than it solves. You might think, oh, we get out there, knock 10 or 20 off the total required, and we'll come in and have something to eat. But there's also that opportunity for Brigade, if they can get 1 or 2 more wickets before the break, they'll feel they're right back in the game.
Well, for both batsman and bowler, it's hard to, you get a rhythm and all of a sudden it's gone. You have to try and recapture that.
Well, he's brought in a 3rd slip now. And that's a fine over for Miller.
Yeah, he's bowling really well. You get a feeling that Pembroke at this stage will leave anything they possibly can just to get through to the break. Don't do anything risky.
Well, I think this could be the last over before the break. Next batsman on the rank is club captain Theo Lawson. Let's hope he's not required before the break.
From a Pembroke point of view. Oh, well played. Smothers that one. Pushes out on the onside.
course, last week against Cheronier, when they were just chasing 35, Dermot Tucker got 28 of the runs required. Oh, but
Oh my goodness, that's not what they wanted.
He won't today. He's just slapped one across to the covers. Short cover takes us the catch. And that's 2 down with just 5 runs on the board.
Wow. Brigade would be absolutely ecstatic about that. The 2 openers are out.
And here it is.
Both without troubling the scorer.
You see on the replay, that in fact is the fielder, the back of the fielder who actually takes the catch. And it's just, oh no, it's not.
It's not.
It's slapped to his left, and the fielder takes the simplest of catches, and Dermot Tucker is back, not having troubled the scorers, and both openers.
Both openers are out for ducks.
Out for ducks. It took one of them 19 balls and one of them 1 ball. Well, Theo Lawson has gone out to the middle, so the umpires must be thinking that they can get another over in before the break.
Brigade would be saying, please can we get another over in before the break?
Absolutely.
Going.
2 down.
That's a really good bit of bowling and field positioning there, field placement by Brigade. And quite sloppy by Pembroke, you know, they needed just to survive that. But he just bowled such a great length that it enticed the drive, popped it up, didn't really get enough power onto it or enough lift. Straight to the fielder.
Yeah, if he managed to get a bit more elevation on it, he would have safely continued on.
Oh, well watched.
Well,
okay.
bump ball. How those fool commentators, eh? So that scoreboard at the moment, not looking in its healthiest from a Pembroke point of view, but Brigade will be delighted. Oh, there we go. Beautifully played out to the offside. It will be caught before the fence. And they don't take another. So it's Lorcan Tucker that's gone in with number 4 to join Nick Stapleton. And Scott Macbeth now.
2 for 7.
Yes, he'll be delighted with how this has turned out so far.
What a start. That's smart play by Lorcan. It smothers the ball, works a single.
Well, it's been great to see development of Lorcan Tucker, certainly as an international batsman. Since Milan sort of moved him up to number 3 in the order and gave him the responsibility, it's been the making of him.
Oh, absolutely. He's really stood up, and boy, he's been impressive on the international stage. Centuries, half centuries, batting when his team needs him to bat and staying in. And he's really quite fearless. You know, he's really embraced it, as you say, and long may it continue.
Well, it doesn't always work out for him, as it doesn't for any batsman, but didn't really. He got a half century on Tuesday against the Northern Knights for the Leinster Lightning, but Thursday not quite repeating that success. 2 defeats for the Leinster Lightning at home.
Yeah, it's
not the greatest start to their 50-over campaign this year.
No, because you would have thought the smart money would have been on them to win, but cricket's a funny game.
And money, let's be honest, is very rarely smart. So Ryan Macbeth, he's really causing problems with that length.
Looks like he caught the glove there. Batsman just shaking his hand. Must have been a little bit sharp.
Now, we do expect this to be the last over before the break. And really, this has been a tricky 7 overs for Pembroke. 8 runs on the board, but those 2 wickets back in the hutch.
Nicely played.
It's funny old game because, as I say, on Tuesday we saw close to 600 runs scored. On Thursday, again, we saw plenty of runs. And today, it's like a minefield.
It's funny how much of cricket is played in your head, isn't it? As the game ebbs and flows. Oh, that's a nice shot.
He stepped across his stumps there to make sure he was across and just pushed it out for a single. And that's one thing about Lorcan, is that he does have super footwork. He gets himself into positions, and sometimes he gets himself into the wrong position and then has to dig himself out again. But he does try to be positive and to take bowlers on. And that's something that I think he's learned at the Irish level and has brought back down to club level.
Yep. Because more often than not, for him, it's working. You know, of course, just from the law of averages, you're going to have some, matches where you fail or you don't do as well as what you'd like. But
yep.
You'd have to think that since he's stepped up and he's, basically goes out there, plays his natural game and got that confidence now, that he's winning more, he's been successful more than he's not been successful.
Well, I think that he relishes the responsibility of going in at 3 on the Irish side. Well, Stapleton lets that one go through.
Look, I think, just from my personal opinion, in the World Cup when he played that brilliant innings in Melbourne, can't remember the score, 80-something was it, or 70-something he got? Yeah. That was the making of him, in my mind. That he had arrived. I'm here.
You could see the self-belief grow after that. Right, I faced you. I can take you on.
I can take on anyone now.
Yeah.
That was so impressive. Anyway, here we go. Oh, that was a good ball.
Well judged, well left.
Yeah.
We can say that now, but if it had rattled into the off stick, we'd have said, why was he leaving that?
Yeah.
Well, that sees us through to the break. The score after 7 overs, 9 runs for Pembroke. They need another 143 to win. And 2 wickets down, and Brigade will feel that the sandwiches taste just a little bit better.
Yes, they would be absolutely delighted. This is be almost a fairy tale start. After going out there and only scoring 151, I think their heads would have been a little bit down. But now, I think there's a
few smiles on the faces as they come off the pitch now.
There's a bit of belief in there.
Absolutely.
In their team,
absolutely.
And quite rightly so. So
Tucker and Stapleton lead off the players, and they'll go in and grab a bite to eat and rehydrate. And what a start by Brigade. They'll be delighted, and we'll be back in half an hour. So for the moment,
for what an exciting game.
Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you again when they come back out again.
Yes.
was just reading about an interview with him last night there on the website. He's 45 already. He's that old, you know? Look at him. Look at the stage where he's done a big job.
I saw that, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did. Free to commentate on him playing tomorrow?
Hi all, welcome back. Wow, what a game do we have. Brigade scored 151 and they are defending it mightily at this stage with Pembroke, after 7 overs, 9 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. We have a game on.
Hopefully the curry filled up the Brigade's bellies.
Yeah, well, look, you know, I think it's a restart for everyone.
Yeah, it's as if start of innings, except Pembroke are playing with only 8 wickets. Finally poised.
Yeah. Here we go again.
So Macbeth to open it. Onto the legs of Lorcan Tucker, tucked away with no run.
Yeah, time to...
So the younger of the brothers bowling now, Scott Macbeth from the nursery ends.
Oh, that's a good ball. Currently bowling out of his skin. This is a
2 for 8.
a spell that I think he'll be watching later on, as you would want to. This is sensational bowling. Really testing the batsman here, but they...
with some runs in the first innings as well, so here we go. On the bus back, what the rest were you doing?
Exactly right, it was easy.
Yeah. What ground were you playing at?
I do apologise for the fact that we got the bowler's names wrong
Okay.
in that short spell before the break.
So before the break, I'm being told, unfortunately,
Especially to Mrs. Macbeth.
yes, to Mrs. Macbeth. So apologies for getting your sons mixed up.
Ooh.
Well, name.
We got it wrong.
They got it
Yeah,
wrong. I can't help my co-commentators. I'm forever apologising for them. So
Big thick edge down there. Past the slips.
2 on to
Down
the
the third
score.
man. Yeah. It's good stuff from both teams, actually. Good bowling, and there's some runs being scored. So,
Well, with attacking fields that are necessary to pick up the 8 wickets, there are going to be a few gaps out there. Like the fact there's no third man.
oh yeah, but Brigade wouldn't be too upset about those runs conceded in the last ball. I mean, it was an edge. That could have. Oh, that was
Driven.
yeah.
Straight back to
Now
the
that is
bowler.
a great opening over.
Yeah.
Again, picking up where they left off. Their tails are up. They can sniff that this is their opportunity.
The run rate jumps from Pembroke, though, with those 4 runs in the over.
Yeah, that's yes, but
Leaps.
if 1 or 2 wickets go down now, well, Brigade would be thinking we can get this. So yeah, it's a very well poised game. Exciting game of cricket. I'm glad to be here, and if you're in the area, come on down because this is going to turn out to be a great game.
Bypass the freezer that is railway. And sit along the wall.
Now watch 2 quality teams battle it out.
So 3 slips now for Ryan Macbeth. Just played there. Gully by Nick Stapleton. Be interesting to see how he goes with the bat today. We haven't had much chance to see him with bat in hand. Plenty with ball in hand since the start of the season.
He's got a good technique. It's behind the ball. Yeah, willing to let that one go through.
Well, it's all about patience from Pembroke because you can, 140 runs thereabouts in 40 overs should not be any trouble technically. If they were just patient and bat the overs.
Yeah, the bowler from Brigade is just trying to entice him to have a drive or get the edge.
3 slips there. They're hungry.
Absolutely, his intentions are clear. But the batter's having none of it.
You just looking at it from the start, since Nick bowled from that end for his opening spell, probably slight difference is Nick was a little fuller with his lengths. Macbeth is a little bit shorter, so if he is getting any movement, it gives the batsman the opportunity just to maybe leave it on length and not have to go at it.
Yeah, possibly. I think he's just also trying to frustrate the batsman by...
Oh, no,
there you go. So that's trying to get the inside edge, and, if he mistimes that or...
One run off 4.4 overs isn't bad.
Yeah, you take that any day of the week, wouldn't you, on an England level?
That's
possibly, yeah. Anyway, it's a good attack. It's relentless. They're not giving anything, really.
No,
that's what you want to see. You want to see teams fighting it out.
They're doing exactly what the skipper needs.
Something off with the batsman.
Just in his eye line, yeah.
Maybe something flew into his mind or someone's talking. He's some sort of chat be happening when the bowler was running up. Quite rightly pulled out of the shot. Maybe they were asking about his mother's health. Again, not having anything to do with that. Happy to let it go through.
Yeah, really, really disciplined bowling here.
Well, disciplined batting too, just good contest. Who's going to blink?
Yeah, exactly. Who blinks first? Pembroke under no pressure to blink. It's a T20 score. They shouldn't even worry about the scoreboard until the 25th over. It's about getting there with enough wickets in hand.
However, Brigade are bowling incredibly well. So,
yeah, nice shot.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
But again,
just gets past the fielder.
Not quite enough on it.
But happy to take 2.
Yeah. But again, we've only seen 2 bowlers so far. You want to see all 5 bowlers, the minimum necessary.
I'd say at this level, that'd all be pretty good. And anyway, that's the end of the...
Never know.
Was that the 9th over? Pembroke now for 13 for a loss of 2. Brigade would be quite happy about this restart after the break. Still asking questions of the batsman. So far, the batsmen have had the answers. Who is going to be the first team that's going to blink in this competition, in this battle between the wheels? Anyway, just batsman just readjusting his kit out there in the middle.
So, do you know who I saw? Connor Gibbon.
So, the lock and tuck of the face. Same attack to continue. Oh, well played, but no run. Just whips it off his legs. The square leg who fields it and has it returned in quite quickly. No run to the batsman.
Thank you, man. Tucks him up nicely.
Yeah, he's just attacking the leg stump line.
So, no, it's a funny poised game here between Pembroke and the Macbeths.
Yeah. Scott Macbeth bowling now. He's been the most effective of the bowlers. Ooh, just changes line. Cramps him up. There's no room there. This is great bowling.
And just the one man deep here. Long on.
No, they want them to have a slash. Trying to... Ooh.
Drops it. No, gets away with that one, though.
It's good field placements here. designed to frustrate the batsman to say, okay, if you want runs, you're going to have to go over the top,
Yeah.
take the risk of going aerial.
As we were saying in the first innings, it's that battle between, are you willing to, as you rebuild with 2 wickets down already, are you willing to risk it? Brendan Ferris.
Brendan Ferris, absolutely. He's one of the best batsmen in the club at the moment.
Well,
for Pembroke.
he's the best batsman in the club at the moment. Playing tomorrow for the Fives with an average of 51.5 so far.
Just imagine if he applied himself.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Brendan.
No. What can you expect? He's Australian.
Yeah. None of the views of some commentators aren't recognised by the others.
Well, of course, playing in that list, though, number 2 on that list is Greg Hollands, who's playing today.
Yep.
Yeah, already has 1 ton this season. A magnificent match-winning effort a couple of weeks ago for the Twos.
Now, there's been some good batting performances throughout the Pembroke club. Bhushan Bavaskar got 90 not out previous week.
I think my best performance this year was moving myself down the order and off the bat.
One thing you do need, and you'd like to ask your audience, is somebody like to commentate on the fifth tomorrow? Part-time or full-time?
Oh, yes, okay. That's a very good idea. We've just, by the captain of the commentary team, would just like to know if anyone, it's a special opportunity, if anyone would like to come down and do a commentary, yeah.
You'll never get don't miss out on the opportunity to commentate on some fine cricket tomorrow.
There's some people who insights would be invaluable.
Annabil,
one of them
you
might
will
be
never have
Annabil.
a better chance of doing this than commentating.
Oh
on the
no,
fifth.
it's in the air. It's going to be gone. He's gone.
Yeah, that's a big. That's a huge wicket.
Wow, that is fantastic from a Brigade point of view. They are delighted. That ball sat up. The batsman had to go. It was probably one of the few potentially balls he could go for, but he didn't time it, and he just basically hit it straight up in the air, and Brigade have taken the catch and got the breakthrough.
The frustration has won. Pembroke blinked.
That's right, and they would be absolutely thrilled at this stage. 3 down for 15 off in the 11th over.
Wasn't short enough there to pull.
No, tried to pull it.
Trying to force it there. It wasn't quite short enough.
Very straightforward catch,
Yeah.
and they are delighted.
Wow.
And Ryan Beth makes the breakthrough. This brings out the Pembroke captain, Theo Lawson, who must be sensing that it's a good opportunity for him to have a captain's knock. But Brigade would be delighted about this. All of a sudden, you think the pendulum tilts in favour of Brigade at this stage.
Well, you'd wonder if Brigade have done their homework now and realise you need some people on the leg side boundary.
Well, I just think they've actually bowled very well, and I think they've bowled intelligently, and I think they've just built up pressure that makes it, if there's any half chance that the batsman goes for it, and if they don't actually nail it, then that's very risky, which is shown so far.
But it's disappointing because, again, there's no scoreboard pressure. There's none.
Well, I suppose,
It's about just batting the overs. If you bat to 50, you win the game. That's what they should be thinking. And don't worry about what the score is now or before 25 hours. See bowler 3, 4, 5. Obviously, this is an amazing opening spell from both Macbeths. We've had 10.4 overs and a combined 3 for 15 runs.
Oh, it's amazing. That's exactly what they needed to do for bring Brigade back into this contest. All of a sudden, 151 is looking like a pretty good total.
Well,
full credit to the bowlers. They haven't given an inch. They're stuck to the plan, and they're getting the rewards as a result. It's great. It's great cricket. Yeah, they're only into the 11th over, so they can bowl these bowlers either right out or give them a few more and then bring in change bowlers and still have a few up their sleeve for later on. Hit the ground.
Bad on ground.
Bad on ground. There was no wood in that. But, you know, when a team's got their tail up, they're excited, they'll appeal. And, wow, how this game is changing and how cricket does change.
I've heard of 1 horsepower, but 1 manpower, that's impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, so our game, the 5th game, will be kicking off tomorrow here on the same wicket at 1 o'clock. So if anyone wants to come down and shed their insights and commentate for a while and
Get the
make
revenge.
it interesting.
Get the revenge on me and all the commentating I've done.
Yes, we'd love to have you down here and share your knowledge and dulcet tones, and it makes the pitches so much more interesting.
Sorry, James. Knowledge of cricket is not a requirement, as we prove every game.
Well, you know, knowing that it's a sport is a good start, and then just take it from there, wing it from there.
A bit of bat there.
No, that's wishful thinking. But yeah, he's asking some good questions. He's been a very successful bowler today, and he's bowling excellently. So what can Pembroke do?
Backed up really well by his fielders there.
One would feel from a Pembroke point of view that these guys need to really build a big partnership here. They're probably the most experienced out of the team. Lorcan's in form. He's got great technique. Theo's been in form for years. And so, yeah.
Well, you're not in the top 3
No,
batters
but
in cricket Leinster for God knows how many years.
Yeah,
Every year, at least in the top 3.
Yeah.
Not topping.
And Brigade will be thinking, okay, get
One
through
more,
one of these,
yeah.
and it's going to be a lot easier. Now, Pembroke do have incredible depth in their batting. There's no doubt about that. But again, it's all about context of the game. Going out there, you know, if you got another wicket now, going out there with 4 down, with not very many on the board, you'd be sitting and going, "Oh my goodness, I didn't expect this." But you know,
I'm still waiting for my curry to settle.
yes, exactly. Anyway, this is the brewing contest. It's turned out to be a very exciting game. One stage there, we thought it would have been quite an easy walkover for Pembroke. But
Never thought that.
well, you know, we're 150 on 50 over game, but
No, as I was saying, it's a 6th inning pitch.
yeah, well, lose that.
Soon to be
factor.
tomorrow's 7th and 8th inning pitch, but it was never going to be that easy to chase. Like it, not as long, which they have been disciplined bowling.
Yeah, it's been great bowling. It really has.
So as long as the bowlers are willing to be disciplined and not give extras and easy get out of jail card free runs into the leg side, which they haven't at all. You know, it was always going to be difficult, but they've certainly bowled above expectation here. Like, were you 12.3 overs here?
Yeah, it just
15
shows,
runs.
just
You've
shows
got
what
6 maidens.
This shows what a brutal game cricket can be.
Yeah.
You can have a great previous match or be in form, and one really good ball will undo a batsman, and one really good ball.
They're gone up. They're gone up.
I think they got, I didn't hear anything.
No.
I didn't hear anything there, but
It was off the tie pad according to the ump or body.
I don't think there was any wood on that.
No.
Someone heard
Here's
a
quick-
noise and
here's
they
a quick
thought there was.
replay. Oh well, you know.
Yeah, didn't hear any wood though.
No,
No.
clear gap.
Yeah,
It was bad
clear.
onto pad.
Yeah.
Yeah. No need for snicker.
Good ball though. Forced him to play, cramped him up. But he's good enough to survive. His little battles are excellent.
Fuller.
Oh.
Oh, no ball.
No ball.
This will be interesting. First no ball of the day. And a free hit. I got to do that for the first time there last week.
Yes.
Yeah. Signal. I went out to umpire the Malahide 2s, Pembroke 2s.
Oh, okay, right.
When I was actually a standing umpire, they never had any of this. So I finally got to do a signal a free hit.
Women's 2s, wasn't it?
No, men's.
Men's 2s, okay.
Men's 2s. And that's flicked away for 4.
That's
Stepped across his stumps well, over the top of slips. No, I went to score for the men's 2s last weekend, and there were no standing umpires from Leinster. So obviously, both captains were happy enough, considering.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
I have something that's
considering I've umpired 1 or 2 games in my time to have me stand. But like I said, since I stopped doing that level in the men's, so it was my first free hit signal. It was fun.
Well, that would be a great boost to Theo Lawson. He would feel a lot better about having something on the board now. We all know as players that, you know, one of the first things you want to do when you're at the batting is avoid a duck.
And you don't care how it comes, where it goes, it doesn't matter.
And, you know.
They all count.
Yeah. So that's the first obstacle that, you know, or mindset you want to get.
Brilliant.
No, that was a brilliant ball. How did that happen? That was a brilliant bit of bowling.
That was all about the line.
Yep.
Because he's getting the ball to move, and he obviously pitched that on middle and just a little bit of nip.
And sort of definitely got some nip, and then
that's huge.
All of a sudden, it's 4 down for 20. It seemed to turn Theo a little bit inside
Here we
out
go.
here.
I suspect this pitches on middle and just moves a little nibble. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Played the wrong line, actually.
Yeah, just played across the line.
Yeah, that's Theo's game, though. Yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate for Theo. But
look,
brilliant there for Ryan Macbeth. A great wicket. He's been setting that up for the last over or so. He's been bowling really, really well.
I caught 4 defences.
Yeah.
That's all that was needed
I know,
there. But you tried to work the ball away. And again, I think key here for Pembroke is, at this stage of the game, just see out the next 3 overs from Ryan Macbeth and 4 overs from Scott Macbeth and see what the next bowlers are like. They could be better, just as good, whatever it is, but at the very least, you need to hold on to some wickets and see what the next 3 bowlers are.
Oh, you're absolutely right. But when you've got bowlers who are bowling this well, it's every ball is a major challenge. So,
well, the captain will have to start thinking: does he change them or does he bowl them out?
Wow, what a great problem to have as a captain, isn't it?
Anyway, so Greg Hollins, has gone out to bat there to join Lorcan Tucker. Greg Hollins, of course.
Scott Macbeth to continue.
A wicket-keeper batsman. Both men to be very quick between the wickets. Greg normally likes giving out the fitness tests and making people run these, burp and all these run challenges in his work life. But he's quick, fit guy. So pushing these quick singles, will be key for the moment.
Okay, now his turn to face Scott Macbeth. Having a good look around. Needs to take his time. So happy to let that one go through. Just Macbeth just trying to entice him to have a shot. Get tighter line. That's well played. Asking the right questions. I'm just going down to do a bit of gardening down there. Nice bit of turn there, just played with the legs, no run. think he's bowling incredibly well for 2 for 13 so far of his overs. Well defended.
They've moved 2 men back now
Yeah,
for
that-
Greg facing, and he does like a lofted drive, Greg.
Yeah, they're trying to set a trap for him there. There's no doubt about it.
Maybe we've been showing too many of the games on YouTube.
But that's an excellent bowling spell so far.
We're
That he's gone
providing
7
some-
overs down, 2 wickets, 13 runs conceded. Just what his captain needs.
Okay, so Macbeth to continue. So
Yeah, after 14 overs, it's 21 for the loss of 4 wickets. Still a long way to go.
look,
But
overs aren't an issue.
oh no, overs aren't the issue at all. It's North Kentucky facing. Now he has obviously lots of experience in club level and international level, so I think he now is the obvious key to this innings
Oh.
for Pembroke's point of view.
Oh, totally. Yeah, Lorcan is there at over 40.
Wow, that was a very nice
I think
ball.
we'd know who the victors would be.
That was a beautiful piece of bowling there.
This now Macbeth's 8 over, so
Yeah.
Tucker uses his feet,
Yeah, good foot moving
Yeah.
there.
takes it on the full, pushes it there for a single.
It's what I've always liked about in the last 12 months, especially about Lorcan's batting, is the fact that he never seems to be phased by anything. It's just like, I'll get my feet moving, I'll just play the ball on its merits. And
It's called having talent.
he has immense talent, there's no doubt about it.
Well, that's why the game
Absolutely.
phases us. We've no talent.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I can speak to myself from that. It's just pure goddamn
Sorry, yeah,
luck sometimes,
speaking for
Yeah.
myself.
But it's a joy to watch someone like that who's just knows what he needs to do.
Oh, doesn't carry.
Soft hands.
Yeah. Well, it's just backing yourself. He knows if it doesn't happen this innings, he knows he has the skill and the talent that it'll happen at some innings.
Mm.
Whereas for people like us, you're praying every time you go out there.
Well played by the batsman there. Kept it right down. It's a very aggressive field.
Well, Greg certainly won't be letting the situation phase him. He's second
No
of all,
ball.
still that would have been a bit high for
Yeah,
an
it
LB.
was high
yeah,
anyway. But
for an LB, but we have a free hit coming up. But no, Greg, as he showed a couple of weeks ago in that Twos game, and he just ground out a victory when it was needed.
yeah,
It
that was
wasn't
pretty special.
flashy.
Yeah.
He worked he worked with the tail, and realised, look, we just need to grind. Old-fashioned, boring, but the W mattered, and that's what they got. So
Yeah.
he
That's
certainly
abs-
won't mind sitting out there and watching some good bowling and waiting for the bad ball.
Slow ball.
Yeah, well bowled, but
Picked, but didn't quite get onto the thing.
no, it's not.
It's
Is it?
gonna-
It's,
no,
no,
it's
it's
not
going to
gonna
be
get there.
dragged in. Yep. No, only two. Oh, so quick! They're both so quick.
3 for that, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah, that was very good running. Yeah, it was almost a miss hit that, but it was a slower ball. But
Well,
just, yeah,
it was.
just-
It wasn't many options open to the bowler because as they hadn't changed ends on the no ball, Brigade couldn't change the field.
yeah.
So he had a
But he
lot
got
of
3.
options.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 4 off that delivery. Skyrockets the run rate.
Yeah, nice to get his hands out the way there. That was a good ball.
And over up. So, 8 overs. I'm going to hand over now to Craig. Enjoy.
Yeah, 15 overs down now. Lost the 4 wickets for 27. A lot of work to be done. But we all know this is a funny game, so I'll be having a good chat out there in the middle about sticking with it and playing the ball on its merits and all the other cliches that I'm sure that go with it. Or maybe they're talking about, like, what drink do you want at the end of the game? Could be anything. Did you see the latest Netflix series? So, change of bowling, is it? I don't know.
No, Scott McBeth has started his 8th.
That was a very quick start to the over. Oh, that was a good ball. Just a bit quicker.
Pushed it through, got a bit of bounce, and got past the expansive drive of Lorcan and Tucker.
Boy, aren't both of the Macbeth bowlers looking fantastic?
Nicely punched away on the offside. They'll pick up a couple here. That'll take the score on to 29. But yes, the opening bowlers have done an absolutely magnificent job for Brigade and have dragged them back into this game.
Oh, in such a convincing way, isn't it? I mean, that's been so impressive.
Graham, 25.
I'll just about make it. I count this as my warm-up for tomorrow.
Just gets enough on it there. Just gets a single. Good return there from the fielder in the deep. Batting smartly here, just trying to pick up what meagre runs you can find. In a lot of ways, you just want to see off these two opening bowlers because they've done such a great job for their team.
The question is now, of course, is the captain going to make a double change and keep 2 overs for each of these bowlers, or do you feel that time is right just to change one and let the other bowl out? And if case, in which case, would you bowl out the pace bowler or the spinner?
Well, in some ways, it'd be like, well, these guys have had a pretty good look at these two bowlers. I personally would like to just throw another 2 bowlers in the mix and see what happens and keep 2 up their sleeve.
I suppose a lot depends on the resources available to the captain.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know what he's got coming up behind. If he's got, I would assume that there's some pretty good bowling to come. However, are they in the form that these 2 Macbeth brothers are in? I don't know, but I would like to probably think one of these guys gets a couple of gets to keep a couple of overs in the bank. Because now they've been bowling, they're 16 overs in the 17th over now.
No point spending all your money in the first shot.
Well, there's a long way to go to, and with the form they've got. See, now they're starting to get the singles, so I'd actually probably pull them off a bit and just say, okay, they're starting to see the bowlers pretty well. Maybe let's just mix it up a bit here.
Well, it's vital from a Pembroke point of view that these 2 stay together for a while.
Well, the only thing that would change my mind is that if he gets a wicket now. If Ryan Macbeth gets another wicket, you bowl him out. Same with, Scott. Get a wicket, you keep bowling him out. And just try and
you're going to
do
use
as much damage as you possibly can. But I think
you're going to use this 9th over anyway, just to see if he can break this partnership.
that's a good shot.
Lapped away through the cover as it runs away. Will it reach the boundary?
It's
it won't.
Very long, very boundary out. It's a huge boundary out there.
It's about 70 metres. And I tell you, no matter how far out you put it, it was no challenge to Barry McCarthy during the week.
No.
He's claiming further than 96 metres, we will have to remeasure that, come up with an official figure. We'll look at the tapes. But by golly, that was the biggest six I've seen in a long time. However, we could do with that sort of batting here now.
Long way down.
Umpire very quick to shake his head there.
Yeah.
There was no doubt he wasn't giving that one.
But now he's in his 9th over, so you'd almost want to just bowl him out. I mean, what's the point?
You keep one over.
Yeah, no.
And again, it makes me question what are the resources behind the Macbeth boys, because if you're bowling them all the way through in the hope of tearing into the order, in fairness, they've done exactly that today.
No, they've done a great job. If they could come out with 6 wickets down, oh my goodness, you'd think as a captain, you know, we're going to easily get this. But Pembroke have a good batting depth as well, so it's an interesting part of the game right now. These two out there in the middle seem to be finding their feet.
Is that a chance? It sounded like two noises to me.
Yeah.
And a spectacular dive across from the keeper.
I think that was a
he didn't quite
half
get
chance.
That.
I think Lorcan is very lucky to be out there. Still.
Very much so. And that's his 9th over done. And as I say, as you said, James, his captain's liable to make him or let him bowl the 10th. If he lets him only bowl 9 and leaves the other one for another 20 overs before bringing him back for that 1 over, he will be so stiff by that stage.
Yeah, exactly right. I think you've passed the point of no return now. You have to just bowl him out. That was a great effort there by the keeper, though. Wow.
Made a lot of ground to his left.
He did.
Big dive. Got a hand to it, but just couldn't hang on. That's a shame from a Brigade point of view. Lorcan Tucker very much the prize wicket now. He's on 14. And Scott Macbeth starts his 9th over. He might not be as stiff after bowling 9 as Ryan, perhaps.
I think obviously the plan is just to bowl these guys out completely.
So as a Pembroke batsman out there in the middle right now, you're 4 down, there aren't many runs on the board, you need another 120 odd or 118 odd, and you know that these two batsmen are pretty much what you have. These bowlers only have an over left after Scott finishes this one. Do you just see them off?
In the current context, absolutely.
Or do you look for any runs that you can get in the meantime, if only to rotate the...
I mean, there's a run on offer, take it. But at the end of the day, you do minimal risk, I would think. You've got 120 still to get with 4 down. You're 4 top batsmen down.
Well, the way I often approach these, especially playing, is that Pembroke do need 118 runs. And they have 6 wickets in hand. What sort of score does that sound? Does it sound probable? 120 for 6?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
But just do this. Don't go for the big swings and go for the boundaries just yet. Just work the singles off. If there's a loose ball for, whatever reason, fine, go for it. But don't go for the big hoik yet. Just see these guys off. Rotate the singles if they're on offer. If they're not, I mean, there's a reason why they're opening bowlers. Obviously, they're very good, so they're not going to give a lot of width and a lot to chase. So, and 4 wickets actually shows that. So, the last thing you want is 5 wickets or 6 wickets. So you just want to, we've got 12 balls now to negotiate, or whatever it is.
Yep. Just see it through.
12 block balls will be fine, thanks very much. And then we'll get our reward hopefully later on with the bowling change.
Just picking up on something you said there, it's kind of notable that here we are in this will be the 19th over as Macbeth comes through. 19 overs, there hasn't been a single wide.
No, it's been exceptional bowling.
Such control that these two have had.
The only blemish on that is the two no balls that Ryan has conceded, and that's probably just from putting in extra effort, probably, I'd say.
You only need to overstride each stride by an inch, and
Yeah.
suddenly you're 6 inches over when you get to the line. Easily done. Especially when you're straining to get one more. And that's what I feel at the moment as he's coming to the end of his spell, is he's now trying to take a wicket. Whereas before he was trying to keep it tight and probing and setting batsmen up and taking time to get a batsman out. Now he's trying to take a wicket.
Yeah, I've got 3 balls left now. I've got I want to get a wicket. Yeah.
A hat-trick now.
Yes, that would be something, wouldn't it? But it has been a fantastic bowling spell from a Brigade point of view.
Well, again, I'd be interested to know, would Scott have opened if Paul Lawson hadn't? Is it a regular thing with afternoon? How are we?
Yeah, or with just it worked for them. Let's try it ourselves. But whatever happens, whatever the reasoning is for it, if I was Scott Macbeth, I'd be talking to my captain from now on, going, "Well, how about maybe opening the next one as well, and the one after that?" Geez,
It worked.
It worked. Hey, I'm 2 for 17 of 9. Hello.
Yeah. Neither one of these openers going for more than 2 and over.
Oh, it's been great bowling. The soccer there from the player behind, basically just on mid-on. So, is it the second last ball to come, or last ball?
I think it might be.
Second last ball.
I think
last
this might
legal
be the
ball.
last ball of his spell. And it's kept out on the offside, and that's the end of the over, and that is the end of Ryan Macbeth's spell. A good spell, James.
Oh, that was a great spell. That's exactly what his team and his captain needed. He brought back, basically it was almost like when these teams came out, I thought, well, it's really just going to be Pembroke almost going through the motions. I knew you can never say that in a game, but it's well below score, the par of that score, but he's really brought them back into a competitive position here. He's set his team up incredibly well, as his brother has as well, who's still got one over to go. Whatever happens. So, guys, keep going through. No, keep going. Oh, dog shit. Jesus Christ. Where's the snipers when you need them? Anyway.
Just a couple of people walking in front of the sight screen, causing
causing
Tucker to step back a couple of times, and finally Scott Macbeth gets his final over underway. He'll be interested to see if he can.
Tucker. Yeah, it's the other batsman, Hollins.
Scott Macbeth at the moment, slightly better figures than his brother, slightly better economy rate. Will he keep it that way?
Oh, no matter what happens, these two can hold their head up. I've given a performance my team needed.
Very much so. That one just a bit shorter, up onto the hip. Tucker just playing it away on the leg side.
Is that Tucker batting, or is that? I think it's.
Oh, it's Hollins.
Hollins, sorry, batting.
My apologies. The sooner Pembroke insist on numbers, the better.
That would help.
Played away on the offside. They'll take the single. And it's a fine
What
throw.
an excellent throw, but he was in. But that was
so often the way. The direct hit wasted on the batsman who's already home.
That's an excellent piece of fielding.
Super pick-up throw, all in one motion. A lesson for many people.
Yes.
Score's moved on to 37 now. This is the 20th over.
Oh, Scott's got 2 more balls to see if he can weave a bit more magic for Brigade.
Well, that one goes down the leg side. That's going to be a couple onto the total. They're looking for 2, and they're taking it quite handily.
Yeah, plenty
And
of time
the
there.
umpire signals wide, adds another one. That's 3 more, and that's 40 up for Pembroke now. 112
12 to go.
required.
3 valuable runs.
112 for 6 off 30. Nothing to worry about yet.
That's amazing, isn't it? After basically 10 overs, that was the only, if you call it a blemish, that's the only blemish on his bowling. But that was a great spell as well. So both of the Macbeth brothers have done what their team needed to. Only conceded 40 runs for 4 wickets in 20 overs. That's pretty remarkable.
Well, it certainly brought a smile back to the Brigade supporters, and it certainly brought them back into this game. They would have felt they were under par at 151. Some people on the ground consider that Pembroke allowed them to get too many after such a good start. But it's proving to be a challenging total when you start it from this position. Now, in fairness to Pembroke, these two have now put on 20, which has made the scoreboard look slightly less horrific, I think is the phrase to use.
Yes, at this stage.
But they need to go on a lot more than that.
Now, in hindsight, no matter how this game ends up, and I think from a Brigade point of view, you'd be pretty happy with how the tail wagged. Because I actually think they got probably an extra 40 runs that they shouldn't have got. You know, they were down on the ropes in the 80s, 70s or 80s. And, you know, they've got 20 partnership here, 15 there, and that sort of stuff like that. Just kept on building little bits of, you know, partnerships that just brought that total up to the 151, which in theory should not be enough. But in the context of this match, might just be enough to make them...
Oh, that's a very attacking shot from Hollins.
Yeah.
Slaps it square on the offside, over the ring. No danger with that shot.
That was a great shot. He knew that he's got to lift it over and there's runs. That's quite smart batting there. You got to jump. Hello. Okay. So the new bowler is...
Sorry, showing you your partnerships there.
Yeah.
Andy Britton, captain. Bowling now from the St John's end. And he got a bit of movement with that first one. Not as quick as Macbeth, but if he gets that sort of movement, he's going to cause problems as well. Do you think they'll bowl him through too?
No. Well, again, if he gets 3 quick wickets, absolutely. But I think this is where you see more chop and change in the bowling attack.
Good call from the non-striker.
Yeah.
Tucker was determined straight away to take that single and really didn't hit top gear. Never got out a second. He just timed it well.
Yeah, exactly. He caught it quickly. No chance of not getting into his crease. So.
And finally, 109 required.
So there's protection down the ground, within the ring though.
Well,
and nothing on the leg side. Okay, so just working it down to mid-wicket.
Well, we have a fielder down at the Willfield Road gate at
Yeah.
third. We have a slip-in. We have a gully. Yeah,
So
gully.
pointy. Oh, yeah, gully.
Man in the covers. Mid-off.
Mid-off.
Mid-on. Mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And very wide third man.
too high, way too high. Way too forward too.
Gore, you leap to judgment, don't you?
Yeah. Well,
Me, I'm putting the strip down the middle of the mat.
well, not out anyway. Yeah.
I'm asking for Snicko next.
Nah. No, that would have been a Parks lead appeal.
Yeah. 21 overs gone, as you see from the scoreboard in the bottom left of your screen. No live scoring for us to be able to hook on to Niall's broadcast. There's his pointing the camera at the computer screen so you can see the comparison with the worms. And you can see that these two have started to rebuild for Pembroke, and they're not letting that Brigade line get out of sight. They're just there or thereabouts, and that's what they need to be at this stage. There's still so many overs to go. Now, change of bowling at the nursery end.
Another spin attack. So they're looking to entice this over to the offside. There's 3 in the ring there, but no one deep. But more of a leg side line there.
Well, Hussain bowling with the very large railway boundary off on the leg side. There's a lot of space out there. Once you get it through the ring.
Easy single there. Just worked it off his legs. Split the field.
That's just the right thing to do for Hollands. Ikatar, Hussain. Just bowling his off spin.
Someone's having a word to him, just giving him some encouragement. Asking him what he wants for dinner, maybe, or do you want to lift home after the match? Bring your own car, or you got a bus pass?
Gives that one a bit of air.
Oh, well fielded.
Bit of fielding in the circle.
Goes on that quickly. No chance of a run there. It's good support that every bowler wants.
Oh, bit oppish. Bit oppish. Man in the gully was interested for a moment. It did land well in front of him in the end, but
yeah,
Lorcan will want to be punching that along the ground and either side of him. Again, good fielding in the ring.
Just keeping his head here, just having a good look.
Well, this is the experience now of top-class cricket showing through for Lorcan Tucker. His side's in trouble and he knows it. 44 for 4 after 22 overs. It's all a bit mathematical, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah, so got plenty of time to have a good old look at these bowlers.
Sure, there's plenty of time to go. That's not the issue at all.
Yeah, no.
3 overs to drinks would be the situation ordinarily, but with that little 9 over burst before tea, umpires probably will take that into account. So they bowled 13. There's 28 to go. Probably around 30, I'd say. 28.
Yeah, you think so.
28 or so.
Yeah.
Well,
And
we realise that we will lose a few of our viewers once the Leinster European Cup final kicks off.
A bit wide, surely, wasn't it?
But do tune in or keep us open on
They
your
would have been
laptop.
given it wide, actually, but anyway. Anyway.
1 for the over.
1 for the over. Instead. Yeah, that what you just said there reminds me of The Simpsons when they're in church and Reverend Lovejoy says, "Oh, glad someone resisted the urge to watch the big game," and the person in the back goes, "What, the big game's on?" and runs out.
It's good bowling by Britain. Greg Hollins will be looking for a new pair of gloves. Well, dry pair of gloves. Yes, best of luck to Leinster in their final today. Let's hope they add that 5th start.
Yes. Well, a couple of years they've enjoyed.
Well, that was slightly overpitched, and Hollins was quick onto that, pushing it out down to the railway line. It's gone about, well, 65, 70 metres, but the man is still there and pulls it up inside the fence. I do believe that that boundary is bigger today than it was for the interprovincials.
That looks almost like it's bigger than the MCG boundary. That is huge. That's like, you know...
Crossing the Rubicon.
Absolutely. That guy, he's in the deep. He's got like about, seems about half an hour to actually get across the, get the ball. You know, he's got so much time. But then again, it is.
Be interesting to see a few of the 5th players having to chase one out there.
I can guarantee you that that rope won't be there tomorrow. Yeah.
It's a long way out there.
That's a long way out there. We'll be turning those into singles.
Nicely
Well
angled
played.
bat, just playing it down to 3rd. Just take the single. Brings Tucker back on strike, except it's the end of the over, and so Hollins will retain the strike. He's going to change his gloves at the interval. And the score now has moved on to 46 for 4.
47, actually. Yeah.
47. 47 for 4. So, 105 required from, I think, 27 overs.
Yeah, but over rate seems to be low, doesn't it? Yeah. So next milestone for Pembroke just needs to get to that 50. Tick that off.
Ishtar Hussain will continue now from the nursery end. Just conceded the 1 run in his first over.
Holland marks the middle stump line because apparently you wouldn't be able to see that trench when you're there.
Well, it's gone short. It's pulled right out to the fielder, and the fielder has taken a catch on the boundary, and it's a super catch.
It's a great catch.
Hollins will be disappointed to have found the fielder. He got enough of that it would have been a 6 on most grounds.
Even the MCG.
and most times here. But with the boundary rope being so far out, the fielder was found, the wicket falls, and that's the 5th wicket down for Pembroke. 5 down for 47, and you now see this. It was short. Hollis got hold of it, and as I say, most of the time that would be a 6 in Pembroke, but not today, and that's a super catch taken on the boundary.
He's delighted with himself, and so he should be. That was an excellent catch.
I actually think his teammates were more delighted
Yeah.
than he was.
I think he took that in his stride, didn't he? It's like, yeah, as if I was going to do anything different, you know.
So Greg Hollins departs, and he's been replaced by Gavin Hoey. Gavin, who played for the Lightning, I was going to say for the Thunder, Thunder and Lightning during the week. The Leinster interprovincial side, they had 2 games here at Sydney Parade, and those are available for your viewing pleasure on ICC TV. Pembroke, on the other hand, still remain a Facebook link to a YouTube channel, or you can just go direct.
Wow.
Well, let's change the complexion again. Once again, the pendulum has swung in the way of Brigade. Do you know what?
Most certainly has, absolutely. It's like they were cruising there for a little while, just finding a bit of rhythm, getting some singles, and just rotating the strike, and all of a sudden, bang, right back into it.
One thing I will say to you, James, is it's almost in your favour for Brigade to win this game.
Yeah,
because
we're on the track.
Because the number of 5th games that are scheduled for rounds of the Irish Senior Cup would push the 5ths off with home draw. But this way you get to play on the square a little bit more.
Ah, yeah. I don't think I would need to comment on that actually, but you're right. It's since we've had a bit of a drought on playing out here in the middle, it's always nice whenever you get an opportunity. So make sure well, let's not go there. But
Another one pushed down short.
Oh.
Last one got him a wicket. This time the fielder can't quite make it. Ball makes it out into the outfield, and they take a single, and that's the end of the over. And another successful over.
Is that 49 now? 48. Anyway, just 49, yes. Of 23 for 5, and it sounds like someone has scored a try.
It does, doesn't it? Might have to have a look there.
I hasten to add that not a try in Pembroke, but otherwise it's a very weird game of cricket we're watching. But okay, back to the rebuilding stage. Now, one key indicator of how good the bowling's been is that Lorcan Tucker is, you could say, only on 15. The 24th over.
Well, the important thing next to Lorcan Tucker's name at the moment is the asterisk that signifies not out.
Yeah. Ooh, Gavin, rush of blood there. It was a wide. Let it go.
That's Lorcan batting.
Oh, it's Lorcan, is it? Oh, yeah, of course it is, yeah. Just as well he missed that. Or pulled out of the shot, or whatever you want to call it. He moves it in. Good foot movement.
Hit with some force.
Yeah, that was a good stop.
So Leinster have scored a try in the first minute.
Right.
Dan Sheehan scored the try. Ross Byrne converted it. And after 1 minute, Leinster are 7-0 up. Oh, that's a good ball. That nearly took the edge. Tucker walking across his stumps to get in line and then wished he hadn't, I think.
Yes, I think that was a very good ball. Oh, boy, Brigade can really sniff blood in the water now. Look at that. 5 for 50 of 24. 25th over.
And yet Britain still only has one slip. Would you have more?
You might as well.
He's got 3 men out on the boundary. He just doesn't want to let partnerships develop, not to give easy runs away. And let's be honest, the bowlers have been doing enough to take the wickets. They haven't really needed the fielders, except to stop runs.
Well, I was going to say, he's bowling, all the bowlers have bowled such a good line, and you've still got 100 runs and change on the play, to play with. So let's, why wouldn't you try for an over 2 anyway?
Now, Pembroke have been going along at 2 and over, and the required rate now has crept up to about 4 and over. That's the hole that Pembroke have dug for themselves, these early wickets. We look at the card, and we see Dermot Tucker and Jonathan Garth both departing for ducks today.
Yeah, it's not very pretty reading, really, is it?
Stapleton's gone for 10. Lawson for 4, and what a delivery that was by Ryan Macbeth. And Greg Hollins, well, he got himself in. That's what he'll be most disappointed about, is he got to 14, 40 balls faced, and then just caught.
Falcon just hurt himself there a bit. Took a ball in a non-padded region, I think.
Well, he's going to need a sip of water at least.
Yes.
I think he
may have been in the choir now. Upper register. Well, why the medical staff deal with this, I might just go and see what's over there.
Leinster have scored a second try. 12-0. Jimmy O'Brien this time, touching the ball down. Well, no Rochelle just getting blown away here at the moment. 12-0. Well, as we go to the MV Play scores, National Cup, Krieger are 103 for 4 in pursuit of 129 for victory against Letterkenny. Muckamore, well, they kept Wexford to 144 for 6, and they now require 111 off 32 overs. They have 9 wickets remaining, and they're 34 for 1 off 8. Temple Patrick were all out for 174. This in the National Cup. They're playing Killy Clooney, and they are 51 for no wickets after 4 overs. My goodness, they've gone after that, haven't they? That's 10. It's nearly 12 and over. In fact, it's over 12 and over. Limerick CC, well, they're playing County Galway. And Limerick CC have made hay while the sun shines. They got up to 276 for 9, and they're at tea at the moment. That game being played in Galway. Also in the National Cup, Ballymena, 184 for 8. And Knockharley, a 25 for 0 in the 3rd over. Glendermot, well, they've reached 244 for 5 in 33 overs, and they're playing Athlone, and that's being played up in the Rectory. Burndunnett, 189 for 7 off 37 overs. They're playing Laois in the National Cup. And Bonds Glen bowled out for 140 by North Kildare, and this match taking place in North Kildare, who are now 29 for 2 in reply after 5 overs. There's a few other junior games going on around the place. Rush, my goodness. Game in Rush today, 40 overs in the National Cup, and Rush scored 415 for 9. Wow. Strabane in reply, 58 for 2 off 8 overs. And then there's a lot of NCU junior games, NCU who use and utilise NV Play, whereas in Leinster it tends to be more crick clubs, which gives us different systems. Now, who got runs for Rush? Well, there's an opening partnership for you. Johnson and Neil Rock, 106 and 142. In at number 3, Maguire got 57. And they must have taken the majority of the innings, but they reached 415 for 9 off their 40 overs. Yeah, century, 142 off 53 balls for Neil Rock.
I'm sorry, but he doesn't.
52 balls for the 106 is not slow.
Sorry,
No.
scores from runs outside of Ken Europe. If you look at his scores from runs outside of Ken Europe.
So after that brief surgical emergency, the players are back in the middle. And Brigade take the field, and by golly, do they have a spring in their step. 50 for 5, they have Pembroke now.
Three tries to Leinster in the first half.
In the first half, it's in the first 11 minutes.
That's what I said, first 12.
Yeah.
And they're down to 14, La Rochelle.
Yellow or red?
Yellow.
Okay.
Cynical tackle in Gibson Park. As he tapped a quick.
Can Leinster keep this going?
It is quick rugby.
Wow, it's 17-0. Anyway, Britain to continue now from the St John's end. Oh, that's a good over. That's a short over. But that's a good over from Britain. And Pembroke now are 50 for 5 for 25. Sort of symmetry about that.
Why do they take Why do they take drinks in the middle of the night? Because
I missed that. Okay. He didn't. No, he did miss it.
Earrings there for a while.
There's enough.
So Pembroke now needing 102 runs from 25 overs. And suddenly run rate comes into it. They're only scoring at 2 and over for the first 5 wickets, the first 25 overs. And now they've got to double that in this second period.
This is the interesting, how much do you attack, how much do you defend, especially with the big outfield?
Well, we've also yet to see bowler number 5. There is no rush here at all.
Nope. Just patience is the key for Pembroke.
Oh, direct hit. Here we would have been in trouble, Gavin Hoey there, but he made it home. They get 2 more for the total. And finally we can say 99 required.
Under the 100. Long gone are the days where you come off, oh, the 100 psychological. Get out, get the 3 figures psychological. Players nowadays don't even think along those lines.
Well, it still affects players in the middle, even at the very top levels. You keep half an eye on the scoreboard. And this time he finds the fielder on the leg side. There'll be no run there. There's certainly no need for heroics at this stage.
Well, certainly no need for hitting the ball in the air. Like, unfortunately, with Greg's wickets, it's just keep the ball on the ground. Keep it,
well,
pushing 1s and 2s.
As I said to you on commentary, the bowler really dragged it down. It was there to be hit. And any other time in Pembroke, I very rarely see the boundary this far out.
Yes, no, true. But sometimes it's not there to be hit.
Well, fielder made a magnificent catch, and Hollins had to depart.
But that's what you got to do. Keep it on the ground.
It's just slapped out to long on. Just the single.
This game is as much about a battle of wills as anything at the moment. It's if you're willing to keep the ball on the ground, take your 1s and 2s. It's within distance, but don't throw your wicket away to one guy on the boundary with about 50 metres either side of him. Open space. Such is life, but on the game.
The ball, you see, he saw it. It was there to be slapped, and he slapped it. He's had to travel a long way to get to it. It's a magnificent catch. But yes, I understand you're exposing a sort of lower risk strategy.
Well, sometimes.
But if it had come out of his hands and rolled over 4 or had been a 6, then there's a different complexion on it, because it was there to be hit, and you can't just take everything out of your armoury when you're in trouble. Nicely played down. Probably playing it with the inside edge down onto the ground.
I would argue your armoury also includes patience and shot selection. Sometimes reining it in is part of your armoury. So it feels as if that sun will never come true today. It's just going to be this low cloud cover. Hazy. I don't think there's going to be any chance of any.
No rain today.
No.
Britain.
Well flicked.
Nicely clipped away. It's a super shot. Hoey just getting enough bat on it to steer it past the keeper. There's 4 runs there. That takes the score up to 59. And, well, that's a super shot. Here we see the replay of it, or we hope this is the replay of it. He stepped inside it. That put it onto his pads, and he just flicked it away. He did need to get something on it, but he did. It runs away to the boundary. and 4 more runs onto the total. And now the ball has disappeared into
Oh, no, we got it. We got it.
into one of the small bushes. It's extracted, and play will continue.
No throwing in of the wrong ball this time.
Well, every boundary certainly helps. We saw it in the first innings. But this time Britain gets his revenge. He bowls one, it takes the bails. It was a perfect length. It went past the outside of Gavin Hoey's bat and it's taken the bails off. And that's the 6th wicket down with 59 on the board. And part of the Pembroke problem has been the lack of partnerships. Well, that one there, that was the second biggest partnership.
Walked down the track a little.
He did that the previous ball. We were quite happy when he did it.
No, but that was down lakeside. This was on.
If you watch the previous ball,
that came back a long way.
He's inside edged it onto Evans stumps, and he'll be disappointed with that. And it sends Paul Lawson out to the middle now. Second biggest partnership so far. Well, the one bright spark for Pembroke here at the moment, 6 wickets down.
Experience.
Is Lorcan Tucker is still there. He's undefeated on 18, and he's been joined by Paul Lawson.
No better man for a battle. The twos are making a fine showing in Clontarf at the moment. 49 without loss, chasing 227. Young Ethan Clark and McDara Cosgrave open the batting. Well, you give him an outfield where you can hit the ball on the ground. That's what his game is. He gets to hit the ball on the ground, and that's where his runs come from. Not in the long grass.
So 6 wickets down in this Irish Senior Cup game, and suddenly Pembroke have dug another hole for themselves. They seem to be travelling down the road, pothole to pothole.
Yeah. It's just can't get the consistency at the moment. To be fair, we wouldn't have let them score 151.
Andy Britton now is doing an absolutely fabulous job for his team. He's leading from the front here, and you can see that he's just striving. He knows that it's only going to take 1 or 2 more wickets, and he'll be putting this game beyond Pembroke's reach. Oh, it'll make the journey back to the northwest all the sweeter, won't it?
Maybe you can stop for some duty free.
Andy Britton now 1 for 11 in his 4th over. And you know what? He's the most expensive bowler we've seen today. 3 and over.
Well, when you're skipper, you get to keep yourself on.
Well, he's doing a fine job for his side. That wicket of Gavin Hoey just absolutely just removing the bails. I doubt the stumps even needed to be straightened after that.
As you said, it's not so much about the wickets, it's when they're falling. Because anytime a partnership starts to build, Brigade have taken a wicket.
Well, when your second biggest partnership is 12, you really can't complain when you find yourself at 60 for 6. One partnership of 27, one of 12, and I think there's one of 10. Well, Paul Lawson just playing that one slower bouncer, shall we say. Well, it's the end of Andy Britton's over, and that's another fine over. He's got 1 for 12 from his 4. He has had 2 wides, but we'll forgive him that. So it's still the best of the bowling figures so far. Ryan Macbeth, he's got 2 for 19, closely followed by Scott Macbeth with 2 for 21. 4 for 40 isn't a bad return for the Macbeth family today.
Plus the runs on the board as well.
And Andy Britton has taken 1, and Ikatar Hussain, he's picked up 1 as well. That wicket of Greg Hollins. the big hit into the outfield.
Oh, fine shot from Lorcan.
That is a glorious shot, hit square wide and
well
beautifully
dragged in.
fielded. Again, the size of these boundaries.
They've run 3 there.
That's excellent running from the Pembroke pair. But also excellent fielding by the Brigade fielding. He never gave up on that. He's timed his slide perfectly and returned it quickly enough. $89 required now. Oh, that's a beautiful edge away. It's gone past keeper and slip. It's going to run away down to the net. Will it have enough? No, another one that the fielder has pulled up inside the line. 2 more onto the total. But do you think it was a deliberate ploy by Pembroke to have the boundaries out this far today, Graham?
It's hard to say. I would have thought.
When you see how much
preferred, like some of it, the way our players strike the ball, not as far.
But you see how little grass there is outside the rope, both square of the wicket. Down at the wall here, it's what, a foot or 2 away from the advertising hoardings.
I suppose all you can say is it's a good ploy if you win the game.
I wonder what the thinking was there.
Maybe it's just left over from the Interpros.
No.
How they moved
This
them
is
out?
bigger than the Interpros. The Interpros had to have like the Rochelle's got to try.
That was bound to happen.
7-17.
There was no way you were going to keep La Rochelle out for a game. So.
Well, another over has clicked by. That's 28 gone now. Score has moved on to, let's go with 65 for 6. Lorcan Tucker, well, he's there, thankfully, still on 21. And he's being joined in the middle by Paul Lawson.
The unfortunate thing for Leinster with the La Rochelle game is missing the 2 conversions. That would give them a little bit more room. Or, sorry, Rossburn, I mean.
Well, Andy Britton, unsurprisingly, is going to continue. This will be his 5th over. He's so far 1 for 12. Score, as I say, you can see in the bottom left of your screen. 65 for 6. 28 overs gone.
That's a magnificent shot.
Oohs, ahs, claps and smiles
only
as he picks up 4 runs, but he's lofted that one straight down the ground, down to the nets, and picks up 4 more runs, and that takes the score on to
69.
69.
Giddy. Can't take him anywhere except back to apologise.
This time taking the outside of the bat, just running off into the gully. No single, just a dot ball.
Well, it's forced Brigade to put a player back on that boundary. So we've got 4 outside the ring. Down the track.
Down the track.
Oh, brilliant. Much better shot.
Well, that is just cross-batted straight back past the bowler's head, straight down to the sight screen and well onto the junior rugby pitch. But you still only get 4 for it. But it does take the score on to 73, and suddenly
moves it off 69, does it?
73, 60, 50.
He's getting the calculator right. Shoot. Counting his toes now. Abacus.
79 required, under 80 now. And is this the counter-attack that Pembroke need? And he takes the single.
Well, look, at the end of the day, you've got an international cricketer out there. If he's there at 40, 45 overs, Pembroke have a chance. This is obviously the key wicket of the day at this stage. I think Brigade and Pembroke know that. So it's a matter of can Lorcan keep going. Oh, that's a sound.
He's given out and Lawson leaves.
Got extra bounce there.
And that's the 7th wicket down. And again, partnership's not allowed to build. 7 down for 74 in pursuit of that 152
I suspect this will be the main telling point.
victory target.
Yeah, it's a case of can somebody just stay there with Lorcan and bat through?
Well, a second ago you were saying if Lorcan's there at 40 overs.
Well, that changes though.
It's the support he needs.
Yeah.
Lorcan can do his job fine.
Yeah.
It's the support he's not getting at the other end, and somebody's going to have to stay there.
His brother, John. Oh no, who's gone out there? Is that Donica?
No,
Joe.
Joe Prendergast.
Okay.
But Brigade very much in the box seat now.
Definitely.
Place in the second round draw beckons for them. Pembroke, well,
Need something special.
in fact, we're both wrong. It's Zach Micklewright. He comes out to bat, and I tell you, he can bat. What? It was a left-hand, right-hand combination that caused all the problems for Pembroke and allowed Brigade to get up to 151 in that first innings. One slips down the leg slide. Another run added to the total. Well, earlier on I said about the control of the opening bowlers, not a single wide between the two of them. There have now been, I think, 6 wides. Zach there, living and dying by the sword. Well, he had a flash. It came through to the keeper, threw them straight back at the stumps. Zach, I don't think, was aware of what was happening. That would have been a big lesson to learn.
Would have been criminal.
I can't read any of it. Wrong glasses.
Sorry. 64 without loss.
Well, what a funny old game cricket is.
That's a good stroke out in the outfield. The two fielders are converging. They get it back in, but don't stop Pembroke taking 2 more runs. The score moves on to 77 for 7. I've seen 22 for 2 and 44 for 4, and now 77 for 7. That's a noisy helicopter.
It is, isn't it? That's our Air Force going past. Zach just needs to take a deep breath. This is a good bowling attack. They are well and truly on top here, they feel.
Tucker just tucks one away off his legs. Picks up another single. That takes him on 31. I mean, when you see Lorcan in previous innings, he can take an attack apart, as we saw in the T20 World Cup.
Yes, he can. And I wonder if he's feeling like... Sorry.
No, go on.
I just wonder if he's feeling like, I'm running out of partners here. I'm going to have to start going pretty big myself to have a chance here.
Well,
you know,
that's the question, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's not quite at the farming the strike time, but he might be at the, well, while I'm here.
You know, he's obviously the one who he's the one that can save the innings.
Well, that's a super shot from Zach. He's punched that out, the left-handed shot. It always looks good. The fielder can't pull it up. It's 4 more runs onto the total. It's 4 for Zach. It gets him off the mark. It gets Pembroke up to 82. 82 for 7 in this, the 30th over. So they need 70 in 20 overs.
Which again,
if they're there at the end,
they'll get that. But
they'll
that's
get
not the
that.
issue.
This time is a delicate touch behind square on the offside. That was just run off the bat. Lovely shot from Zach.
That was a very class shot, actually. Just hardly any effort at all. Just runs it down. Very intelligent batting.
Hussein going round to the left-hander, turning it away from him. Zach plays another one just behind square. This time they don't take the single. Tucker retains the strike. And after 30 overs, the score has moved on to 84 for 7. Lorcan Tucker 33. And Zach Micklewright, he's on 6.
So would they continue with this bowling attack? Yes, they are. And why wouldn't you?
Well, we've yet to see the 5th bowler. Perhaps they're thinking if we can get it over in 40 overs, we won't need to. Sorry, just go back up to the... sorry. There it is.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, you'd actually think you'd be pretty confident you could... Oh.
Britain hanging one short outside the off stump, and Tucker, I think, was looking to put that through the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think he was through that shot before the ball got to him. Very disappointed that he didn't connect. There's a huge gap down there in cow corner.
Well, that's what it's there for. Big gaps on the leg side. Just the 3 players. Oh, it gets enough on it, and it runs away to the boundary, straight over the keeper's head. While we talk about where there's space is, with all due deference to Mr. Ryan, there's always space inside the keeper's head.
Well, that was a bit of a skill there, wasn't it? That was a man in confidence.
Well, that's a man who's done that on the international stage.
I know.
Super 4. Pembroke move on to 88. But it's those 7 wickets down that is the big worry. This time he comes down the track. Has a big swing. Britain gets it past him. Well, if you have only just tuned in or whether you've been with us all the way through, we're now reaching the stage of this game. I think it's going to be well worth your time and effort in watching this. As long as Lorcan Tucker is there, you get the feeling Pembroke have a chance.
That's right, yeah. We're at a pivotal moment in this game, and it's incredibly exciting.
It does it again. This time there's a fielder there. He'll pick it up and stop the keeps it to a single. Stops the second.
Lorcan trying to be as creative as he can just to try and keep this scoreboard ticking over.
He's just trying to upset the field.
He is. He's trying to create doubt and move, force fielding changes.
And he's trying to force Andy Britton off that length that he's found where the ball is rising.
Yep.
I think, given a choice, Brigade might even decide to roll up this pitch and take it home with them.
Yeah, absolutely. But if I was Britain, I wouldn't change my line now. I'd just stick a player down behind me, you know. Let him go those shots.
Well, it's a risky shot at the best of times, and there's been a number of times I've seen Lorcan getting out, going too far across his stumps, or trying to lift one, and it crashing into his stumps, and we hope that this isn't one of those days.
Well, from a Pembroke point of view, yeah, absolutely. From a Brigade point of view, it'd be like, you know, come on,
have another go.
Have another go, yeah. Well poised this match at the moment. You'd have to think Brigade is still on top.
Oh, well on top.
Well on top, but
this one again, he just plays it down to third again. That's his favoured shot so far.
Yep.
When he hits it hard square on the offside, and when he just drops a bat on it, he runs down to third. That takes the score on to, well, the scoreboard is showing 89. I suspect that's because, well, the link between scoreboard and...
the fibre optics aren't as fast as they used to be. Yeah.
Here we go. 90 clicks on the board, and it's 90 off.
32.
31 overs.
31, is it? Okay. It's always a bit of a gamble to work out what exactly the score is. But
so Micklewhite will now face Hussain.
Yep.
Outside off.
Oh, well fielded.
Very well fielded.
Cuts it to almost, what's that, a point or... Yeah, as far as a point, it well fielded by the point fielder. Oh, nicely. Just cuts it a bit finer. They'll pick up at least two, probably three with the way these two run.
Well, they are quick between the wickets, and they do get the three as the fielder picks up the ball. There could have been a fourth there, one feels, if they really wanted to rush and leave themselves out of breath for the next 3 minutes. But two more onto the total. Score goes on to 92, and suddenly it's only 60 required, James. But just the 3 wickets.
93, actually, yeah.
Oh, even better. 59 required.
Sack moves on to 10. Lorcan on 38. Bit quiet in the field now.
This one's clipped away by Tucker, out towards square leg. The boundary rider comes in, keeps it to a single. 94 on the board. Tucker moves on to 39. And suddenly questions being asked by Brigade. Again, once the score goes over 100 and it's less than 50 required, it will be nervy for both teams.
I've just noticed also that the Brigade were spreading their field. They brought it back in a bit now for the singles, but they're, you know...
Andy Britton's doing like everything today.
Yeah.
A great piece of fielding there. No run taken, but even his throw back to the bowler hit the stumps.
No, they're very sharp in the field. So they've got, what, 3 deep. 2 on the offside and 1 on the leg side. Oh, beautifully smothered there. Great bowling.
Zach just refixing his gloves. Composure. And he goes big. He's gone long. Is it long enough? It's not. The fielder's underneath it. He takes the catch. And Zach Micklewhite perishes playing a shot that I'm sure our co-commentator is jumping up and down in the bar.
You know, it looked good to start with, but this 7 wickets down, do you really should really take that sort of risk? I would say no. Anyway, it is what it is.
Well, 8 down.
Not the smartest move. That
Joe Prendergast coming out at number 10. And this is the same Joe Prendergast who last year scored a century for the seconds. So we know he can hold a bat.
Yeah, certainly can.
And perhaps he would have a steadier head than perhaps Zach did there. he just went down and lifted that one. Too much elevation.
Yeah. Didn't middle it as much as he needed to. Yeah, it was just lingering in the air too long.
You say not quite long enough. It was a good 5-7 metres inside the boundary when the catch was taken.
Yeah.
And he just didn't really get there.
No, I mean, it wasn't a shot that was needed at this stage. I mean, you kind of want to just, quite frankly, if you're a Zach or especially now Joe, your job is just to keep it on the carpet and get singles and let Lorcan do the big hitting if it needs to be.
Absolutely, just get down the other end.
Yeah. Lorcan's the set batsman now. Don't leave him stranded. That'd be my message.
It'd be a sin if Lorcan is not out at the end.
Yeah.
And nobody has stayed with him.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, but, you know, that was... obviously, he thought it was there to be hit. But on the ground next time.
Or don't hit it so hard and just clear the ring and take your two.
Yeah.
Get your timing right.
Well,
don't worry about the power. Just clear the ring.
If you can't be caught if it's on the ground, though. So that's sort of my theory is, you know, especially this position of a game.
Yeah, but that belongs in the last century, James.
Yeah. Yeah. Haven't you heard of
the game has evolved since then. Yeah. As we saw with those shots from Lorcan over the keeper's head. What's he going to do to Britain now? Well, he's going to come forward. Yes, and they take the single. That's good running. Lorcan wide awake to the situation in the game, situation in the delivery.
No, I don't think he did. Anyway, maybe just let's not go there. Okay.
So Britain steaming in now. Yeah. He knows there's Brigade are just 2 balls away from the most excellent victory down here in Dublin. They'll be dancing in the northwest tonight.
Well played.
Prendergast looking for the single. There isn't one there. He's sent back by Tucker, and quite rightly so.
Yeah. I think Tucker's gone down to give him some words of encouragement.
That's what you call it, is it?
Brigade have done incredibly well here to defend the total they put on the board. Still not over, but boy, there's a big, big mountain to climb now by Pembroke.
Well, it's half-time in the European Champions Cup. For those of you fans of the oval ball who are watching us and not watching it, there might be one of you out there. 23-14 to Leinster now.
And the way Leinster play, they normally run away with it in the last 10 minutes. They seem to be one of the fittest teams in the world at the moment.
In world sport, perhaps.
Yeah. So I think that margin should grow. Oh.
Joe Prendergast leaving that online. He's happy enough. He just wants to provide some support to Lorcan Tucker. Scores 95 and Tucker now is on 40. He's scored 40 of those. And there's been...
half a dozen extras, or maybe
8 extras.
Yeah.
So that is extras and Lorcan account for more than half of Pembroke's runs. Whereas if you look at the Brigade card, it was guys getting in the whole time. There was no one standout big score that nobody was playing around.
That's right.
It was partnership, but not massive partnerships, but enough to get them up to 151.
And a good wag by the tail.
Yeah.
Part of that, yeah.
Whereas in the Pembroke side now, we're basically relying on the captain of the seconds and our Irish international wicketkeeper.
Yes, hasn't been the most foolproof game plan, but that is what it is. So that's going to be a good test for these two. I think Joe's got a good head on him.
Well, he gets well forward and well down to that one and keeps it out. That's the end of the over. 33 gone.
He's done a great job there, Joe. So 33 overs now, gone. 95 on the board for a loss of 8 wickets. Brigade would be thinking that we've got this. There's a long way to go. 57 to win from Pembroke. Only 2 wickets to get. They're staying with the same attack. And why wouldn't you? It's been very effective so far.
Yeah.
Now, Lorcan, as we've been saying, is the key for Pembroke. And Brigade would...
He's the only game in town.
Yeah.
I feel it.
Well,
stops the 2 or 3.
Brigade wouldn't be too unhappy with that.
No.
New batsman on strike.
No. They're quite happy to give Lorcan a 1.
Yeah.
5 balls at the number 10 is always a good thing.
No, they'd be happy to say, okay, let him hold his bat and we'll just take the other players around him. That's what I would think their thinking would be.
Absolutely.
It's a good opportunity now for Joe. No. Drifting down leg by the looks of that. More optimistic than anything else.
Just wake up the umpire there.
Yeah, that's it. Just if he's watching the game or watching the Leinster match, one of the two. Well defended there by Joe. Good bowling. Great contest now between these two. Joe just trying to get used to the conditions. Offer good support to Lorcan.
He still has time to play himself in a little.
Oh yeah, he's got plenty of time. He's well capable. Avoided the temptation to go for a big hoik.
Well, the thing is, if they get to the over 40 point, Brigade are going to have to use a 5th and 6th bowler, the way they've worked this.
I think Joe and Lorcan, they've both played a lot of cricket, so in their mind, they'll be confident that they can chase this down. Brigade, again, 2 balls.
Yeah.
Great contest. Although you're always very nervous when you're out there under these conditions as a batsman. He's just waiting for the field to reset. Soft hands, gets the ball through the bowler's hands, and he's off to mark for a single. Retains the strike. So 34 down, loss of 8 wickets for 97.
The 2s at the moment are 83 without loss, and just coming up to the end of the 20th over.
Who's got runs?
Well, it's Eaton and McDara opening, so McDara's on 42 and Eaton's on 31.
Oh, good to hear.
Chasing 228 in Castle Avenue.
That's a
228 to win.
Great start.
Well, yeah, like that's a 50 over game. The basis is there, wickets in hand.
It's Bill.
Although
I think Bill's the captain today.
Yeah. I mean, no offense looking through our team sheet, though. There are a lot of trees and, well, Sean Smith is playing. He'll be playing for the... Normally a 5s player.
Sean can bat.
Of course. But normally a 5s player.
Yeah.
Robin Kelly's playing for the 2s today, so there's some great experience.
Yeah, it's been a difficult challenge to have a consistent Pembroke 2s and 3s team this year, but it is what it is. It's good to see that some other people get opportunities to move up and show their skills.
Chase is one. Oh, it's a wide.
That's a wide. Big appeal from the bowler. Just did a bit too much. Oh. Anyway, it was a good effort. He put all his a lot of oomph behind it. Just probably a bit too much.
Good line.
Good channel. Just let Joe just let someone go through.
Yeah, no harm.
Yep. I know at this level, it's like with this many overs to go, and you just want to survive on an end if nothing else, and just make him.
50 off 10 isn't much.
Yeah, well,
so
get the bowler to make you play. Just
yeah.
The bowler still has a slip, sort of a second slip. He's got a gully. Somehow they're in the covers. Mid off, sort of mid on, mid wicket.
The good thing here is, I'm sure, like being the number 10 bat, you might be thinking, oh, Lorcan's worried and he'll try a few rash shots just to keep the strike. But he knows how Joe can bat, so he'll trust him at the other ends, and hopefully means he doesn't have to force it too much.
No.
And wait for the bad ball. Played.
Yeah, smart batting. Just get it out.
Now this is Britain's 8th over. Yeah. Bowlers.
Yeah, I think Joe would be happy now just to sort of absorb this bowling and let Lorcan take the strike for the next over.
It's still the same. The bookies, if Pembroke bat their overs, it's a Pembroke win. If Pembroke don't, it's a Brigade win. Because at the end of the day, we're going to have to see 2 more bowlers.
Bounce up. Joe navigated that well.
But then the captain might trust his bowler so much because he is willing to bowl in these spells. So you might have full faith in bowler 5 and bowler 6.
Well, ideally now, they just need a single to get Lorcan back on strike for the next over.
I don't think he'll be worried. He's not going to.
No, but you still want to keep it ticking over though. Happy to let that one go through.
And rightly so.
Yeah. Okay, so after 35, it's 99 runs for the loss of 8 wickets for Pembroke.
53 to go. 15 overs.
Still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, we're continuing Hussain, so he's going to bowl his 8s.
Yeah. Would you bowl these 2 out? Britton and Hussain?
I think the game plan is from Brigade is they just are going to have to. They're just going to hunt those last 2 wickets. And what case Sarah with the last 2 bowlers or 3 bowlers, whatever it might be.
I played there by Joe. Just waited on that and just worked it out to the offside at the point. Needs to be watchful here.
Because Brigade, no, it's not about run rates. It's not about getting to the 50 overs to win it. It's about taking 2 wickets.
That's all it is for them. Yeah. Well played by Joe. Getting forward, very defensive, smothering that spin. It's resetting now.
Oh, well tossed up. Well watched above the eye line there from Hussain. Always good.
Yeah.
So who would you rather right there right now? Joe or Orla?
I'm very happy to have
Oh, well played.
Joe is an incredible
because I'm sure Connor's watching from Spain, so I prefer Connor out there myself.
Oh, of course, but since he's taken himself out of the equation.
Yeah.
Anyway, 100's up for Pembroke.
That stupid round ball game he plays.
Anyway. Joe's a class batsman, and he has a good cricket brain. He knows what to do.
Yeah, keep the ball on the ground, on the ground, on the ground.
That's it. Keep Lorcan on strike now. That's a perfect bit of batting there by Joe.
That's grand. 2 off the over.
Yep.
51 needed.
Don't forget, Joe can unwind pretty well when he needs to.
He likes his straight drive, in and out shots.
Again, 14 overs to go. lot of distance. Anyway, score after 36 is 101 for 8. So, the triple figure milestone's been achieved. Lorcan on 41, Joe on 4.
Sean has gone into bat number 3. Because unfortunately Ethan Clark is out.
No, okay.
Well made 31.
Nice one.
But Sean has only faced the 4 balls and has 2 4s.
That's a very late day.
Go on there, Sean Smith.
Sorry, what's that again?
Oh, that's going to be 1. That's just going to be the 1.
Yeah. Thick edge. Going to swing hard, and he did.
Yeah, could the real Sean Smith please stand up?
What did he get?
No, it's just, or could that be again Chris King? Is that Chris King batting, who we've been putting in at somebody else for the entire season because nobody will add him to the list available on the live scoring.
Noah's playing, isn't he?
Yeah.
So
it's quite possible
that he'd be there, and I'm playing as well. Yeah.
But it's the fact it's 8 off 4 deliveries. It's usually 8 off 40, isn't it?
Sean's sitting at home on his couch watching. Let one of us know.
Well, I've seen Sean bat a lot of times, and he's well and truly capable. He's very good at just running the ball down.
With 2 boundaries?
Yep. It could be 2 boundaries down through slips or whatever like that,
yeah.
but, it's still, he's got the runs on the board.
I know the outfield's nice in Castle Avenue, but...
Oh, well left, Joe.
Yeah. So Britain into his 9th over, so, yeah. Definitely only one plan here.
Oh, yes, so...
yeah.
Someone who's going to be bowling in the last 10 if it gets that far. Anyway, Britain continue.
Oh, well played. A little bit of lift.
But he played it well.
Yeah.
Kept it right down. Took it in the glove. Gets himself a run and off strike.
So, under 50 to go.
Yeah, Lorcan tucking into bowl now, and a big gap between cow corner.
Oh yeah, there's only really deep square leg on the leg side.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Just picked that one up on the offside, whacked it.
It's not going to get there though.
No, but whacked it sort of, through wide cover.
Excellent running again.
Picked up 3. So it's 2 to go in the over. Or 1 to go in the over, last ball. And well left. That's good, Joe.
Yeah. Got enough from the over.
Yeah, just see it through. Lorcan now on 45. And Joe on 5. So, that's after 36. There's 8 wickets down for the 37 overs. 106 for the loss of 8 wickets. These guys are chugging along quite well now. So the same bowling attack is to continue as expected. So Hussain is going to bowl his 9th over. No changes in the field. So mid off, sort of wide mid on or cover. Just pick it up cleanly, the fieldsman, so it's an easy single.
Just shows you how much Lorcan believes in Joe. He's not afraid to take a single early in the over.
Oh, it's surprising how many singles accumulate, and all of a sudden, within touching distance of the score.
Yeah, it's the right idea. You don't want to get bogged down.
Well, you don't want to just, you've got to have some faith in your, support crew.
Maybe a wash on playing these out.
So, if you're a Brigade, what would you do now? Same attack or just...
Well, yeah, and the sixth bowler. We're gonna have to see bowler 5 and bowler 6 now. So, what are you? Maybe just a little roll of the dice here and stick somebody close under the nose of the batter.
Yeah, they seem to be just ambling along now.
Just maybe take somebody from the leg sides, maybe mid wickets. Leave the man deep, take that mid wicket and stick him under the nose, just in case he pushes one.
That's well played by Joe. It just seems to be ambling a bit of a stalemate at the moment.
Well, I think Pembroke are doing the right thing, taking the singles when they're offered.
I know, I was
not
just doing
trying any
Brigade
risky shots.
Brigade had their foot on their throat, and it just seems to be slightly loosening their grip.
Well, still with 8 down.
Are they going to try and get Joe to have a single here?
Yeah.
He's happy to let us go through.
Yeah. Smart cricket.
Hmm.
That's 9 now for Hussain. 2 for 31. It's... there's just hearing from the Brigade crowd, and he's not wrong. There's not enough balls being bowled at the stumps. There's too many being allowed to just let go through to the keeper. I'm watching it.
Well, obviously the plan to try and entice them to have a rush of blood and go for the big hit has worked so far. So they've stuck with that plan, but Joe doesn't seem to be biting. He's happy just to defend those and let them go through.
Looks like the Brigade brain trust has come together.
Yeah. It's starting to slip now. The pendulum seems to be moving slightly towards the middle.
That's a bit optimistic.
No, I think it is, because it's like these guys have been there for a while now. They've seen it well.
One bad delivery. I wouldn't even say good delivery. One bad delivery.
I'm not saying it has. I'm just saying it's starting to swing.
Yeah.
It's just been ambling along for the last 5 or 6 overs.
Oh, no, totally, because we're coming up to over 40 with the two last, these two bowlers being bowled out. This is Britain's last over.
Yeah.
So they have ambled between 34 and 39. Short ball. Oh, it's gone. Oh, he's got away with it.
Ooh.
Oh, the slow bouncer. Oh, how did that? It looped over the wicket.
Yeah, just slightly rash shot, but he thought he had it, but it was just too slow.
But it was the fact that I don't know how that got over wicketkeeper's heads.
Yeah. One of those make your own luck sort of situations, I think.
Yeah, I think, well, the key here now is Joe just needs to sit on these 5 deliveries.
I know, just
see out the
get a
bowler.
single.
I wouldn't even worry about a single, just see out these 5 deliveries. Well watched.
Yeah.
As we said in the first innings, and what could have even helped Brigade even more is if they'd batted a few more overs for a few more extras, for a few more singles. The key is batting as long as possible, and who knows what the 6 bowler will give you in the case of wides. Short. The length, he's getting some lovely lift there today.
There's a player down there deep on the boundary, sort of deep square. Would you bring
Deep
him
backward.
in? Just deep backward square, I suppose you'd say. So
Yeah.
Would you bring him in, because he's not doing
Well-
anything? And I know he's there to stop that shot, but would you just sort of say...
He's not looking to hook the ball at the moment.
Yeah, so would you bring him in just to sort of say, well, you're going to go, hopefully get a top edge, or you're going to mistime it, or,
Personally, if you had somebody on the team brave enough, I'd stick them under the batter's nose and just give them something else to look at and think about.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, like, obviously a slip is there for the edge and that's attacking, but everyone else is sitting in the ring hoping for a missed shot. But
Well, you're hoping for him to go rash and go for a big swing and hoik and mistime it like all the other guys have done. So
yeah, but Joe is sitting there. He's quite happy to let the ball go through to the keeper. He wants to see out this bowler. Like, the bowler only has
There's only
he's 2 deliveries left in the spell.
Only
Try
44
try
runs to
something,
give. Yeah.
even if it's moving one
Yeah,
field or
right.
5 yards the other way. Make the batter think. He's gonna try something.
Or-
It's well bowled, but again, he can leave it because it's not attacking the stumps.
Well, that's the thing. I think if you're going to have him down there at deep backward square leg or those, bowl the occasional one sort of either middle stump or slightly on his leg to try and get him to whip it away, and then hopefully you might get something in the air.
I can see, like, this bowler's had a lot of luck today with bringing the ball back into the stumps. Especially Gavin Hoey's wicket where he brought it back beautifully. So he's probably hoping for a little bit of that. But the ball just seems to be doing a little less at this stage. Like, we are at the 39th over. And again, well, that moved off the seam, but it went the wrong way. That's a brilliant spell of bowling from the skipper for Brigade. You know, you can't argue with 2 for 37 off 10.
Oh, folks, thanks. It's been a giggle. So,
thank you,
I'll
James.
leave
See
with the
you in the morning for the real game.
Absolutely, yes, for the win. I'll hand you over to Craig Senior.
Well, Pembroke need 44 runs in 11 overs, but they only have the 2 wickets remaining. But one of those wickets is Lorcan Tucker, and he's on 47.
In the morning.
Hussain is also going to bowl out, and Brigade are going to have to find another 2 bowlers from somewhere. Should they get through this over without taking the 2 wickets they need for victory?
But again, no change in the field. Like, they're hoping Lorcan takes on and hits the deep. We've got one at deep square, one at cow, one at deep mid-on, one at deep extra cover, and everyone else just waiting in the ring for a mistake.
Just played out in the offside. Fielded with a foot. No run, though.
You know what? Well, I suppose after a 10-over spell, you can forgive the Brigade skipper for being a little tired and not willing to bend the back there. He's gone out to the covers. That's a good move.
Well, another one just played away on the leg side. I'm not a big fan of the captain going out to that boundary.
No.
I think he's a bit far away. Now, if he's only doing it for the over, then fine. And if he's doing it because he's feeling a bit, well, let's say, a bit sore at this stage, then that's also fine. But he doesn't want to be staying out there. Just the single taken. Tucker takes 1. It takes him on 48. The score on to 109 for 8. In this, the 40th over.
Yeah, I agree. Like, unfortunately, sometimes, speaking personally, when I was skipping, I'd have to go deep on the boundary just because for catching, because you needed somebody who could catch the ball. But you do prefer your skipper to be in the ring, involved, mid on, mid off.
Well, that's what Britain's done now. He's come into the ring from that boundary. Oh, that's lifted in the air. That's the first sort of aerial shot Joe's had. It's running down to third. The fielder will get there, and he'll get it back. But there's 2 runs there, but lifted down towards third. In the air a little bit. Would have got people excited about it.
And Nelson.
The bell tolls. 6 o'clock. Joe gets well forward, shows the full face of the bat to that, and that's the end of the over. That's the end of the 40th over. And so far, Brigade have used their opening bowlers at 1 single 10-over spell each. They've used their change bowlers in 1 single 10-over spell each, and now they've got to find bowler number 5. And the next over, these last 10 overs have to be bowled by bowlers we haven't seen as yet. And they're having to use 6 bowlers.
Now they could have 7 or 8 bowlers for all we know.
Absolutely.
Look, you can't argue when you're defending a score of 151. You have to. You're in search of wickets, especially, you know. And you can't argue with those spells, like 2 for 19, 2 for 21, 2 for 37, and 2 for 34. You can't argue with that.
Well, it's certainly an even share of wickets today.
So Ryan Barr will be our new bowler.
Well, bar the bowler, bar the wicket-keeper. Well, there's a couple of changes in the field for the new bowler. Britain's heading out to the long off boundary. There's a long on there as well. The man just behind square leg on deep square leg. Third man, and a man over on the railway lines who looks very lonely all the way out there. And then there's a man on the 45 at fine leg. There's a point. There's a covers, and just one fielder in on the leg side. Right.
Straight down leg side for a wide.
Starts with a wide, and that now means required is 40.
And just to keep you updated with the twos, McDarragh Cosgrave has just brought up his 50. 110 for 2. So 118 needed in 25 overs. In Castle Avenue.
26-20 in the rugby now.
Nick, that was an edge.
Run away, and
That's
it's going to go
edge.
to the boundary. It's 4 more. 36 required now.
And that's his 50.
Lorcan Tucker reaching his half century, and my goodness, having his team needed it today. He's on 50.
52.
Next highest score is 14. It just goes to show you. Well, it may have been an edge, but it's 4 more to the total.
5 off 1 delivery.
It saw Lorcan Tucker reach 52. This one he punches up to long on, takes the single.
6 in the over, 2 deliveries. So this is where...
So 35 now required from 9-point overs.
So we just need the 1 over then.
Well, that's the theory.
Of course, with the boundaries they are today, that would take 1 magnificent over. Full on middle, attacking those stumps well from Barr. Played away. Just into the covers. No run there. Not looking for 1.
Now the question will be, do we see bowler number 6 anywhere warming up?
Oh, he did need to chase that. Why did he go after that?
Well, he saw his partner get 4 by snicking it through that area.
They brought a first slip in now for Joe.
And suddenly there's a bit of atmosphere on the sidelines. You can sense that there's
tension in the air.
Well, you can feel that the Brigade fans who thought they'd wrap this game up.
Short, punched. Got behind the ball well there from Prendergast.
There's a bit more tension and attention on this game now, slowly dragging people away from the European rugby. Joe Prendergast is doing a fine job.
39 deliveries faced by Joe. Punch that away into the deep extra cover for 1.
Well, Pembroke well behind on the worm, but one has to say
that's not going to come into it.
The Brigade innings fell well short of 50 overs, and that could be the difference in the end. You see here, well, I see here the run rates. Pembroke slightly behind, but again, Brigade, well, could be those overs that Brigade didn't bat will end up being the vital ones. However, they're only 2 balls away from victory. Graham talks about Pembroke being 1 over away. 35 required. And now we see bowler number
34, sorry.
Now we see bowler number 6.
So this, haven't seen the name come up in the scorecard yet, but Andy was the shout, so it's Andy. Insert second name here.
Good length. Prendergast getting right out to the pitch of it.
David Barr has come up in the scorecard.
I thought he was down as the wicket keeper, but now bowling. Prendergast takes a single up to long on. His singles now attracting applause from his teammates.
Oh, wide down leg.
Wide ball. Nice solid defence. Well, it will only take 2 more runs and this will be the biggest partnership of the Pembroke innings.
Squirted away to deep extra, should only be 1. They're
No,
taking
they
on the
haven't.
arm. Oh, that's excellent running.
Good running from the Pembroke players. 30 required now. And that makes this, along with Lorcan and Greg Hollins, partnerships of 27. Field well spread now. Played away on the offside again.
They're
certainly looking for 1.
No need. Oh,
And called for the second.
Brilliant.
And safely there. 2 more onto the total. 1, 2, 4 for 8 now.
That's really backing yourself there. That's I would call that risky, but
very risky.
Yeah,
but
yeah, you got there.
It paid off. They get 2.
Oh, again, excellent calling, backing. That's brilliant when you can trust your batting partner.
And suddenly it's only 27 required with 8 overs to go. It's still only 2 wickets away from victory for Brigade.
This will be tense right till the end because at no point is anyone safe. And of course, Joe Prendergast has faced the second amount of the second highest amount of delivery so far today for his 9, 43. Brilliant partnership so far with Lorcan, showing some real patience and aptitude.
Well, Joe just demonstrating his cricketing knowledge, his cricketing brain. He's provided the perfect foil for Lorcan Tucker.
Oh, full toss, and he gets the no ball.
That'll take the score on to 130.
But more importantly, a free hit to follow.
22 required.
5 runs and a free hit. You can't get better.
Well, there are the Pembroke players. You can see how the nerves are playing. The scratching of heads, ears.
We'll leave it at that.
And even the Brigade fans there. Well, the tension is certainly growing. Just 22 from victory now, but still only those 2 wickets left.
Let's see what this free hit can bring. This will be important.
Number 11.
Oh, fine shot.
He's punched that away.
That's going to be at least
the fielders
2.
are chasing it. Will they get there?
He got it. He cut it off. Will they run 3? Oh, that is fabulous running from Joe and Lorcan there. It was well cut off by the fielder, but unfortunately he couldn't pick it up cleanly, and they managed to run through for 3.
Well,
So 8 runs from that delivery.
well,
And I think Joe now knows he can just sit on the rest of this over if necessary. Nothing fancy needed.
very quiet.
Oh, down the
Beautifully
leg.
clipped off his legs.
Oh, brilliant
4
batting.
more runs onto the total.
This over is hurting Brigade.
Stay there. Well, 4 more runs there. Joe Prendergast just leapt on that and just guided it down to the clubhouse.
All that was needed. There was never a fielder near that. He was never going to be able to cut it off. He knew all he needed was some bat on it. The fielder at deep square was never going to get around to that.
15 required now.
And
the run rate certainly has picked up since we've gone to the 3rd and 4th. 5th and 6th bowlers. This is now by far the largest partnership. They've put on together 42. And you can see, well, I can see that the worm is jumping up with the change of bowling.
Yeah, and like that, the bowler's now going to risk coming right arm around. He'll want to change a field here because he's opened up backward square. Yeah, he's going to attack the stumps, and rightly so. You need the wicket.
Well, just 15 required. Lorcan Tucker, 65 not out. And just as importantly, Joe Prendergast.
Oh, short played.
13.
Punched.
That fielder has done a great job all day. Very little has got past him today.
That's another 2 runs saved.
He's been throwing himself around there on the ring, and he has saved plenty of runs for his side today.
Yeah. Back to over from the Brigade bowler.
Well, he was aiming across Joe. He's going to attack Lorcan slightly differently.
That's a pity. McDarragh Cosgrave has been run out for 50. The twos are now 114 for 3.
Well, captain of the twos out in the middle with Lorcan Tucker at the moment.
This is already an excellent over. No need to risk anything here from Pembroke. It's always the way. If you get a good start to the over, it just eases the pressure.
Pembroke now entering, of course, the overs that Brigade didn't.
Yes, didn't use. Good length there, attacking the stumps. You just maybe feel if this does go Pembroke's way, Brigade will look back on not bowling at the stumps enough, maybe, from in that second spell of bowling.
Or just chasing too many wickets too soon.
Yeah.
I do feel that bowling your first 4 bowlers in 10 over spells.
Yeah.
And leaving yourself
all the eggs in one basket.
And leaving yourself with this situation now of bowlers 5 and 6 having to try and take these last 2 wickets or defend these 13 runs that Pembroke need.
And the thing is, you can't argue. Like Joe has faced 45 deliveries. You can't say he hasn't got his eye in. Lorcan has faced 91 deliveries for his 65.
But I have to say, what a game of cricket we've had today.
Oh, yeah.
It's been absolutely pulsating. There have been wickets, no big hits. There's only been 1 half century in the game.
There has been only 1 6.
Doesn't have to be IPL.
No.
To be good, tight, competitive, exciting cricket. The only thing I would change today, please let the sun come out during some stage. Bit of warmth would have been nice. It's been sea breezy all day.
And maybe feed the commentators.
That's punched away on the offside. Tucker takes the single.
And again, he's quite happy to. He trusts his partner to face 5 deliveries, no problem.
140 on the board now.
Yeah, 12
required. Just a dozen runs.
certainly no problem in the run rates.
Yes, indeed. You're quite right, Niall. Niall pointing out that victory is just 2 balls away for Brigade, but also 2 balls away for Pembroke
Yes.
now.
Okay, well, we haven't brought this up yet. Oh,
Played slightly
squeezed.
airish.
Should be 2 again. They're
2
really
more to the
running well.
outfield. Just 10 required now. And certainly the fielders have gone an awful lot quieter now. Brigade threw all their eggs at one basket.
What is a tight score in this?
Tied score?
What happens? Is there? I don't know. Oh, that's well bowled. Do you know? No. Okay. Answers on the postcard.
I cover too many competitions
Yeah,
to go and
too many
read
regs. I know.
read the regs.
Like last week, umpiring that twos game, I haven't read the regs for this level in years. Oh, it's a full replay in Brigade tomorrow.
Prendergast trying to squeeze that one away, and he nearly played it into the keeper's gloves.
Certainly no need.
Just 10 runs required now.
Oh, no, he's sliding. Oh, what was he thinking?
Well, he was ever so eager to get Tucker on strike, but there's no need for that, and Tucker will go down and tell him, and he's grand. Yeah. The trouble with those ones is if your foot slips with the sudden change of direction.
Yeah. He was gone, stranded.
Now you see Brigade bringing long off all the way back to the fence, trying to give Prendergast the single. He turns it down, having played the ball out the leg side. It's the end of the 44th over. There are 6 overs left. There is 10 runs required. You can cut the atmosphere with a, well,
with the knifey
knife.
With a spoon to scoop up that tension.
Well, one batsman left to come in tonight, Donica Tucker, and he's been padded up for a while now. As these two have put on 40 odd, he's there, he's ready to go. And now Brigade are going to bowler number 7.
48 runs this partnership.
And I'm seeing
in 12 overs.
Well, again, we haven't been too worried about the overs. It's always been about runs and wickets, as cricket should be. Norcan Tucker, he's on 66 now, and he knows that his side needs 10. And with bowler number 7 coming in, well, what's to happen now?
The time for heroes. That's good pace. Well, unfortunately wide for Brigade.
Well, again, as you say, that's a good pace, and there is a man down at third, but at that sort of pace, he can't cover a huge amount of ground. I can see one squirting off the edge or being played off the face and run down that. Could very easily take the 4.
Even with Lorcan on strike, I'd have a slip, especially at this stage.
Well, they need these 2 wickets.
Again, just played for 1.
Well, there was only ever 1 there. They take the 1. That takes the score on to 144. And 8 runs required. It's edge of the seat stuff. I'd say that, except none of the players on the Pembroke sidelines have actually taken a seat. They're all standing watching this game.
Just Nick. Oh, and then he stands up. Oh, when he moves seats. He moves seats. Don't.
That one's wide, and it's signalled a wide, and that's another one onto the total. Well, who would have thought that Pembroke would even be in this position of a chance of winning this Irish Senior Cup Bob Kerr first round game against Brigade? They bowled Brigade out for 151 and a fine performance in the field, but various batting failures today have seen them be put into this position now.
Oh.
This time, There's all sorts of thoughts of runs and no runs and bails being taken off.
No need for any panic.
But if you look in the scorebook, it will just say
Dot ball.
There we go. With his pace, just play him down to third, take the single. The call in the field is just 2 good balls. This one punched back down the ground, still long on. They'll take the single. Lorcan goes on 68, but more importantly, the score goes on to 147. Well, this game coming to an absolute thrilling conclusion. This is worthy of a final. Can you imagine?
Oh,
big crowd watching this one.
Oh, I've no nails left as it is.
Well, another dot ball. Joe just keeping it out. Once again, with 6 overs to go and only 5 runs required, there's absolutely no need to do anything too mad here. Wilson coming in from the St John's end. Good length ball, really threw that one up into the block hole. Prendergast did well to keep that out. That's a bat breaker, that sort of ball.
Yeah. And if you didn't get bat on it, it'd be a toe breaker.
So another over goes by, and the way the field is moving around, it's changed for the over. Brigade, well, they're feeling that they're letting this one slip away. They got themselves into a great position, but just ran out of bowling. And they really will have a long journey back to think about how they use their bowlers in the spells. I mean, it's hard to take the openers off. They were doing so well.
But also, in saying that, if they had to shuffle the pack earlier, a partnership might have gotten together earlier, and Pembroke might have gotten home with a few more wickets to spare. So, hindsight.
Yeah, I mean,
you never know. It's like it could have been the best captaincy decision ever, and it still might with 2 deliveries. Oh, that's full.
And that's cracked away for 4, and that levels the scores.
It's not going to be a full toss, though. He's not calling a full toss.
It's a full toss.
Oh, it is a full toss.
It's a no ball, and that's the end of the game. Pembroke have won, and my goodness, talk about a come-from-behind victory. Oh, my word. I'd have to take a breath there.
Was that harsh? Whoa, that was a bit, I don't know.
Well, that's just an amazing finish to the game. The late call of no ball from the umpire, and that sees Pembroke home by 2 wickets.
I don't like.
Well, there's no doubt man of the match has to be Lorcan Tucker now. He has been the one standout bat, the one class batsman today. 68 to his 72 to his name with that final boundary. And he has basically brought Pembroke home. What a measured innings. He took his time. He never had felt the need to go mad. And he has seen his team home. But a close second.
Oh, it's Joe. Yeah. Oh, well, it's either one of the Macbeths with their opening spell. But that was...
Or the change bowlers with their spells. Yeah. It was just the fact that...
58-run partnership, easily the highest of the day.
One would say Brigade were just 1 bowler short of winning this game.
Yeah, or just maybe a change of field, attack the stumps a bit more. It's such fine margins today. Two great teams playing one hell of a game of cricket.
We'll just let you listen to the applause. Well, what a victory for Pembroke. They'll go through to the second round of the Senior Cup. The fifth could get bumped from a game on the square, but I don't think they're going to mind at this stage. What a fine game for Pembroke. Well, I take that back, actually. It was nervy, it was awkward, it had its high moments, it had its low moments, but overall, it was an absolutely fabulous game, and you have to say, whew, thank you very much to the half-century of you who tuned in today as the Pembroke players go off to go and get the covers to cover the fifth pitch. The umpires leave the field, and there'll be some very disappointed people driving back up the north tonight.
Well, of course, you can't help but be disappointed in a game like that because it's so close. But again, it really is a top-notch performance from Brigade in that second innings because it could have been so easily.
What a win.
So easily.
What a win. That shows the character of the side. Captain of the seconds teaming up with the Irish wicketkeeper, and between the two of them, they must have put on 50 grand.
It was a 58-run partnership. Yep. 58 runs.
And with 4-point overs to spare. Wow, what a game. What a finish. If your game tomorrow is as exciting as that.
Can I have just a quarter of those runs, please? Oh, no.
So the covers go on. We'd like to thank Niall. We'll thank the people who came down to watch. We'll thank the umpires. We will thank the fans of Brigade who have done a super job cheering on their sideline from the sidelines today. And those of you back up in the northwest who tuned in today, we'd like to say thank you very much. And we hope you enjoyed the service, if not the result. And the fans of Pembroke, well, you can take a big, deep breath now, and we'll wait to see who we get in the second round. I'd also like to thank, of course, James, who's had to head home, and Graham, thank you very much for your assistance today.
Thank you. Thank you for your assistance today.
It really makes a difference when you have enough commentators here to be on a rota system and not do the whole thing yourself. So if there's a group of you, or 2 or 3 of you fancy commentating on the 5th tomorrow, the mics are open and they're available. Just come up and tell Niall. Because the 5ths deserve, well, Niall certainly deserves to have somebody commentating, even if they're just chatting about the cricket, chatting about the day, some sort of voice in the background. But anyway, thank you very much.
Or just abusing me. Yeah.
And thank you very much for today. And thank you, Lorcan, for getting us through to the second round of the Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup. So for the moment, from myself and Graham.
It's a good night from him.
And we'll talk to you soon. Thank you very much.
That's 5.